fucking tripping. Now you're lying? I didn't know you to be a liar. I didn't know you to be a liar.
Brother.
Now you're lying?
Brother.
First you're slippery, now you're lying. What if I told you I put the whole thing in?
Do you think I'm lying to you right now?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. 100 fucking percent. 100%.
Alright, so let's step back.
No. Real quick. Look, I'm asking you again. Because I think I can go back and pull it up, actually.
Absolutely.
Do you think that I put the whole PDF in?
Yes, no, I know that you submitted
Does yes?
Yeah, what does that mean, bro?
Meaning you have a whole PDF that represents the source that you were pulling from. I put the whole entire source in ChatGPT. Do you acknowledge that?
No.
Okay, so what if I show you that I did that?
Yeah, we're not even talking about the same thing.
What if I show you that I did that?
Yeah, we're not talking about the same thing.
What if I show you that I did that?
Bro, you're doing the same thing here, bro.
I'm doing everything you do just in my own way. You bring it up, you make up shit. Now I'm responding in a way that's probably more elevated than you would like it to be. But if I could show you that, if I could show you that I did that, what does that mean for what you're trying to say right now?
It has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Yeah, really. Then why did you bring up me, AK? I'm sorry. Why did you respond? Why did you respond to Nathan saying AK? That you said we did wrong prompts, didn't you?
I can show it to you right now.
Show me my wrong prompt?
No, I'm talking about the AK prompt, just like your prompt.
No, you can't show me mine though, can you? You can't show me mine though, can you?
You won't, brother.
I won't what? I won't what?
I mean, this has been so long.
I won't what? No. I remember this, and I remember
no,
AK.
You don't, brother.
AK.
You're not gonna want to run
I already did win. You already lost.
You want to run it.
What are you talking about? I already did. You know what's sad? You know what's sad is that I hear you right now, and it's like. I'm like, damn, bro, this guy, like, you just can't let it go. Look, the thing, and I actually am happy about it. It makes it a little bit more interesting.
Like, you gotta stop making it about you, bro.
No, I'll make it about me. What?
Why?
So what?
Why?
So what?
Can't Mike make it about him, man?
Yeah, why? Because it's again, you know why? Because every time we go through this and I get to this zone, like, I whip your ass, bro. That's why. I made you look. Here's what happened, brother. Look, you had a fight, right? And what happened was somebody used your own punch to punch you, and you're like, no, but that's just not the way it is, because, you know, when you punch yourself, it's like, that means I really won because it was my hand that beat me, and because it was my hand that beat me, it just means that, like, I was the one that beat myself, and, you know, I won.
Hey, man, do you guys want to have a conversation?
Oh, you did that move.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you know what? Nobody brought this up. Who brought this up this morning, actually?
Him.
Okay, perfect.
No, nah, come on. You said strong man.
Bro, I'm talking about this issue. I was joking about Luca.
Who brought up the concept of straw man? Who brought up the concept of straw man?
Bro, what
Nathan, who brought it up this morning?
Hold on.
So Moa said, straw man, I'm going to throw that out there. Like, you know, squirrel.
So then let me ask you this. Hear that? Does anybody ever bring it up anymore? No.
Bro, we're not
it's
even
dead.
talking about the
It's
same
in the graveyard. You're trying to resurrect it. It's done.
You're wrong.
Wrong about what? What am I wrong about?
All right, let me demonstrate this really quick. Luca was complaining about concrete, about site. Hold on real quick, bro. Luca was complaining about concrete, about psych, and about king. So then I said,
No!
I said, oh, you're straw manning them, talking to Luca. Okay? Then Knowledge spoke up, said he had the bag. I said, cool, I'll get at you later. I said, yeah. I said, straw man, squirrel. This is still to Luca. Straw manning, concrete, psych, and king. Then Nathan goes, oh yeah, Samoa, you know, straw man. Yeah, no. And start talking about that. So
that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Nathan took the bait.
No. That's not what happened. What happened was this. Someone said you got served, right? And I said, oh, that reminds me of someone who got served.
Okay, then it was you.
Then I
Wait. If that was the only reference, then that just means that you knew what he was talking about.
But Samoa brought up straw man, right?
About Luca.
Yeah, no. You said I wanted to throw that out there, like, you know. You said I was joking. I wanted to throw it out there, like squirrel, you know. And then afterwards, that's when the conversation happened. Because you wanted to talk about it.
Wait, who started it?
I was just resting in my masculinity.
Hold on, who started the conversation, Nathan? Who wanted to go down memory lane about how you served somebody? Who did it?
You! I just put it out there that you got served, and you was like, how did I get served?
Hold on. What? This nigga's recollection sucks. What the fuck's wrong with this guy, bro? This guy said, yeah, man, you know, Samoa. Da-da-da-da-da. Started going down this. I was like, what's wrong with this guy? What are you talking about? Then I wanted to tell him.
Samoa. Come on, bro. You don't.
Don't listen to what happened.
You were lying. Now you lying with me too. Wow. It's like that, Samoa.
Hey, but let me just point this out before I jump in there. So I could provide you, like, the AK prompt, and you can clearly see that the way that he prompted his ChatGPT was to specify one of the steps of the 5 steps that are going to be evaluation for a strawman fallacy, so that his ChatGPT didn't run all 5 steps, it only ran 1 step. Okay. And for Psych, he said I was lying, but we got a better repent. We don't gotta lie to each other, bro.
Yeah, you don't gotta. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the PDF, and I put use chapter 5 to analyze this quote, and it was your prompt. I put in your quote, right?
No, it's all good, brother.
No, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, we're talking about step 1 and step 5, bro. Like that it doesn't do what
you said. Use chapter 5.
Oh my God, bro. Did you hear what I just said, Psych?
Did you wait? You said there's 5 steps, right?
Yeah, I know where you're at, bro.
Wait, I know. Thank you for telling me. You said there's 5 steps, right?
Never mind.
You don't want none, do you?
Brother, you don't listen.
No, you're right. I don't need. In some cases, I don't need to listen. I also don't listen to my kid when she's bullshitting me either, right? Because as the adult, I understand what's best. I know what I did. I know what I did, and I'm looking at my work right now, right? And I'm looking at your quote, right? And all I put was this: use chapter 5 to analyze this. Now, look. Let me ask you this. Look, what part of the book did you want to use to support argument? What part of the book?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's an actual question.
Oh, all right, yeah. So, like, if I was just referencing AK's prompt that had the exact same.
So not mine. So then now look. Now that I'm looking at what I'm looking.
You just asked me what I
know, but once again, you don't answer. Hold on. Now that I'm looking at. Hold on. Now that I'm looking at what I'm looking at, do you acknowledge that I put? Wait. Now that I'm looking at what I'm looking at, do you acknowledge that I put the whole PDF in?
No.
So you think I'm lying?
No, I just don't think you know how to prompt, brother.
I didn't ask you about the prompts yet. I'm asking. Do you know? Wait. Let me ask you this.
I don't even know what that means.
I know you don't. That's what I'm getting at right now. Do you know how to upload something on a ChatGPT?
Yeah.
What does the icon look like that you press?
To upload? Hold on. Well, I don't actually use ChatGPT.
I know you don't.
There's a clip.
Okay, so the plus symbol and the paper clip, okay? Yeah. And then when you press, and this is on my desktop, right? When you press the plus symbol and then you press the paper clip, it allows you to upload something, right? Yeah. And then what happens is, the cool thing is that you could see what you upload.
That's fine.
Right? Now look, if I could show that I did that, would that demonstrate that I uploaded the entire PDF?
Oh, yeah, you uploaded it, yeah.
Okay, so now, once you upload it, then you prompt, right?
Yeah, what do you prompt?
If you ran it through the wrong prompt, it doesn't matter.
Hold on, what do you prompt?
Exactly, Luca. If you ran it through the...
What do you prompt?
Exactly, okay, this is the prompt. Chapter 5, to analyze this, : then quote, person 1 asks person 2, right? And it goes through the whole thing. What text do you think is in between the 2 quotes?
Yeah, I think that the prompt is better already.
What text? There is no prompt. It just says analyze. That's it. It's not asking you to do anything but to analyze it. Now look. What text do you think is in between the 2 quotes?
I don't know. What is
yours. I'm quoting your storyline that you sent to me. That's what I'm quoting. So all we have right now is this. Analyze chapter 5, right?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Use to analyze this. That's it.
Part of chapter 5.
All it's saying is analyze it. That's it. It's not asking. There's no directive. There's no directive, right? Then.
So then how is it supposed to know that?
It doesn't yet. That's how you know it's not good or bad. It's just telling you to analyze it, right?
Wait, analyze what?
Your
chapter 5.
Dummy, your quote.
Hey, watch your mouth, bro. What the fuck?
Your quote.
What is chapter 5, bro?
Chapter 5 is the chapter that you're using to reference you out of not doing a straw man. That's what it was. Did you forget that?
All right. Oh, I got it. So you think that ChatGPT knows exactly what you mean when it needs to
No, I don't.
the actual
I don't.
scenario
And I
with
don't.
chapter 5.
I don't. No. You
And
see, and that's the best part about it. Just by what you just said, you acknowledge that ChatGPT doesn't understand my intention, right? Right?
Intention? No.
Right.
What
When you say you don't, you think it knows what it means. Meaning, look, there's a gold mine that I have, right? And then there is what I put in the chat. Now let me ask you this: what you have put into the now, keep in mind. I just want everyone to know. But mind, I want everyone to know. At the time this was happening, he had no problem with this because we were all doing this in real time.
No, you have
No. Hold on. Now let me ask you this. Thankfully, I still have the entire.
Yeah, you have the end.
No. I have the entire PDF on my desktop, right? So what I could do for you, right, is why don't you?
I don't even care about any of that, bro.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden now, you see that? You see, as you get to the end, I don't care about it.
On the same page.
Well,
That's crazy, bro.
the same page of what chapter?
Mike's not
So
tracking.
we're talking. When I say the same page.
Hold on, pause real quick. What am I not tracking about?
Right.
Hold on. What am I not tracking about? Wait,
If
hold
you're
on.
on the wrong thread.
Hold on. I want to see what Luca can even do right now because I'm calling
What
him
the
out.
fuck is Luca gonna do?
That's what I want to see because I'm saying, look, he has a consistent way of misunderstanding information, and I want to see if he's tracking. Go ahead, do it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Luca.
Right.
Go ahead and shoot
You're
yourself.
insisting on us going down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out if you know what I'm saying. Like the easiest thing to do would be to just follow what Samoa is saying. Make sure.
No. You said I'm not tracking. Now you're telling me what to do. Where was the mistrack, dummy? Go.
Right. You're caught up in like this thread of like explaining this, like each step of how you put it in, when none of that should actually.
You're telling me what I'm doing. Where was the mistrack? The mistrack is where you went here.
You can't even
You
track
see?
what I'm saying.
Well, no, I can. That's how I'm correcting you. Because what you think you're doing is explaining the mistrack when you're just saying, what you should do is, and then what you're doing is, where's the mistrack? Like Samoa's saying this, but you don't understand, so you're saying that. Go ahead, dummy.
Right. Samoa is saying that there is a particular part of the book that must be interpreted and inquired about in a particular manner, but you're so stupid, you're doing other shit.
Okay, now look. The part of the book is what? What part of the book is it?
You don't even know.
Yes, I do. It's chapter 5.
The entire chapter 5?
No.
Yes, I do. It's chapter 5.
Fucking dumbass.
No, it's not actually chapter 5.
Yes, it is chapter 5. You want to bet? Do you want to bet?
There's an evaluation.
No. That's not what we're talking about right now. Is the part of the book that you are wanting to use to talk about this subject chapter 5? Yes or no?
It's in chapter 5.
Okay, so it's in chapter 5, right?
Yeah, but it's not chapter 5.
Okay, you see the semantic language right now? Okay.
That's not.
Okay, well, hold on. What do you mean? Do you think I'm talking about the word chapter 5?
Chapter 5 can include an evaluation method.
So if you put in chapter 5,
Yeah, you're hoping that ChatGPT analyzes the specific evaluation method. That's the problem. So when you get a false positive, you're gonna like jump into. But anyway.
wait. So if you put in chapter 5, right, you can't miss what you're talking about, right?
Of course you can.
Oh, interesting. When you put in the computer, analyze this, or use chapter 5 to analyze this, that means it's going to miss the part that you're talking about?
Yes.
Or, okay, how does a computer miss when you say analyze chapter 5?
All right. So it says use chapter 5 to analyze this scenario, right?
Yes.
All right. So if there's a specific evaluation method, and then there's other methods that show you how you get a different outcome, how does the computer know which method to use?
I see now. Okay, so so what you're saying, if there's a conflicting process,
No, like in chapter 5,
in chapter 5,
if
in chapter 5, if there's a conflict position, you're saying that's why it's not good, right? Right? Okay, perfect. Okay, so that means, wait. How would one process override the next then? Why would it decide to do that?
Because ChatGPT makes assumptions on what it should follow.
Okay, and then you would be able to see that, right?
Yeah, I seen it a long time ago.
So then if within the prompt, right, if it can explain the points, the 5 steps, right, then what does that mean?
Well, you have to understand it to catch it, right?
But okay.
You would have to know.
It could hey, wait, look. Saying you have to understand it, saying it can misunderstand it. But if it breaks down the 5 points, then what?
Well, how do you know what you're seeing is what it is? That's the question.
Because remember how I put in one part of chapter 5, and you said no. You said no. You have to use the whole chapter. Remember that?
No. All right. So now
you don't remember that.
Hey, it's like I do remember that. That's what I was originally talking about. Wait, hold on. That's what I was originally talking about when I said we're on different threads. Because if I show you AK's prompt, he did the exact same thing in dialogue.
Wait. So like chapter 5, like chapter 5.2. No, because I don't know why you want to talk about AK.
No. Yeah, you're right. Yes, you're right. All right. So remember
5.2. What about 5.3?
You have to do it all because the whole.
Exactly. All what? Wait. Do what? All. Do what?
Like a 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.9, all the way is the evaluation method. But
so basically, if you put the entire chapter in, wait. So basically, if you put the entire chapter in, there's no way you're gonna miss all those fucking 5 points, right?
Oh, now we're right back in where we just started 2 minutes ago.
You're right. That's how I do it, bro. That's how I do it. I don't let you go. That's how I do it.
All right. So let me just point this out because you did acknowledge something that I was saying to Nathan.
Wait. Hold on. I'm saying if I put the entire chapter in, I put the entire chapter in, I'm not gonna miss all your points, right?
You are. All right, but let me just point this out.
How would I do that? How would I do that?
It just did it.
How? I asked you if I put the entire chapter in there, how would it miss all the points? Your best answer was there could be another process that conflicts with the process that I'm referring to, right?
Yeah.
Right? And then I said, well, why would it choose one over the next? And you said because ChatGPT gets things wrong, right?
Absolutely.
Which means that it would absorb all of it, but it would just prefer one process over the next, right?
Yes, like that's my criticism on you guys' prompting style. Like you got to be more specific.
So basically, if the machine even did what you said, let me ask you this: actually, you read the entire chapter, right?
Yeah,
you read the entire.
I know all this. Like I've actually provided you.
Perfect. So you read. Look. So you said in chapter 5 is where you're referring to, right? Let me ask you this: within chapter 5, is there another competing idea that would override what you're trying to prove? Yes or no?
I don't even know what that means, brother.
Meaning you said potentially ChatGPT can prefer, there can be another competing process that might conflict with your process. Is there such a thing in chapter 5? Is there such a thing in chapter 5?
Yeah, like exactly what Sasha's trap fell into, like in step 1.
No. Sasha pointed to words. Sasha pointed to words. I'm saying, is there another?
No, the diagram, bro. Yes, in chapter 5.
So the diagram breaks down. So the diagram is a breakdown of a process, right?
Of a part of a process, right?
Yes. Was it part of the process that you pointed to?
Yes, it's step 1.
Correct. So I'm not talking about your process. Is there another competing process, right, that would conflict with the process that you're referring to? 5.1, I think you said a 5.9.
Yeah, I
is there?
Agree with you, bro. Yeah.
Okay. What? Yeah. No. Look. You're saying if you only extract one part of the process, then it could be conflicting. That's what you said. I'm saying, and my machine didn't do that, and I can clearly point it out.
How do you know that, bro? You did it in your original prompt. Like, you just acknowledged that you and AK did it in your original prompt.
Fuck.
You guys only took part. That's why you had to go.
You're fucking wrong. I'm looking at the fucking layout of the fucking machine. I'm looking at it.
Hey, man. So you just acknowledged at the very beginning, I said, no, you got to do the whole thing. And then you did it.
What's the whole thing? What does the whole thing mean? What does the whole thing mean?
5. Let's just say chapter 5.
Correct.
Right,
okay, perfect. So hold on.
In order for me to say that, somebody only took part.
You're right. And the reason why, look, so we did what you said. Okay, no. Look. So what happened was this. So now we're getting to where what I said was the truth, right? So that what we did was this, right? We put in the whole book and we said analyze chapter 5.
Well, AK didn't. right? Like that was the point.
What did AK do? What did AK do?
Yes, I can provide you the. So what AK did was AK
just tell me.
said, hey, all right, so in AK's prompt, he uploads the actual PDF, right? And then in his prompt, he points out.
Hold on, stop real quick. When you said are you talking about the entire PDF?
Yeah, the entire PDF as far as the whole book. Yeah, he uploads the whole PDF.
Perfect. Okay, so now he uploads the entire PDF, and then what?
Right, and then his next
and then what?
And then his next prompt is to like specify 5.21. So this is like the specific diagram at the very beginning, the one that you did too. And then we got.
So hold on. So AK didn't read this, right? So if he's specifying 5.21,
yeah,
that means you might have asked him to do that, right?
No, that was a part of all three of our conversations. Like that's why I said no.
Yeah, but I'm saying you were leading the conversation. Wait, you're leading the conversation in the sense of where you want to look. So if you put in 5.21, it would mean because that's where you would want us to look and examine, right?
No, because that's what you did, and then that's what I.
Well, I didn't do that. I'm telling you right now, I didn't do that.
Well,
I'm looking at my prompt right now. I didn't do that. Remember how you said, what does that mean? When we said, I said analyze chapter 5? So you know I didn't do that.
But you just acknowledged that I said to you, you got to do the whole chapter.
Yeah, no, I got that. We moved past that. So because you claim that we have to do because you claim that we have to do the entire chapter 5, as you just said a second ago, right?
Yeah.
What we did was we put it in. Now, pause. Now, look.
Why did I have to say that, though?
I already acknowledged because you weren't satisfied with the fact that we put in only one part of the process.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Okay, perfect. So now we're moving on from that. So now we're moving on from that. So now that we know that that we put in not just one part, we want to put in the entire process. What we did was this: we put in the book and we said analyze chapter 5. Okay, and then what happened was now it gets specific, right? So what part of chapter 5 did you want to analyze?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, so that's broad. Now, how would you make it specific? What part would you want to analyze?
Yeah, I would say use the evaluation method in chapter 5 to analyze this scenario. Okay,
and the evaluation method, right? It would understand what it's talking. It would understand what that means, right?
Yeah.
Is that what the chapter's called, or a section in the chapter? It's called the evaluation. Okay, perfect. And then if you use the evaluation, or whatever, it's fine. The method of whatever it's called, just some evaluation thing, right? Now look, how many points are there?
5.
5.
Yeah, there's 5.
There's 5. So it goes 5, 5.1, 5.2.
Yeah. Identify conversation.
There's not like a 5.6 or anything like that, right?
Yeah. So the steps are identify conversation, identify commitments, identify shared goals, inferential distancing, and then the attack as far as position attribution. Those are the steps.
So like distortion of commitment, attribution, inference distancing, replacement, irrelevance, things like that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if it breaks it down on mine, right, does that mean it touched everything? Whether you agree with it or not. Like if I have a diagram that breaks down.
You just have to keep on examining it, right? So like what I said.
Hold on, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, look, for me to know whether it's correct or not, that it looked at the part that you want it to look like. When I press go on the machine, right, if it gave a process breakdown of such a thing, that means it at least evaluated it, correct?
Yeah, like with my prompt? Yeah, like it would be claw lock.
No, I'm not talking about your prompt. I'm saying, look, based on me saying, look, analyze this, and then you give a breakdown, distortion of commitment, attribution of whatever, excessive inferential, issue replacement, and irrelevance, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, look, so if it gives a breakdown dialogue of that, that means whether it's correct or not according to you, it at least assessed it to give you some type of outcome, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Which means putting it in the machine, pressing go, and it giving a breakdown and highlighting these points, whether you agree with it or not, means it analyzed it. It analyzed the part that you just said right now you wanted to analyze. Was there anything more that you wanted to analyze?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Was there anything more in the chapter that you wanted to analyze as far as what was in chapter 5?
No, we just apply the methodology.
Perfect. So here's what I have. I have a prompt with the entire PDF, I asked it to analyze chapter 5, and it touched on every fucking category that you just suggested. The only thing is that the result says no, which can be argued. But here was the primary point. When I say I fucking did something with you live online, right? And then you fucking said, no, I didn't. And you said that you're the memory whisperer, right? Which means that you have a good memory and you demonstrated that. And then you're saying that I didn't do that. You're bullshitting. And I don't know you to be a bullshitter.
All right, so you've already acknowledged what my claim was at the very beginning by saying, hey, we're past that.
So once again,
you
just
don't want to
acknowledge
get on
it.
track? Come on, bro.
No, not yet. Did I put the entire PDF in? Yes or no?
The PDF into what?
Into ChatGPT.
Yeah, you uploaded the PDF on ChatGPT, yeah.
Thank
Yeah, like that. Look, bro, like when you first came in here, I was speaking about that first part that you've already acknowledged, that I had an issue with how you and AK used part of the evaluation process. All right, so we can just put that aside. That's what I was saying to Nathan. I have the receipts with AK that in the end of it, he was still on that same thread. Then you went ahead and said chapter 5. I said, hey man, like let me see the work. Can you shoot it to me? You said no, and we ended it there. Okay, so like when you ask questions about chapter 5, I'm still on the first thread, right? When people are using a part of a process. So I don't even think that's a big issue. But anyways, if anybody can just look at the actual, like the papers of this, of the 96 paper, of this person with the literature, this stuff isn't like controversial. It's dialectic. It's just looking at the text and then judging a objective metric on how a conversation flows. And that's why I answered the question to Nathan. There's no way I can be wrong.
But you could be wrong, and you were wrong.
Brother, how do you argue against the GOAT? How do you do that? How do you argue against Douglas Walton?
Yeah, we wasn't arguing against him. We was arguing against one of his so-called acolytes, someone who didn't take the class, someone who just watched like a brief video on YouTube about it, and then said, hey, I'm a student of him. And then when we used this thing, when we used his, let's say...
Oh, when you strawman Douglas Walton? Yeah, go ahead.
When we used the master's own words and his work and everything, and we placed it in a system that is not subjective, that is objective, that just takes the information and spits out the answer like a calculator. When we placed it in something like that, you know what we got? That you were wrong. And what you said was, no, let me tweak it. So you try to prime it so he could answer the question.
Brother, you keep using that as like an escape hatch. Do you remember the original motivation behind Sasha and my back and forth? Wasn't it that I didn't understand his work?
Yeah. I think you still don't know.
All right, so just real quick. So when we went through it, you started to see Andrew arguing with Sasha. Because with Sasha...
Yeah, there was disagreement.
Well, the disagreement was Sasha believed in this book you could take what Psych and I was just talking about, one part of a process, and say, hey, a question cannot be a straw man. That's step one.
We can always go through this, though.
Well, I just want to point this out. In one day's time, I asked Sasha directly again, because obviously Sasha read up on it, and then Sasha had to backtrack. So that means...
Look, what happened was this. What happened was this.
Wait, do you acknowledge that happened, though?
Not like that.
Oh, my goodness.
Can I explain the way I remember it?
Sure.
I remember Sasha asking you questions the day before about certain things within the book, right? And you didn't know. And then the next day, they asked the same question, and you had an answer for it. And then it was like, oh, so I guess you did, yesterday you didn't read up on it, but the day you read up on it. I see that. And that's how it was. That's why it was like, hey, I don't believe you read this book, because I asked you a question about something in the book, and you didn't have an answer for it.
All right, so you do agree that it was about understanding the book. So let's just grant what you're saying. The next day, I did understand what inferential distancing was. We went through a back and forth, and on this day, this person made claims that the book said this, and was so arrogant that said Sasha says, I can't be wrong. It's either Douglas Walton is contradicting himself, or he has offered like a remedy to his mistake. Then
that's because that part was because of a disagreement with you. You were saying that Douglas Walton is saying that you can strawman someone accidentally, right?
Absolutely.
And then you was using a portion of the book, which was some part about him giving examples of how you can employ the straw man or how you can look for the straw man. And it was using terms like when a person intentionally does this and intentionally does that. And you was trying to say that in this part of the book, they're saying that a straw man can be accidental. And she was saying, no, you're wrong, because in this part of the book, they're not making it seem as if it's accidental. And you said, oh, you're trying to say a straw man can be accidental? And then you was going to another part of the book that showed that, hey, a straw man can be accidental. That's what it was. And then she said that, hey, it's either he is straw manning, it's either that he's contradicting himself, because in this part of the book, he's clearly outlined that a straw man is intentional, because he is saying things like, when this is employed, you should see this. And when a person employs this, go ahead.
All right, so you can employ something like intentionally and it be a misunderstanding. So like if you're not familiar with his work, his 1995, 1996 paper, 2013 paper, then you'll like miss it, right? The next day though, I asked Sasha directly, Sasha, do you have to intentionally strawman somebody, or do you have to intend to misrepresent or to like attack the misrepresented version for it to be a strawman? And Sasha backtracked, right? Because earlier, the day before, Sasha said, I don't agree with him. I don't agree with Douglas Walton. I don't think you need to be intentional in a strawman. And then the next day, she walked it back.
No, some more. How you gonna just forget what happened, bro? It was you said the beginning, then you said the end. No, it was a series of events, bro. It wasn't that she was disagreeing. She was disagreeing with you saying in the book that on this part, in this chapter, they were talking about a strong man being like accidental. And she was saying that no, it's clearly saying that the strong man is intentional in this part of the book, right? And then you asked the question, and I guess this was hers. You asked the question about a strong man being accidental. She says, I don't think a strong man can be accidental. And you said Douglas believes so. And then you asked that question the next day. Do you believe so? And she's like, do you says that? And she said, yes, I believe he says that. That was the backtrack.
Whoa. Hold on. Sorry. So you're saying, if you could just kind of like think about what you just said there. So you're saying that Sasha believes that Douglas Walton needs intentionality for it to be a straw man.
Yes, in the part where you were referencing, hey,
all right.
Here was the straw man.
All right, and that would, so Sasha, this is what Sasha said, it's either Douglas Walton is contradicting himself, or he has offered a remedy for his mistake.
Yeah, because you were saying that he believes in this part of the book that, hey, a strong man can be accidental. And that's when she made the statement that it's either he's contradicting himself, because that's what you were trying to say. Either he's contradicting himself, because right here he clearly shows that each example of a strong man, it's not by accident. It's some tactic, your interlocutor employs when he's debating. It's like a tactic, something you utilize to win like the rhetoric to win the debate or the discussion that you're having. Right?
All right. So do you think that so just real quick, so do you think that Douglas Walton believes that a straw man has to be intentional to misrepresent?
No, because of the other. Yeah, and this is what she agreed on, because of the other part of the book, right? Douglas Walton, you clearly see that Douglas Walton doesn't believe that it can only be employed intentionally. He does believe that it could be not intended, but it could be done accidentally.
All right. So Douglas Walton does say that it could be done accidentally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what she agreed to. You see the difference right there?
All right, so I just want to make sure this is clear. Douglas Walton.
But you see the difference, right?
Well, it's kind of confusing, but I think so. I think that Sasha said at the beginning, Douglas Walton believes for it to be a straw man, it has to be intentional, and Sasha's personal opinion was she doesn't agree with that. Then the next day, Sasha
No, it wasn't just like that. No, it was like in this part of the book, Douglas Walton isn't saying that it's done accidentally. He's saying that it's done intentionally. Because that was the part of the book you were trying to say it was a straw man, and then you were trying to say that for some reason you were trying to make the point that I could have done an accidental straw man, and this was what she was saying. Well, the part of the book that you're referencing about it being an accident, it's not here because it's talking about intentional. The interlocutor is intentionally. He's doing this to win the argument, to try to deceive the audience. It's a tool, and it was explaining it like that. And she was saying right there, Douglas Walton in this part of the book isn't talking about strongman being accidental. It's talking about it clearly being intentional. And you were trying to make the argument that, Nathan was doing it accidental because he said it in this part. That's what happened.
All right, so you're saying that everybody agrees that it doesn't have to be intentional, but in this specific part of the book, it's only talking about it being intentional. But nobody's questioning the fact that Douglas Walton has always said it doesn't have to be intentional.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh shit. Okay, so intention is off the table. Hey, this is bad stuff. I mean, just for the growth of like.
You understand it, right? You're saying that, hey, Douglas Walton is saying right here that you can accidentally strawman someone. And when someone's reading it, they said no. He's not talking about it being accidental. He's talking about it being intentional. But then you're saying, I guess what you're saying is, he believes it could be done accidental. But in the part of the book, he didn't say anything about it being done accidental. He was actually explaining how it was done intentional. And this was you was trying to use to say that it was accidental. You get that?
Well, we're kind of using different definitions of like what intentional is, right? So like you can like intentionally challenge somebody misunderstanding what you're challenging. Okay, so like you can ask a question.
We're not talking. What?
Yeah, let's try this again, okay? So I can mishear something that you're saying, right? And I can intend to use a question to challenge that thing that I misunderstood or misheard. And he actually speaks about this in the 96 paper. Like this is why I was pointing this 96 paper out, is that he uses this example of mishearing somebody. And even in the 86 or the 68, I think it's 68 examples in this book specifically, it gives you scenarios where politically people will mishear you and then attribute something to you off of mishearing you, and you're intending to challenge that thing. Now, is your intention to challenge a misrepresented version of somebody's argument? Absolutely not. You just misheard them.
Wait, can I ask a question? My fallacy is just.
Not this guy again.
Go
ahead, brother.
It's a question to the room. I don't have to. My question is just like, I'm genuinely interested to know. I've never looked into this. When is an appeal to authority a fallacy, and when is it like acceptable?
To me, it's never acceptable.
No,
It's always done when it's an error within reasoning. That's why it's a fallacy. It's always not okay. If there's an error within reasoning, if you came to that conclusion fallaciously, right, with an error, it's always wrong. You can't say, hey, this is right because...
I'm saying, like, when can you appeal to an authority without it being a fallacy?
I think that if you're providing the literature...
So that's the way you can appeal to authority the right way, then it's a wrong way of doing it.
No, I think that him loading in with some literature, like this avoid the authority.
You see? This nigga stole a Samoan.
Yeah, maybe he's in the Matrix, but what was it? So yeah, I'm saying that if you have like the literature, like if you're appealing to an authority and the literature speaks for itself, you could just like
Well,
45 minutes.
this is what I've heard. I don't know how serious people should be taking this, but basically, a simple way is when like there's a stupid way where it's like necessarily because so and so who's an authority said it, it's true. Obviously, that's just like false and stupid. And then also just like appealing to saying so and so said it. For instance, if I said like, um, you know, fucking Nathan could tell you what like good art is. Like he obviously wouldn't be an authority to, you know, like, he wouldn't be able to distinguish good from bad art. So like, it's a question of whether or not someone is an actual legitimate authority. The question I have for you, Timo, is if you've never heard of John Walton and Douglas Walton before this, what makes you think he's an authority on whether or not something is a straw man?
Yeah, so you just look at the actual paperwork, right? As far as like who's done the most work in this arena called argumentation theory, it's attributed to him. And when you look at the co-authors of all the books that he's written, all of them are all scholars that adhere to his work. So when you're looking at the Stanford Encyclopedia,
You said argumentation theory.
yeah, yeah, like that's his original book. But when he like he's specific when he speaks about straw man. So he goes into all these different fallacies, right? But he's the person that talks about like the straw man. He's done the most work on the actual straw man informal fallacy. That's why he came out with the book 2017 about implicit straw man specifically, not explicit, right? So he's the one who co-authors with all these other philosophers on this topic specifically about straw man fallacies. So he's like the GOAT, right? Like he's like the standard. And the only reason why I know that is because I've like investigated this guy because his name kept on coming up.
Did you not? Presumably, you're not gonna like. You're gonna be honest and say you didn't. You didn't know his name before.
Bro, I didn't know nothing of. Yeah, so like I was acting like everybody else. You look up a definition, right?
Yeah.
And then you kind of like make it make sense. But when somebody challenges it, you start to investigate it.
Yeah.
And then it starts leading you down these other roads about, hey, argumentation theory, and this guy does this, and this guy does that, and then you look at like the
So where do you
opposing.
think you got your sense of, like, seeing as you knew it was like, so before even knowing the name of Douglas Bolton or Dalton or whatever his name is,
Man, brother, put some respect on the goat's name.
oh, sorry, I haven't done the research either. Just like, wait, but you just like, you intuited you were correct, and then you went and confirmed that you were correct after the fact. What do you think, like, what do you think that's owed to? You knowing that you were right and like everyone else was wrong about being a straw man?
Yeah, so like for me, I knew it was a strong man because you attributed a position off of relevance. Now to actually like frame it to where scholars can like speak on my behalf, I'll provide the receipts to show the literature of it's dialectically a strong man. It doesn't have anything to do with your motivations, and they're controlling for that like in this objective metric. So when you're like researching this, and everybody is pointing at this one guy that's been in the field for 50 years, 60 years, um, that's what you would try to acknowledge as being like that's the standard. So it's either he is misunderstanding, or all of these guys because they all adhere to him, right? It's either they're misunderstanding the definition, even though they're the ones who created it, or we're misunderstanding the definition. For me, I think it's pretty easy. It's either us or them. Who would you pick, Timothy? Who's misunderstanding the definition? Do you think? Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, yeah, you do that.
Yeah. Do you think that? Who cares? It doesn't even matter. I just think that if people could understand that it has nothing to do with your feelings, that it's just the conversation being analyzed with a certain method,
No, I think
we could all disagree.
I agree. It's not to do with feelings. I think it has everything to do with your psychology. I think you're like a contrarian character.
But that's your bias leaking in. You got to be.
No, well, I think a lot of people agree. I'm confident in my claim. I think like
What does
at
that
this
mean?
point,
Is
I
that
think
like
it's like yeah, I think that's how
appealing to the consensus or something, or the
Yeah.
majority?
yeah.
Oh, sounds good.
they give me confidence. I derive confidence from the fact that lots of people agree with me. But I was gonna say, like, I think it's probably pathological, so I don't even like really blame you. Like, I don't think you're dishonest in the kind of like you're sitting there and you've got like two options. You're like, betray my friend, don't betray my friend, and then you're like being selfish. I think it's like a pathology. So I think like you're just kind of motivated. You probably convince yourself. You probably like distort reality whenever these like opportunities present themselves to like argue for something. You're like, oh my god, no one sees it. It's just me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like that's probably what's going on. That's your internal process. But for everybody else, it's like, look, I think for most people, depending on like what kind of academic or intellectual kind of success you've achieved in your life, I think you can reliably predict the kinds of successes or dispute. But if someone like you, for instance, is always in a situation where you don't forget it, but you know, or like actually, hey, look, here's the overwhelming evidence, but you think that that's not Mary Trump card that you're going to look hard enough. I think for most reasonable people, that's not arguing on the side of like, you know, the most reasonable position. But for you, I think because of your pathology, that's just not how it works in your mind. You're like, you know, no one else.
Timothy, I think that what you just said there was so profound. I think that when you say everybody else, they're probably just doing what you're doing, like speaking on something when already acknowledging that you haven't done the work. So of course everybody's going to be misled, especially when you mispronounce the goat's name multiple times. And then when I try to correct you, what you say is, well, I haven't done the work. Well, you do talk a lot for a person that doesn't do the work. I don't understand why you would do something like that. Before I would put my foot in my mouth, what I would do is go on mute, and I would do the work. And did I sound like Luca right there? Well, was it pretty good or no? No?
I mean, I feel like I feel like a lot of times.
I was trying to do the Luca right there, bro.
We have beef all the time about a whole bunch of shit. It's like tiny and petty and stuff. So listen, I understand how you could disagree with him. But like the hate that people have, this like visceral, like vitriol.
No, I was trying to make it funny, bro.
No, maybe not you. It's like Crete, who was it yesterday? Crete, King, or someone else.
And Mike, yeah.
Oh,
It's
Mike
honestly like,
him. Why?
it's because they know that they've lost every debate they ever had. So like I could be like I could just come into the room and nobody's talking about me, right? I'm gonna go after Mike. Watch how he won't let me talk. Can you guys hear Mike, or is it just me?
No, Mike, you're really low.
Yeah, Mike's really low. So like,
So he needed to find a way to disagree. And he's like, hey, Mike, you're not even tracking, right? And he got involved in a conversation. Like, this is now super old between Samoa, Nathan, myself, maybe Sasha, right? And so there was clearly a situation where me and AK were like going through something, and I was referring to that. And then it's like, he just has this way of understanding things that are at times that are so backwards, which is fine. But then he's critical onto the person with his backwards fucking thing. He doesn't do it all the time. There are times where it's like, okay, I actually agree with him. And then there are fucking times where I'm like, what are you doing, bro? You sound dumb. And the only reason why I say that is because he's usually trying to fucking point his finger at other people. It's like, bro, you just don't get it.
Here's what is really like the case, right? So notice how every time this shit happens, right? I'm like, okay, let's pick a topic and debate. They lose, right? So like they'll never be like, Luca, wrong about this, and then we debate the issue because they always lose. So it's just like, let's argue about how we don't like Luca. You know what I mean? Like Mike won't say, Luca, when you said this, you were wrong because I wasn't. Right? So it just becomes this whole, and then like, I know like it's not the entire room. It's literally just like Mike, Concrete, and King. And that's why I say it's an IQ issue. Because like literally last night, they spent like literally 40 minutes trying to convince Cora that I'm stupid. And it just didn't work. It's just like Mike and Concrete angry standing in a corner like, we hate Luka, and like we're just laughing at you. Like,
see, like right there, that's not even true, bro.
and now his feelings are hurt, right?
No,
So
what you just demonstrated what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to convince Cora of anything, right? We were having a conversation, and at some part of the conversation, we were analyzing your approach.
why?
And here's the funniest part: is that
Why,
like
though?
you just said, right? You always go to the IQ thing, right? You always like as if I don't. Are you being hyperbolic, or do you actually really mean that?
I
I wanna
believe
know,
you
like,
guys are stupid. Yes. What
yeah,
do you
like,
like?
how do
What do you want
determine
to debate about?
stupidity? Because we
You're
don't
always
agree
wrong
with you.
about everything.
Because we don't agree with you.
No, because you're wrong about a lot of shit. Do you
Yeah,
want
and
to
who
debate?
determines what's
anything?
wrong? Who determines what's wrong? You?
You live in this world where nothing can be right or wrong because you're an idiot.
What are you talking? Why did you get that? That's not true.
Okay.
If
What am I wrong
if
about?
I think I'm right, do I live in a world where I don't think there's right and wrong?
So you have said that I'm dumb. So what have I ever been wrong about?
Yeah, that's just me talking shit.
What have I ever been wrong about, Mike?
I don't pay attention to what you're saying too often.
Exactly, Mike.
No, when I'm saying it's like
That's why it's
the
an IQ
bandwidth in my
issue.
mind doesn't store Luca facts, right?
That's why it's an IQ issue.
It's kind of like just something like with bad breath, right? I can't tell you what it smells like. I just know
Exactly.
you know what it looks like. It's close sometimes.
They just
It
don't
smells
like
like
me. They just don't like me. Like they can't tell you
No.
what I've ever been wrong about. They can't debate
No,
me
that's
on
like. Well, the
anything.
thing is not like it's
Like-
not even. Tell me what I was wrong about. Tell me what I was wrong about. It's like I'm not doing that. The point is this: is that like you have this thing about you, like right now, like
I'm always right, and you're mad.
You're always
and now
right.
You're doing
you're
this.
always right. So you're always right.
When we're talking, yes, and you're always wrong. And
What was the last thing you were right about?
Evolution.
I wasn't talking to you about that.
Okay.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, warrior, one mic.
Fucking dummy, bro. That's why I call you dumb.
So what was I wrong about?
Whoa.
This morning, you were wrong about what happened this morning.
What did I do?
Nothing, man. You're good.
Come on, man. Let's come on, man. Let's keep it copacetic, guys.
Yeah. What's
Like,
up with the
I
strong
think that
shit?
you do give Luca a hard time, though. And you know, it's like,
Well, then I'll put it this way. Look. I apologize if I seem to have come at you too hard, right? I've known you for a minute now, right? And I'll try to do better so you don't have this understanding that because I don't want to come across as a bully, right? So if that's like the reputation that I've been establishing, then look, I'll try to be a little bit better. Now, look, I'll tell you this though, like, it doesn't mean that if I hear you say something, I won't point it out. But I just want you to understand something. I don't have like some type of negative ill will intention towards you. So you'll see a change, right? Because I don't want to come across as a bully, right? And I give you my word as a fucking man.
You seem to be under some impression that I give a fuck when I don't. I think if I'm strong man.
come on, man. Luca, come on,
With
Luca.
the
Come
strong
on,
man.
Luca.
Yeah.
Come on, Luca. Come on, man.
Yeah. I love this. This is amazing.
Yo, you want to stand on time? Let him stand on time.
Like, what the fuck? Like, I never did shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, here's the thing.
Come on.
Like, when I'm like, hey, look, they can do what they want to do. I truly don't give a fuck. I'm saying, when it comes to the strongman thing.
Is Luke on the offensive now?
Come on, man.
No.
Yeah.
Luka is a grown.
What did I say that
But
was
you know what?
wrong?
No, you know what?
Luka is a grown little boy, man. Let me stay on time.
No. Chill. Look. You can't be disrespectful to niggas for ages, for weeks. And then Mike's such a horrible person. Now Mike's doing the cool guy shit. Hey, I didn't say you're stupid. Hey, Luka's like,
What the
Luka's like the bad guy. Fuck you, Mike.
Mike is a big guy, man.
Like meaningless hours.
Listen, but it's not the first time Mike has done this. That is actually part of his character to like apologize when he's wrong and try to do better. And I don't think people should like the way Luka responded is very disappointing for somebody who can be judgmental at times. That was very disappointing. That's not your bullshit. Because Mike meant what he said, and we can hear it in his voice, and that was a gracious thing to do. I think the way he responded is fucking unbecoming.
It's all good. Hey, it's all good. I still stand by my word.
Yo, for the record,
You'll still see it not like
You listen, I just found
just moving forward. You'll see. I'll move different.
Knowledge disagree?
I disagree. I think I respect Luka. I think I respect Luka a little bit more now.
What was his response?
He was like, yo, Luka was like, you want to go to Mexico or Mexico?
Oh,
Okay, I'm back, guys. I'm back.
Yo, what's up, boy? Yo, boy, that was some good shit yesterday, bro.
You like how I was modding the room? I kept the room alive as long as possible, but they were trying to trigger me, so I had to leave.
Hey yo, Bob.
Yeah, that's usually how it
Yo,
goes.
Bob. Can I ask you a sincere question? Yeah? You know,
No.
we were having a discussion the other day about metaphysical realism, and you said there's a link in the chat that will explain everything. And the link was the trailer to a movie about some dude who date raped a bunch of chicks.
What
Is there?
It was blink twice. It was the blink twice.
Can you make the connection between the definition of metaphysics and the date rape movie?
Well, it wasn't technically a date rape movie, but it was about forgetting. And a lot of you atheists would love to take a pill and forget your past so that you can move on and be happy in the future. And I think that's exactly what you guys need. You guys need to, let the pain go and move on. And I think a lot of you would benefit from a type of device like that, like where you get to forget.
I guess, yeah, because then you can tell whether people are being genuine or not.
They were talking about ontology.
I mean, of course.
They were talking about
Shut the
ontology
fuck
and
up.
metaphysics, yeah? And then Bob was like, and then bear in mind, like
Nate, I can't believe this
the
dude is
perfect
talking to
example.
Me neither, like literally.
The perfect example is like maybe the Matrix. You might want to say, look, it's a simulation.
The irony.
And
I told them. I keep telling them about the pendulum, right? I said, my man, the pendulum is gonna swing, and it's not gonna swing in your direction, right? And I told him, and he was like, it would never. I will always be the king of this app. My guy. My guy.
He's not talking to you.
I had psych.
Why is this fucking little chick always screaming at me?
I had psych doubting me. I'm not even talking to you.
You shut up. He wasn't even talking to you. Like, shut up. Nobody's listening to you, Timothy. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, nobody's listening to you.
bro.
I had psych doubting me. I had
retarded.
Alright, just move. Get up, hey.
I had
Meaningless mouse ass voice. Shut up.
and yet I'm the 1.1%. The 0.1%. How is that even possible?
Shut up.
How was that even possible?
Violet said a mouth is a mouth.
Then I came back and
I
I'm on the top.
don't know why you don't let children. There should be 18. There should be an age limit to participate in these stages.
Yeah, and you're like 14. Like literally, you're like 14.
You gonna get the crown psych?
Hold on.
Can we
You're
got the crown?
asking Spike to return the crown. That means
What's up,
he
baby?
got the crown somehow.
You don't have it.
The crown.
I never
He
finished.
stole it.
They were talking about ontology. They were talking about ontology
he
and
stole it.
metaphysics. They were having a conversation. Ron comes to the room and goes, "Hey, I've got something in the chat."
He's still trying to use
show
me
you
as
this
a diving board to like.
That's usually what he does.
Why can't
He
you
just
appreciate
does that. Like,
This is the problem.
what he does is like acknowledges like a certain point in the room. Like he'll come in and acknowledge like a certain point.
flowers. He giving you your flowers, my brother.
That's not flowers. That's not flowers.
I don't care about you.
Leaves and dandelions.
I beg you. No. I beg you.
Flowers.
You beg just like you begged. Like yeah.
No, but I beg you stop talking when I'm
Shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a fuck when you talk. That's the problem. Nobody gives a fuck.
Why people come on the fight?
Nobody's fighting him. Fuck. Fucking Bark was talking.
Hold on. Wait, stop. I want to invoke whatever rule, whatever law.
No. Too bad. No. Too bad. You don't get to invoke any rules.
Please.
I want to invoke whatever free range law that was this little weird freak is desperate for my attention.
Yeah,
Every time I come in the
okay.
room,
I don't know
she
what is
speaks.
wrong with y'all.
Tell her
Y'all
to
think
not
somebody
speak
is
when I'm
desperate for your attention.
speaking.
Like, literally, all I said was shut up.
Tell her no. Tell her no.
That's all I said was shut up.
Tell
You
her
think
no.
somebody's
Tell her
desperate
no.
for your attention? Nobody's
Tell her
desperate
that-
for your
name-
attention.
name some-
Shut up.
Why is it-
Like, y'all think
If
that
it was
people
the
got
other way
vendettas against
If it was
y'all?
the
Y'all
other way
think
around,
people on here come...
Oops. Come on, let's chill out, man. Let's keep it focused there. So, Timothy is saying that Violet.
Hold on, wait, no, I don't, no.
He's crying again. He's just crying again. He's just crying again, Nathan. He's crying again. We hear him Bart's side, and then,
I could be
it's just annoying.
reasonable. We know this. You know this person can't. So just move them down. Like, do what you
Yo,
do.
I
Do whatever you
guarantee
do.
No, because I've been coming here for longer than you, so it really don't even matter. Like, that don't make no...
Timothy been here longer.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
He will act really chill. If I have a bond, he acts mad chill. Because he's always scared that I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
kick
to
him.
you, you fucking monkey butt. I'm talking to you, little monkey.
He's always scared that I'm gonna kick him.
Because he wasn't messing with you yesterday, right, Bart? Like, he wasn't messing with you yesterday.
Oh, we gotta. Okay, listen. We gotta do a cue. We can let Timothy speak. All right. So, yeah.
Hey, can I go?
All right. We can let him. Yeah. We can let Timothy speak, and after Timothy, then we'll do
I'll be in the queue. I'll
Violet
be
part.
in the queue.
I'm not
Okay. Violet.
No, it's gonna go like this: Timothy, knowledge, and then go Violet part. My bad.
Alright, listen, yeah. I ain't got a lot to say, yeah? I just say, on the thing about you, Buff, I know you're getting triggered. Like, obviously, got her axe to grind, and you're just jumping on the bandwagon, because obviously you are, like, even though I fuck with you now, Buff, you are an attention whore. This is just another way of, like, holding the limelight. So I get it. But I'm not actually attacking you. I'm saying it's fucking unintentionally hilarious. Like, you went back and watched the video that you posted, the trailer, after the conversation. I found it funny. And obviously, because you're not an actual human being, you can't take a moment to appreciate that. It's kind of funny. Like, we're having a serious, deep philosophical discussion about metaphysics, and you put in the most random, stupid video that's nothing to do with nothing. Not only that, it's just a weird movie. It's about, like, this guy who rapes girls. It's just so bizarre. Like, it's funny. I'm not attacking you. You shouldn't be super offended. It's like, bro, you should be able to make light of yourself. But because you don't have a fully mature and developed human adult, like, personality and psychology, you just can't appreciate that. You're just going to use this as a way of just, like, randomly centering yourself and pretending you're the victim or some shit like that. Which kind of stands to reason because you're a Jew. You're Jewish. Anyway, that point aside, look.
Oh shit!
Imagine if this was the other way around, yeah? And I'm doing this to a woman. Like, bear in mind, this little fucking alien-looking freak was rude to me one time. I responded another time. And now I've got this person who was offended because I called them out for being a little rude fucking chimp. Right? Now they're just like constantly going to overtalk when I talk. But the problem is this. They're not going to be reasonable about it. As in, they will just ruin a discussion because they're still hurt about the last week conversation we had. And I'm saying the only way you can deal with that, Nate, is just move them down. Like, just show them, look, it's not even about, maybe him if he's an asshole, maybe you're right about everything you're saying. He's a British this, that, and the third. No problem. But you're just ruining the discussion because of your trauma. And every single time he comes in a room, you're going to ruin discussion. And he's capable of actually participating in a discussion or two. You're not capable of, you are like comic relief off of random ad-libs and do like hello to your girlfriends in the stage. You add zero value to these conversations. So if you're in that kind of position, you should never be ruining discussions because you never contribute to them. So it's a complete like net loss. It's allowing you in the room if you're going to ruin people's conversations. So you should be an adult about it and say, look, I don't like this guy. When the room's kind of like, when there's not many people in the room, there's not a conversation going, I'll be rude to him, I'll obstruct him. When the mods are, like what Dr. Jazzy does, like when Nathan's not around, I'll be boisterous and obnoxious. But when people are around to have a good conversation, I'll respect that I'm never going to add any value to it and keep my fucking mouth closed. That's what you should actually do. And the way you enforce that kind of behavior, Nate, is the way you do it with Dr. Jazzy, which is when you're around, if you're just going to randomly ruin conversations because you're upset about some shit that no one cares about, it's going to be on you. So you know that, like, it's not even about taking sides. It's just that he's going to try to talk and you're going to try to ruin. And we just want a conversation. So why would we allow that? Why would we reward that kind of behavior or endorse that kind of behavior in any way? It's just dumb. You're like an idiot child who just wants the world to know you're upset and you're prepared to ruin absolutely any conversation to achieve that goal. It's like you should just move people down for that, brother. I don't know why like these men get so much. But what exactly? What's the peak? I don't want to use this little idiot's name. What's her peak contribution to these stages? Like at best, the best you can get from these kind of people is they may read a ChatGPT prompt for you. As if like you couldn't do it yourself, but because they're so desperate to participate in the conversation, they'll be like, "Oh, I just googled this. Please let me involve myself." That's the best you're ever gonna get from them in a conversation. Do you know what I'm saying? That means that they have absolutely no right to crash out. People like that should never be allowed to crash out. I could crash out. Because you know for a fact I'm reasonable in other contexts. I'm going to be able to participate in the conversation. But people like that should never have the right to just ruin conversations. You add absolutely nothing. Like you've been saying, even Bath, credit to him, even though he has half a functioning human brain, respect to him. He starts his own rooms and he actually contributes every now and again. Usually it's incoherent, but sometimes like a broken clock is right twice a day. You haven't even achieved broken clock stats, and you're out here trying to overtalk Batman like you stupid. You little fucking brat. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, your mother. But anyway.
Yeah, this nigga stupid, bro. Alright, one mic on knowledge. Go ahead.
No, he left. I was gonna address
And then there you go. You see, and this.
He's
Go
a
ahead.
rapist. He's a rapist.
That was funny though. That was funny.
Oh, no, it wasn't funny, Nathan. Go ahead.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I wanted to find it here, but I'll still make the point, whatever. There's a few points. Point number one was going to be something like, I wanted to provide context to what happened that day. So that day, what Bart was doing was, we spoke early in the morning when a movie that was called Blink Twice, off the top of the head, was released in 2024. I believe it was starring, what's his name? Something Tatum, Chase Tatum, whatever his name is. We were talking about that movie in the morning. So what Bart was doing was the knowledge, when he sees a good movie, and you recommend the movie to the people. So yeah, so when they were talking about metaphysics, he was trying to find a way to promote the movie. So for example, everybody, it's a good movie that just came out. It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And I highly recommend it to everybody. So it's a mixture of a bunch of movies or shows that we grew up watching that Oleg gets dying to watch. So it's like if you like the Matrix, there's some Matrix themes in it. If you like what's it called, Black Mirror, there's some Black Mirror in there too. If you like Terminator, there's some Terminator in there. If you like
Groundhog Day,
there's some Terminator in there. Yeah. If you like Groundhog's Day for Lieutenant, the guy who doesn't know where Miami is. There's also some Groundhog's Day in there too. I highly recommend this movie for everybody.
What's it called, bro?
Okay.
Oh, it's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
Yeah,
Alright.
So, who was next?
Wait, it was my turn.
No, Simone.
No, Violet.
No, it was Simone. You were at the end of the queue.
Simone, they skipped you.
You said the end of the queue.
Simone, you said put you at the end of the queue, Simone.
It's after knowledge.
I said
No.
Go ahead,
At
knowledge.
the end of the queue.
Hold on, go ahead, knowledge.
No, I said, put me in the queue. As soon as you said we're going to do a queue, I said, put me in the queue. And so Moa said, put me at the knowledge.
No, he said put me at the end of the queue. No. He said your knowledge was a convenient.
Nathan, at the time that I hold on, Nathan. At the time that I said that, the only person in the queue was knowledge.
No, it says Violet. So Violet, yeah, Violet.
I saw them.
Yeah.
Bro, they can't be dirty, bro. Hey, Violet, what are you doing? I'm not here.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. I just wanted
Hey,
to.
tell that nigga Nathan put some respect in your name when he looks up to you.
Yeah. I don't look for Nathan.
No, but he's looking up to you.
Anyway, I just want to show everybody that I got what I wanted. He's not here anymore. So I'm gonna go back to work. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, you took up my time for that.
Yes, I did.
It's on bar.
Damn, you taking my time too?
I will tell Violet that, oh man, alright, I wanted to tell her that she was pretty, that she doesn't look weird. I wanted to tell her that she looks very nice and stuff because he was being very rude to her. But, yo, Nate, you see how long he went on that diatribe? Because he no longer has Andrew as his little pet to do his biddings. You see how they left him astray, and he's like a wet puppy. He's like a wet poodle in the rain with his legs between his. He was this fluffy ass poodle, right? He looked big, but when you wet him, and he's in front of the door, he's shaking like a leaf, skinny as hell. You're like, yo, what happened? What happened? What happened? Can't fend for himself. He cannot go into a room and lighten up the room. You see Saxton that's on the bottom there? Saxton comes into the room and she just lights the place up. Literally. She can light the whole place up. Like early Sunday morning, or like one of them floodlights when you're trying to paint your room and you put the floodlight on so you can see all the imperfections, like that type of shit. Timothy, he just don't got it. He never had it. People boosted him. They would give him like these little booster chairs so he looked tall body, but he really wasn't. He was just sitting on a phone book, a perfectly preserved phone book that he called the Quran. So I just don't understand why he's so upset, why he's so mad. He did this to himself. All he did was systematically kick everybody out of a room that everybody was hanging out in. And then all of a sudden he wants everybody to be cool. He told me the other day, he's like, oh, we cool. I said, yeah, we're cool in another 8 months. So you got 8 months to go. Then he's calling me salty.
Is there still a queue or not?
The nerd of him to call salty, Nate. The nerd.
Come on, man.
Dude, I mean,
Why? I have this conversation with Nate all the time, bro. I'm
Hey, you
always
niggas
the
don't know
better
I'm
person.
you, bro. What the fuck?
Yo, Nate, why am I the better person?
Crazy, bro.
my bad.
Why do I always gotta be the better person?
We talk about what it is to be a Christian.
And all
That's
said
just
that
why
you,
we do it. We better
That's
than
so
other
messed
people.
up, man. That's so
You're not
messed
an
up.
atheist, bro. Atheists hold grudges and shit, bro.
Anyway, Violet, I
No,
wanted
man.
to tell you that you're a beautiful person and don't listen to Nate. Don't listen
Wait,
to
atheists hold grudges? Aren't you down with hell if you just don't believe in a guy?
Get the hell out the way,
For
man.
eternity?
Gotta go.
Nathan's
So,
cat
oh my God, Samoa.
atheist is
Oh my God,
everything.
Samoa.
Thank you. About time somebody acknowledged the
That's why we do it, bro.
I defer. Yeah.
So, Lord, you're my little ice. What are they called? Raspados? Yeah.
No, they call them Italian ices. That's what they call them. The 75 cent.
Raspados. What are you talking about? Italian, que la chingada. The raspados.
The Italian shaved ice.
Okay, come on. We got a queue, guys. Come on.
Yeah, we had a queue earlier though too.
I'm after some more, man.
Oh, that's the line.
Yeah, don't be weird.
All right. I just wanted to give my time. But look, can you repeat what your response was to Psych? Because I worked for it, and then do your thing.
Oh, wait, what do you mean? With the, when you were asking him for a specific...
No. Your response to his apology.
Man, I'm not trying to like start that shit. I do feel like though, Barth,
Oh, then I'm gonna take my
sometimes,
time back then.
Alright, cool, go ahead.
Nah, do your thing, bro.
I guess I'm like, obviously, I think maybe sometimes people aren't, like Violet may be working or something, but when she does make contributions, which may be rare, they can be substantial and meaningful, you know what I'm saying, have the conversation. So I think Timothy just may not be there for those times. I think Barth too, like one of the ways that like, I think that you criticize Timothy is not gonna like really hold up in a room full of people who know him, right? Like if you were to say like, well, he can't stand on his own. He can't make his own arguments. He needs Andrew. He this, he that. Like when you do shit like that, it's almost like Samoa may be many things, but I can't call him stupid, right? Or else that like he may be obfuscating, dancing on purpose. But if you're smart enough, you know you can't call certain stupid. You know what I mean? Or maybe it would seem like you're so stupid you can't tell who's smart. You know what I mean? So like, you gotta throw it. If you're gonna throw some shit at him, at least make sure it sticks, right? I don't know.
So all I was doing was throwing superficial nonsense. It wasn't even that serious. I don't hold grudges. Yeah, I don't hold grudges like that.
I have Alessandro, right?
He just finished.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, so I'll be fast. I disagree with you, Alessandro, but let me just say this far. We do this because we're Christian, bro. We do this because a lot of people don't take God serious. They don't know what it is to turn the other cheek. They don't know how it is not to be vindictive, because they let the flesh get the best of them all the time. They don't know what self-control is. They will kill their mother if their mother do something different.
Yeah, which part you disagree
That's
with?
why. Shut your blinker. So
Yeah, which part
that's
you disagree with?
Come on. That's why, my boy. Yeah, that's why, Bart. That's why we don't hold grudges. Because we're not like them. We're better than them. That's why you gotta be like, you know what, get it. I can understand how it is to feel that way. I can understand how it is to say, you know what? Let me lower my pride. And say, hey, my bad for all the shit I done in the past. We're cool. We're cool. That's it. And I just want to say this. I disagree with you, Luke. Look, stupid is subjective. You can have a high ass IQ. You can ace all your tests. You can have good critical thinking skills, and you still can be fucking stupid. And what I mean by
you
that,
can be able to read a map.
yeah. Oh my gosh, such a black. Yeah, you still can be stupid, bro. Stupid is subjective, just like fat. There's nothing objective about it. You can highlight some of the most smallest things and just call a person fat because of that or stupid because of that. And that's what I wanted to disagree on. So you should ask them, hey, what do you mean by stupid? And I think who was after? Who's next in the queue?
Yeah, I don't think he was stupid though. I never stupid. I just said that. All I said was that
What's up, Reno?
And I was defending Alejandro yesterday. That's how much of a grudge Alejandro has over me that you won't even
have a grudge?
I was actually defending.
I didn't even say anything.
Defending you, Alejandro.
What did I do to you, bro?
I didn't do anything. I thought that you said I don't contribute to
One mic on whoever section you think.
I never said
That was
you.
my silver.
So, I'll be quick. Okay, actually, let me see.
Can you give me your time? All right, thank you.
Let me see who to ask the question. I'm actually going to ask the question to Alessandro, because so far, you've been the only one honest in this space. So, Alessandro, let me ask you a question.
Is he on the phone?
No, I'm talking to you, bitch. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about on the phone? I said, let me ask you a question. Say yes, sir.
Matrix.
He said, let me ask you a question and didn't say shit.
Ask your bitch ass question. Go ahead and ask your bitch ass question.
My question was, Alessandro, if you were gonna fly down to meet me, you said I'm gonna be at the Miami airport, okay? And then you said after that you're gonna go to such and such. Then I said something like, oh, what part of Miami? And you said something like idiot. There's only one part of Miami. Who's the idiot in this situation? Because the fact that, everybody considers Miami.
Why would anyone say there's only one part of Miami?
Yeah.
Why would anyone say that? Because Overtown's a part of Miami. What would you wouldn't?
Right. Yeah, I got it. On my shoulder.
90-second mark. Once again, so if there was some retarded, just
So, part of Miami. I'd be like, oh, I'm going to be on Lincoln Ave. That's part of Miami.
Yeah, so person A says something like, it's reasonable part of Miami, because Miami-Dade is pretty huge. Other person's like, no, none of that is Miami. This is only Miami. And person two is like,
Well, Miami-Dade County is different than the city of Miami now. You got that yet?
Please chill, bro. Please chill. Please, bro. Just stop.
Yeah, sorry for playing off the handle like that, guys.
So, hypothetically, I said what part of Miami you gonna be at? You said something like Doral, Sweetwater. I don't know, just random places, okay? And I said, oh, bet. I'll pick you up in Miami. Why not? Would you be like, oh, that's not Miami, even though it's in Miami-Dade?
Yeah, I think like broader Miami is the term that a lot of people use, or like the greater Miami area. I think they talk similarly like Boston, those like the greater Boston area or something. Or you know what I mean? So I think it's reasonable to use Miami to reference that region in general. I think that I'd have to give it to no, I'm sorry, I have to give it to knowledge on this.
Yo, could someone mod us up, please and thank you?
Well, can I just say that it doesn't really matter because, like, Tim is right too. Doral is not the city of Miami, but I posted a link in the chat that shows the whole Miami area. So, knowledge, if you were in Fort Lauderdale, would you say you're in Miami?
I would say I'm in Broward.
Well, guess what? Fort Lauderdale, up to West Palm Beach, is the Miami metropolitan area. So, when people from New York say, I'm going down to Miami, they could very much be going to Boca, right? They could be going to Fort Lauderdale. They don't know. Because on the map, no, you're good. On the map, the city of Miami is very small, but there's the greater Miami area, like you said, which includes 3 counties. If you don't believe me, click the link in the chat.
I know what you're saying. That's not okay. If someone said I'm going to Fort Lauderdale and said I'm in Miami, we would be like, no, you're not in Miami. You're in Broward. That makes sense because you know what? Nothing in Fort Lauderdale Airport doesn't say you're in Miami, Miami-Dade, Miami City. That would be a complete misusage of Miami-Dade or Miami.
Well,
so if you're going to, let's say Miami Gardens, you know what's going to say? Miami-Dade County. So it makes sense to say I'm going to Miami. If you're going to the route, I'm going to say Miami.
Why don't you say you're going to Dade?
It makes sense. You can say that too.
People say Dade County.
People say they're going to Dade?
Yes.
If you're not in
Dade County, you can say I'm going to Miami. Both are freaking interchangeable.
No, they're not, because the city of Miami is the city of Miami. They've rezoned, right? So Miami Gardens. Miami Gardens.
City, man.
When I grew up in Miami,
Because that was the question, and no matter how
it
much
wasn't
tries to
Miami
change
Gardens.
it won't
It was
change.
just Miami. Now it's Miami Gardens. It's no longer Miami, right? Miami Lakes is not Miami. It's not. They have 2 different cities, 2 different mayors, 2 different. It's not okay, so it can't be the same.
They always did.
It's Coconut Grove.
Listen, when it was all, she doesn't know. Listen, when it was always, they always did. They always had a day. Don't listen to her. That ain't no
I never said that you didn't have a date, you dumbass bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're talking about
You a dumb bitch. I never said nothing about date, you stupid ass nigga.
You said when you said when I lived in Miami.
Nigga, the fuck?
It was
You just want to talk. I don't want to talk to you. You don't know what I said. You're not even repeating it right. Just shut up. No, you're not. I didn't even bring up date. I brought up Miami. In the city of Miami.
When you live.
Yes, shut up.
Yes, you said when you lived in
dumbass
Miami
bitch. You're from the Bahamas. You got an accent. You ain't grown up here.
They still had
You flew here and I grew here, bitch. You're not from here. You're from Nassau or Freeport, Bahamas. You're not from Miami, Florida. And that nigga's Mexican. What are we talking about? You're 2 immigrant niggas. And that's the problem with Miami. Immigrants writing its history. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Bitch, do you know how big Nassau is? It's like 13 miles wide. Right? That's what you should be talking about, okay? Y'all have a good day. This is a fuck nigga in the flesh. The fuck?
Run away. Run away.
Thank God. You messed my little Jazzy up. I'm not gonna lie, man.
What time is it out there? It's way too early to be crashing now.
It's 9:39. What? It's you can't count. It's 12:30.
You know, I had a dream that Tally actually came into Chillism and cursed everybody the fuck out. So, it was a really good dream. I thought it was.
That's a lie, man. She didn't curse me out. Well, maybe she did, but she didn't curse me out.
I don't think she cursed you out, though.
She loves me, honey. You curse out. Number 1.
was the topic before that argument?
The normal people in the cartels, if you can see them normal, all of a sudden they're fucking sicarios and shit going off. That's what they just got.
What was it? The fuck?
So look here. Let me tell you why Jazzy left. And Jazzy want to tell you this. Miami Gardens, right? And she said she lived in Miami Gardens. When it was Miami Gardens, when it was all Miami, they still had their own mayor. They still had North Miami Beach. And North Miami Beach still had their mayor, right? Because it's still all Miami. And that's how Miami was set up. And she's talking about because they rezoned it and they have a city, Miami. They trying to say this was still all Miami. It was always separated like that, but it was still all Miami. Jazzy don't know what she's talking about, man. She's trying to talk about the rezoning like that changes anything, and that's why she left. That's why I was trying to call her when she was talking about, oh yeah, I lived in Miami Gardens.
Yeah, but do you think that people that
you guys are misunderstanding, okay? You got to get on Duolingo and you got to learn a little bit of Sally Beauty Supply English, a little bit of EBT English, and then you'll understand what she's doing.
How is that not like racist? Like, how is that not a microaggression against us?
Sure, it's a microaggression. You're not even black. Get out of your
Fuck.
Yeah, you
Now you want to deny my blackness?
Yeah, just because you get away with the N-bombing here doesn't mean you're not an
Oh,
island.
you fucking little fucking gnome.
That's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay.
What's wrong with this little dude?
Okay, they allow it. We all know it. It's no big deal.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah, shut my bitch ass up. Try something. Do something.
Look at you. Always want to give brolic when nobody can actually line up with it.
I'm just saying, man, your whoop strap isn't going to help you. That's all I'm telling you.
Hey, man, I'm just telling you. I'm just a little bit more physically dominating and mentally, like,
Yeah, sure.
you know, just like ahead of the game. Just
Whatever.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not
Whatever helps you sleep at night, bud.
Okay. So how many debates have you won in here? Right.
Wait. I need clarification on the winning of debates. When you say winning, do you mean claiming the W even though you never earned it, or do you mean actually winning?
Like,
yeah, that's a good point right there.
Like when Finley packed you up like multiple times without you even noticing like what happened to you.
Do you have an Excel spreadsheet or something? Are you looking at my Tinder profile? Is that what?
Damn, you got a Tinder profile and you're married? What the fuck?
Look, man, I don't get involved in your. I don't get involved in your life. Don't get involved.
All right.
Alright. Put the baby oil down, man. Y'all chill.
Pineapple on PT, motherfucker.
Yeah, we can agree there. We can agree there.
That's a fact.
I mean, knowledge left, I won. That means I win.
So, Nathan, if somebody's talking about the greater Miami-Dade County and somebody brings up a city being like used as like how Miami's being represented, do you think this is like an attributing an irrelevant position to somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. When did cities come up, Tim?
Yeah, so the whole conversation was around cities because Knowledge said that they play, Miami Dolphins play in the city of Miami. And I said, no, they don't actually. If you look at the address, they play in Miami Gardens. So that's their real conversation because people can't track in this room. They don't understand that that's the actual discussion. And you guys have let Knowledge run your brain wild and not be able to read maps for some reason. Even though Miami Gardens has its own city website, which you can see in my PTR. And if you're going to tell me the people that run the Miami Gardens website are wrong, then I guess we'll have to stay right there. However,
It always had its own website.
So now, wait, you've been going to Miami Gardens website since 2003?
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Nathan.
Since 2000, and when did they do the rezoning?
2003.
No, 2010.
Oh, okay, so the city of Miami, let's see. The city of Miami Gardens was incorporated on May 13th, 2003.
No, I'm talking.
Oh. The city of Miami Gardens was incorporated on May 13, 2003 as the 33rd
the Miami City District, the one that you're claiming what Miami is. Yeah, that rezoning happened in 2010.
Okay, great. So about the city, this is on miamigardensfl.gov, G-O-V. The city of Miami Gardens was incorporated on May 13, 2003 as the 33rd city of Miami-Dade County, had a population of 105,457. It is the third largest city in Miami-Dade County after Miami and Hialeah. The city is located in the north central region of the county, midway between Fort Lauderdale and Miami. It's
Yeah,
weird
check
how
on when Miami City District became a thing.
check when Miami City District became a thing. None of those words fit together because it's a county, not a district. And the city of Miami was established well before the city of Miami Gardens, which is why they had to incorporate May 13, 2003. Miami Gardens is the home to a Hard Rock Stadium, which is what the initial conversation was about. Thank you very much. You can go right to miamigardensfl.gov.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
You're going to show me the website that I sent to you in a text and you laughed at when I showed to you? You're going to show me that website again?
No.
Because you know I text this to you personally so we can laugh about it. But I understand that. You know it. Okay. Okay. It's so weird that...
Damn, they got another arrest with Jeffrey Epstein shit going down. Crazy.
Did they arrest Andrew? The king arrested Andrew?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but they released him.
You see his face, though? Imagine being released from prison for that, and that's the face that you have.
Oh, I didn't see it. I gotta look. Oh, imagine just having that face. Ugh. Or Epstein's face. Fuck that.
John, the craziest interview ever is when... so Virginia Giuffre describes Prince Andrew as being very sweaty. And then so when he's confronted with that, like you can call it a fact or not, he says, that's impossible. I don't sweat. He's like, he literally told them, he's like, I don't sweat. I have some, I forget exactly what he said, glandular problem, whatever, but.
Lie, because we saw videos of him even dancing like a fucking idiot and sweating like a hog. Ugh, he's so gross. Those videos are not in the files, I don't think. Those are a long time ago, but he's so... Sorry, you'd have to kill me. Okay.
Kill you for what? What happened?
Touch me, huh?
I didn't catch that. Was she in the Matrix?
I said before I let it be.
Oh yeah, she's in the Matrix. You wanna try again, Don? Cause you were in the Matrix.
So did you hear me when I said we know that was a lie because we saw his sweaty ass videos dancing like an idiot a long time ago, and he sweats like a hog, right? He's so gross. And I said you would have to kill me first before I let a pig like that touch me. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Prince Andrew, all of them nasty bastards. I'm in
involved with that. Impressionable young women. Yeah, it's not about looks at this point, it's just about, power they have over you. What did you speak? I'm sorry.
Nah, I think we're just waiting on a new topic to pop up.
Right.
Hey Matt, are you canceling your trip to Mexico City?
Not. But I was doing some news today about South America, and they said everything is under control. The niggas got packed up yesterday by the Mexican army, and the party's back on. So I don't know. I'll see what my wife thinks. If it's going. If I was going by myself, I most likely would have went.
Matt, you are now.
No,
You
it's
can't
not
go.
now. It's in Easter. Like 2 months
okay.
from now. It was in Easter.
Yeah.
So we wanted to do Easter weekend. Because I think
Oh,
Hagop
no.
is going this month, I think. Because Hagop told me he's going this.
Yeah, I don't know if the conditions for him, there are like now, I wouldn't go. My family's not even leaving the house now because they were, before the news broke, they were on the toll road, right? They were taking our niece, my in-laws. So we have businesses in Leon, and then we have businesses more south, agave fields, things like that, the manufacturing plant where we make the tequila and stuff. But so my in-laws were traveling from Leon to Jalisco, right, on the toll road, and they saw all these cars coming the opposite direction, but they were going the wrong way on the toll road, right? So my father-in-law was like, the fuck is going on? So he exited, but as he was exiting, they were passing, and it was just a lot of guys with armed, and they had weapons and shit, and it was just a massive amount of vehicles. And so he knew something was wrong, so they just went home, and then the news broke of what was happening. But they are everywhere. My point was they were traveling, they were even past Jalisco, traveling toward Leon. So it's not, we all know it's not just one area, but they're even scared, and they closed the businesses everywhere in Mexico just so they don't have to work and they can be safe. But it's just not safe right now.
Yeah, that's wild. But I mean, Mexico need to really get this under control, this whole gang thing. And not gang, this whole cartel thing. I know it's easier said than done, but
Matt, it's the CIA's fault, in my opinion. I think the CIA enables these people, and they make a lot of money off of them in different ways. So I think it's America's fault, but that's just my.
When you look at the history of the whole situation, obviously that makes sense. It is the truth. But I think, Mexico as a country need to step up and, like, listen, man, this is not progressing our country. Mexico has a country that could be, top two economy in the Americas. And I think that's kind of fucking it up for them. Not only, plus in all the social, young men are just joining this gang because they have no other opportunity. This is something the government need to address.
I think there's a good opportunity, honestly, for Mexico to utilize the heads of the other cartels and make deals with is to rid them of this cartel, because this isn't acceptable, is not acceptable at all. There are some families that don't agree with what they're doing, so it's a good opportunity for the government to, to do that. I believe that.
Well, there are some little tiny entertainment headlines if you guys are interested. Um, the BBC issues issues apology after airing moment with man with Tourette's syndrome hurled inward at Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. Apparently, this is a award show. And someone yelled out, well, right before they went to talk, the N-word, and they said they had Tourette's syndrome.
Oh, I saw that.
I forgot. Got that going on. I think it's entertainment here. Y'all can think.
Y'all seen the Cash Patel in the locker room of the USA hockey team in Italy? Apparently, people are upset about that for some reason.
Is that the same one where Trump retweeted him as AI on the hockey field? And it's so inappropriate. He retweeted himself, and somebody must have put it together for him. An AI on the hockey field, I guess.
I didn't see that. You said Trump retweeted an AI of himself?
My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what did you say?
Well, I was trying to find the story. It's something like Trump reposted himself as an AI on the hockey field. I guess playing against the competition that we had. Let me find it. My bad.
I'm trying to look it up right now. Trump posts AI video trolling Canada's loss to U.S. in gold medal Olympic hockey game.
Yes.
Posted. Wait a minute.
It's crazy.
So you're telling me he posted another AI video?
Yeah.
Not his aid.
Right. I'm sorry. His aid. You can't listen. When there's stuff like this, it's not coming from him, y'all. It's coming from, staffers. Okay?
Oh, shit.
What's up?
Hey, Kendo.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Who killed the room?
You left, and then, it went down from there.
Oh, man. See, I keep telling niggas, man, I can't leave y'all alone for too long, man. Like, it just seemed like the room died, man. I had the fire to the pot.
Blame this on Tim, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, damn. Tim Wolf. I ain't gonna lie, when Knowledge made that photo of Tim, bro, I said, look, I'm not putting no shit up again, bro. I can't put shit up.
When you thought you were safe.
Definitely not.
Anyway, man, Florida is crazy.
Got this goddamn AI video of Trump full of fucking. What the fuck?
Bro, they need to ban some of this shit, because some of this shit is starting to look, you know what I'm saying, too
That
real.
real as hell, don't it?
Yeah.
Like, niggas don't even know what to believe. That shit is crazy, though. Why they
And then these people actually monetizing off of this shit and actually, like, getting views and shit getting crazy. It's damn near making me want to get a new computer and get busy.
Yeah, nah, bro. I be scrolling through my my little social media shit, and I be seeing, there's no way that's real, and it'd be some real shit, and there'd be some fake shit. I'm like, oh yeah, that's real. Like I don't know. Wow, I'm confused. What the fuck is real? What the fuck is fake? I don't know. This shit get too good. Why he do that though? Why? I thought he liked Canada. Don't he like Canada?
Who? Trump? Hell no. Canada been talking shit. Look, since he was on the campaign trail, as soon as he crossed that whatchamacallit, he said, oh yeah, tariffs to Canada. They said, how dare he?
Damn.
I just think, cause like people just think I blindly support him. And there's a lot of things that I disagree with that he's doing, especially like when it comes to like how he's handling like this, like Americans being deported, especially like Native Americans who's been like caught up in the whole like ICE fray. It's bad right now. There's been military members that's been deported that they had to like like it's getting ugly. There'll be some lawsuits behind this shit. Nigga better be careful.
What we talking about?
We talking about you, mother.
Deportation. You know, I think realistically, right, when is the midterms? Like good 200 days or whatever. The Democrats are going to win, and then they're going to handicap Trump for the next 2 years, and then we'll go back to some level of stability. Because then he'll basically be a lame duck president in, 200 days. And I think everybody knows that. And so all this chaos and stuff, like, it'll be over soon. And we'll just go back to the government doing nothing.
I mean, honestly, I'm not even giving a fuck about that right now. And I can't as long as, like, this Epstein shit get unseen. Because there's not enough hoopla going on about, like, these companies that actually, like, participated in this shit. Because, like, all right, I get at a government level, like, people should be arrested and shit and all that shit, but no. There should be fucking boycotts going on. I'm talking about just like the trans movement and all this Black Lives Matter, all this nigga shit and all that shit, and how people was like mad about that. Where is the fucking outrage for all of these CEOs and like the pressure on they fucking companies. Where's the cancel culture? We need y'all. Wake the fuck up. It can't just be about faggots and shit like that, like you mother and shit like that all the time. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the faggots have been kind of out of style for a while. Like I feel like we don't didn't even talk about us anymore. Like they have that Target protest.
They don't even care about y'all no more. They just like, okay, y'all gay. Ooh, like,
It was like we moved on.
Next. What?
But then we had like the protest at Target because black people were mad. That worked, but I don't think. I mean, really, what the gays? We're just chilling. You know.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Get y'all gay ass up. Y'all flying dildo balloons and shit like that Get y'all gay ass up and motherfucking do some shit and shit like that. Now that y'all equal and shit now. Shit. Welcome to the real world and shit. Cancel some of these motherfuckers and shit for the kids. They already talk shit about y'all and how y'all don't give a fuck about the kids and shit like that. Do something, motherfucker.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Wrong.
Did y'all see? Speaking of Epstein, did y'all see Deepak Chopra or whatever was on there? The like best-selling author. He had like a close relationship with Epstein. All these motherfuckers are all over the place. I'm like, Deepak, I trusted you. I listened to your podcast, man. How could you do this to us?
You fell for his verbal diarrhea.
I thought he was an ethical human being, and now he's all over the Epstein files. And I'm like, bruh.
Bro, if I figure out Joe Rogan and that shit, listen. I'm down there ready to cancel, dog.
You know, I think it's time. I think we just need to let the boomers die out because they're fucking everything up, man. All these old people gotta go. Just like let's let them die.
No, for real, it's starting to get like that.
I want to address something. So look, the chat. I know we need to chat in the chat. Yo, Jessica said something right now that was really offensive toward me. She said when Trump came into office, the LGBTQIA laid low for safety. Do you know how many letters, how many numbers she left out of that? She didn't even put a plus. She didn't even put the FLGBTQUIA, the T, the 2. There's a 2 now. She left out numbers and letters. And I feel like that was an offensive attack on the FLGBTQIA plus community. And I can see that clearly. She's coming off as a little biased.
No, and stop bullying my girl Jessica. Leave her alone.
Wait, hold on. Do you want to bet? Hold on. Mother, you want to bet? You got numbers now?
What are you talking about?
The FLGBTQIA plus community. There's numbers now. They have a 2 now. They have a 2 in the front.
I don't claim them hoes. Which is me and the lesbians.
Not the point.
Me and the lesbians.
She is attacking our community.
So, yeah. Tell them you're an OG gang.
Okay. So here's the thing. Just like Black Americans don't claim the Caribbean, we are going to not claim the rest of it.
By leaving out numbers and letters. This is an attack on your community, mother. I'm fighting for you right now.
No, we don't claim them hoes.
Spirit.
I'm just a squirrel in a land nut.
So I did have a weird like work experience once. Comfortable with. So I was working with this lady, right? And she was like, she's from like the Baltics. I think she's from Croatia or whatever. And then they had this like a company like during Pride Month they had this like virtual happy hour or whatever. And she just goes on this tangent about how she can't stand that all the events are going on and how much the LGBTQ suck. And I was like, I was like looking at her and I was like, just nodding in agreement because I didn't want to instigate anything. But I was also like, I didn't realize people got so upset over a virtual happy hour that it's optional. You don't have to go to the happy hour if you don't want to go. You're not being forced to go to the gay happy hour. I just found it, I didn't realize like how angry she was about it. And I was like, I mean, I didn't tell her I was gay, but I never looked at her the same. She was my coworker. We still work together, but I don't trust this bitch. It's crazy. At work, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with what you say, you know, how you act. You gotta treat people with respect. I mean, we're still cool, but I also, now I look at her kind of funny. I'm like, I gotta keep you at arm's length. And but also, I generally don't tell anyone at work that I'm gay unless I know they're also gay. Because I mean, we don't have workplace protections. You can be fired for being gay at any moment. It's not like black people.
What? That's against Chapter 7.
No, it's not.
You want it back?
Yes.
How much you want back?
50 crypto coins. Or Bitcoin.
He's gonna use the Jacobus coin.
What is it? XRP, XRP.
No, but that's what a lot of conservatives were pissed off about with the opinion of Gorsuch, one of the appointed justices, that he allowed gender to be interpreted in Chapter 7 as far as the reading of the Civil Rights Act. Orientation or something like that, but it was pretty, yeah. So, yeah, if anybody fires you because of this reason, you can have some recourse.
I gotta think about that because I'm like, wait a minute, maybe some of it is right here. I gotta go look at that again. But
remember, you said 50 Bitcoin.
All right, I will concede when I'm like, maybe I should go look at that one more time. But still, on another note, it's probably better just to keep these topics out of the workplace. Like, I don't talk about, you know, that I go to the Republican happy hours. I don't talk about any of that. I just don't talk about politics in general. And even, so they're in Europe, right? Ooh, these people do not like Trump. They were just constantly complaining about the tariffs and how it's fucking with their business and blah, 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 blah. So these people don't like Trump already. So sometimes they'll get on the phone call and be like, what are you guys doing over there in America? And I'm like, hey, like, I don't know. That is part of the government. Like, why are you asking me? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? The way that this company is structured, they do some manufacturing in the U.S. and they ship to Europe, and they also do another part of their business manufacturing and they ship to their U.S. entity. So without making a sale, they're having to pay tariffs on a product that is in process, and so they're getting double fucked because of the way that their enterprise is structured. So what they're doing is that they're moving some of their U.S. production to Dubai. And I think there is another one that's being moved to France to basically avoid the tariffs because it's taking a significant portion of their margin. I was like, oh, interesting.
Wait, how the hell does that work?
So as they're moving like in-process goods into the States, the question was, okay, do we have to pay tariffs on the product that is in process, even though we're just bringing in the raw materials and imports into the United States? So the company was paying the tariffs, and then they were like, wait, do we even have to pay the tariffs because we haven't sold this? And the U.S. government was telling, or the government, I don't know what they were talking to, was telling, yes, you have to pay the tariffs, and then you have to pay like the sales tax when you sell the actual product. And so what they did, they were like, the executive team was like, fuck this, we're going to remove our U.S. Manufacturing to Dubai and France and just avoid the situation with the U.S. and America to figure its shit out.
Whose side are you on? You buy products, right?
A little backwards.
And then you buy products, right? And then you pay taxes on those products, and then you make shit off of those products, and then you sell them, right? And your customers pay taxes, right? Or, I mean, somehow, like, my point is we pay twice, right? So, help me out on this, because I know you know what I'm talking about. As U.S. citizens, right, we pay twice, too.
I don't think so.
So why did I think we do. Let me think about this for a minute because I thought about this for a long time. Hold on.
So let me be a little bit more clear. Okay, so what my point was saying is like the way that they're coming. So they have R&D in the U.S. and in Europe, and they would basically start half of the product in Europe and then finish it up in the U.S. manufacturing and then distribute it to our U.S. clients. They had to restructure the way that they operate because you are paying tariffs on that in-process good just by importing it into the country, and if it keeps fluctuating up and down like it was, they're like, this is fucking up with our margins. And so what they did is that they're going to assemble the entire product within Europe or whatever to avoid paying those additional tariffs, and then decide at that point if they want to import it into the U.S. based on what's going on here.
Yeah,
right?
It's called product classification. So for instance, let's say you want to build a table, so you will pay tariff on the wood, you'll pay tariff on the nail, you'll pay tariff on whatever the material needed for the table, but it's not classified the way you would for the table that's already built. So what a lot of companies do, as opposed to do it where because you get taxed on every single product, you will assemble it in a country where the tariff is low on table, and in that way you will have it built there because it's a different classification than if you were to bring wood on the nail and all the other facet that makes a table. So company will go to Mexico because Mexico has no tariff. They will assemble the product in Mexico and then cross it over the border at a lower tariff than if they were to bring all the raw material to build it in the United States.
Exactly, that's what I was trying to explain. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, Matt, can I ask you a question about yesterday, bro?
Yeah, what about it?
All right, so comparing the Russia collusion with Barack Obama to the Donald Trump Jeffrey Epstein case, you think that they're equal? As far as the comparisons that are made? Or do you think that one case, it's more likely than the other that this person has knowledge?
No, I'm not. I wasn't looking at the merit of the case that you guys were discussing. I was looking at the argument that you guys are making, and the argument are similar, where there isn't any concrete evidence, not likelihood or not likelihood, right? There isn't any conclusive evidence, but we're just saying, based on circumstances, substantial evidence, based on hearsay, based on this. And that's why I kind of objected when I said, hold on, if you say their argument is bullshit regarding Donald Trump, and you making the same argument using the same tactic, that would also imply that your argument is bullshit. So that was kind of the thing. As far as what is worse,
well, if it's more if you're saying right now that it's more likely that Barack Obama knew than Donald Trump knew, that's my case. If you can agree to that, and I'll elaborate on how that argument is being made to show the bad reasoning of the people on the other side.
So I don't think, as president of the United States, are you involved in this kind of intelligence? Are you brief about this kind of intelligence that Russia might have some information about a presidential candidate you're not running against? Do you think this is something, for instance, the people that brief the president, do you think this is something they would brief the president on?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, and the reason why Donald Trump was outside of the loop is because of the allegation that was made that he was colluding. So because he's not part of the active investigation, this creates a situation where he cannot be briefed because he's the subject of an investigation. But normally, if you're not, you're the president of the United States of America. You are literally being read in with all of these briefings every single day.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's important. Do you guys think that's an important matter the president of the country should know?
Well, if the narrative is that, hey, Russia interfered with our election, then that would probably be the question that people want to be answered. And around that time, that was the question.
Right. I think Russia interfered with our election is something I think they would brief the president on.
Right.
But wasn't that thing manufactured anyway?
No. Well, so you could say that, but the predicate for all of the investigations that went on Trump on the sideline, was saying that, hey, there's a person by the name of Carter Page that is next to Donald Trump. So normally we would have to speak to him, but because of this, we won't speak to him because we have an active investigation. So the FBI and the CIA are able to navigate around Donald Trump without addressing him like while he's president. But normally, of course, like the president should have access to everything that he's interested in because it's ultimately his agenda that they're going to be like, executing, right?
So now
the argument,
the question you're asking is Barack Obama action worse than Donald Trump action?
No. Is it more likely that Barack Obama had knowledge than Donald Trump having knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein? Which one is more likely to be the case? Barack Obama is with his subordinates, or Donald Trump with that old affiliation?
Yeah, but Barack Obama having knowledge of the plot against Donald Trump and the collusion thing?
No, like
the intelligence period.
Yes, so Barack Obama knowing about Hillary, FBI working with Hillary's campaign to basically subvert Donald Trump's administration because the election, or Donald Trump knowing about and partaking in Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting acts. Which one is more likely?
I don't think Barack Obama would know. I think they will go around Barack Obama to perform such thing to not implicate them because there are some ramifications to that. I think they will insulate them of the behavior, the loop, because I think that exposes it, and I don't think they would do that. Now, as far as Donald Trump knowing Jeffrey Epstein might be for children, I think that's possible. I think that's more likely.
All right, so, and the reason why I'm going to disagree with you is that I believe that, and I would hold Donald Trump to the standard as well. If we were to reverse the roles here, just switch administrations, if Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and what is her name? The National Security Tulsi Gabbard, right? If they came out and said, "Hey, Kash Patel, Bond, and Gabbard all coordinated to help out, let's say, the J.D. Vance's campaign in 2028 or whatever," there's no way in hell that I'd be able to say Trump didn't know about that. No way in hell.
The reason I would agree with that statement, and the reason is it's not because he's the president, it's because Donald Trump, to me, is a micromanager where he's on the loop of everything that's happening because he got his head on. So now we have to look at what is the, managing style of Barack Obama, because we know that he let people do their own thing. He doesn't really micromanage. And I think that's a core difference between the two.
All right, so when you catch Barack Obama on hot mics talking about, hey, let's get past this election and we can go speak to this with the Russian representative, and then you catch Barack, we can say that Donald Trump is outwardly micromanaging, but we can't give an excuse or say it's incompetent because we don't see Barack Obama as being incompetent. That dude is a very intelligent guy, right?
That little thing you brought up when you got caught on that hot mic, yeah, that was like doing a negotiation with Russia. And obviously, if I'm running for election, there are certain things that I'm not going to touch that might hurt me in the election. Obama would have knowledge of that because he's the one running for election. So we understand this action might hurt me, this action might not hurt me, so let's wait after the election. But in the other circumstances, Obama was not running for the election. It was Hillary Clinton who was running. But also, let's remember, the Clinton have a long history in D.C. They know a lot of people, and I would say more people than Barack Obama, who was only, 4 years in Washington, D.C. as a senator. The Clinton, they were 8-year president. Hillary Clinton was a senator herself for, I think, another 8 years. And they've been in the politics for a minute, so they have more connection than Obama. And I think this is why I'm saying they would go around Barack Obama to accomplish something, because Obama is not really a DC person. Hillary Clinton is the establishment.
All right, so I think that you're kind of turning a blind eye here. Who was the Secretary of State underneath Barack Obama's administration?
Yeah, the first year was Hillary Clinton, but remember, she was given a lot of leeway that most state secretaries don't get because Barack Obama's not a micromanager, and on top of that, she was somebody who wasn't new to the job, to politic and all the other crazy stuff. So she was given a lot of leeway.
Well, the point I'm making is that Barack Obama selected her. There's a lot of commonality in their like agendas to move forward. Who's more likely to carry the Barack Obama legacy of Obamacare and like as far as TQ, IA plus two, FBG, I don't know what other letters I'm missing.
Obviously Hillary Clinton.
Oh shit, I got lost.
Obviously Hillary Clinton because they are both Democrat. They are both kind of.
Okay, all right, and
Barack
Obama.
Barack Obama would support Hillary Clinton.
Also, Barack Obama.
I don't think he will collude with her
wait,
in order to torpedo Donald Trump.
Wait, hold on. So Barack Obama was actively campaigning for her?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he did. He went
all right.
stuff. That's what you do.
Oh, wait.
As a president,
bro, I don't disagree. What I'm saying is, if you're looking at the evidence that we're offering as far as the lying to the courts, as far as the illegal investigations, all these things that went to Donald Trump's campaign and then effectively staunched his 2.5-year investigation with the Robert Mueller case, right? These things happened underneath Barack Obama's administration as him leading it. Then we also have meetings of them having an Oval Office meeting with Biden, Rice, and all of these people that are part of the intelligence apparatus, right? Where they're identifying a person by the name of General Michael Flynn, and they're going to disqualify him by placing him under an investigation for like a FARA Act. So this is after the election is done, okay? And we're saying that, hey, look at this. Barack Obama's a part of this meeting to actively affect the composition of Donald Trump's administration, the incoming administration, which he was effective at.
Michael Flynn was actually convicted of that charge, by the way. And it is the duty. Hold on. But it is the duty of the president to also safeguard the country. Just because I go after somebody who might be interested in putting in a cabinet, but that person did commit a crime and was convicted, pardoned by the following president or whatever the hell it was.
All right,
but you can't say,
though.
Hold on, I'm not conceding.
Let me show you how you
doing. Barack Obama doing his job is not a criminal act.
All right, so
That's his job.
Well, Matt, we're not talking about what his job is. What we're talking about is his knowledge. So now you've acknowledged, thank you very much, that he is read in to potential threats to the country of the composition of Donald Trump's administration. He is read in to certain or potential investigations that are happening as far as Russian collusion with his son in the tower. Because if you guys go back, Donald Trump put out a tweet and he said Barack Obama okayed the spy, right? And this is when they started talking about, why is Donald Jr. having these meetings in Trump Tower with these Russians, right? This is before the election, okay? Donald Trump's already throwing this stuff out there as far as it being the predicate. Then we find out in the actual investigation that the FISA court's like, bro, these guys lied to us to get these secret warrants so they could basically monitor their opposition. And all I'm pointing out is, you've just acknowledged that he had knowledge because it was his job. Which backpedaling.
No, hold on. Let me finish this point. So I don't think.
Let me just finish. Come on, bro. Why? All right. Why can't I finish? Why don't I have to?
Hold on to the sides of the pool some more so you don't jump.
I don't know what's wrong with these little people. What's wrong with these little people?
Shout out to Concrete for the new profile picture. Congrats, you're looking good, brother. Looking good.
All right, Matt. Yeah, great. That's absolutely. So, Matt, we know now that he's read into it, that he's communicating with the Hillary Clinton campaign. We also know now, with hindsight being 2020, that his intelligence apparatus flagged it as being not credible. That the Michael Steele, I think that's what his name was, the Michael Steele report was basically false. We know that the source of it was false. We know all of it now, in hindsight, right? We know it's all false. And what you're saying is, the whole intelligent apparatus was basically operating without Barack Obama knowing anything about it. But in this one case with Michael Flynn, he was read up on it. Like, it doesn't have any connection with Russia at all.
Yeah, but at what point do you tell your boss there's an issue? Before it becomes an issue or after it?
Yeah, you give him his an
issue, right? So, because I'm taking it this way. It's, I think, listen, was Barack Obama aware of a certain thing? That's a possibility. Did he could do that with the Clinton campaign to hurt Donald Trump? I don't think Barack Obama would act because
do you think he
it would
knew
tarnish. Hold on, it would tarnish his reputation. Did he know about it as a matter of strategy for the Clinton?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he probably knew.
Okay, then look.
Oh yeah, I think he. Listen, are they talking shit and they're like, listen, man, we can use this against this, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think he probably knew.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I think he knew about it.
All right. So if we are going to be objective here, without any bias, we would say that his silence is complicit. That he's complicit in this. Because,
so the reason you can say that.
Wait. Well, if the argument with Trump is, hey, he prioritized his business affairs over speaking to people earlier about Jeffrey Epstein's escapades in violating these beautiful, innocent lives. He kept quiet for a reason. Then you have to, allow that to extend out to Barack Obama that understands the political strategy being illegal, allowing the executive branch to effectively be armed by a political campaign of your preference.
Okay, so I think I have an issue with doing complicit because now you are implying a conspiracy.
Wait, if you know and you don't say nothing, what is that?
Do I have an obligation to say?
Absolutely, you're the president.
No. Hold on a second. Hold on some more. They're running an investigation and they find out this is a bullshit investigation.
No.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna give you some leeway because I'm being very objective here, right?
Okay.
They run the investigation. They're like, this is bullshit. I think it was called the Steele dossier. It's bullshit. Now the Hillary Clinton found out about the dossier and said, we're gonna use this in our campaign. Could Obama have known they're gonna use it in the campaign? Yeah, I would say yes. I would say yes that he was aware because it's a fucking campaign, right?
No, but they knew it was bullshit before they did that.
Yeah, of course they did. Remember the country we're living in. Nothing in this country is real. Everything is perception, fake. Nothing is real. So they playing the politics that we play in the country, right? And I don't think Barack Obama had an obligation to come out and say this dossier is bullshit. I don't think he had the obligation. Because he doesn't have the obligation to say so, I'm not going to use the word complicit. But I can say, yeah, he knew about the campaign tactic to defeat Donald Trump and using bullshit information to do it.
All right,
yeah,
so
I would say that.
All right, so I agree with you if the campaign stayed within the parameters of the campaign. But once the campaign started to extend itself to the assets of the federal government via FBI, CIA, and the intelligence, the national security apparatus, that's where he has to say something. Because now it's going outside of a campaign where you can just make shit up to your person to using the federal apparatus to carry your water. This is where he has to be like, whoa, don't mix your fucking clothes in mine, bitch. What the fuck are you doing? We are not going to arm the federal branch of government to do your fucking bidding. That's against the law.
No, but hold on. But that is the federal government that has to do the investigation to know that this is not a credible threat.
No, they
so
didn't.
So those are the people. Hold on. We know it's not a credible. Whatever Michael said was not credible.
They knew it.
Well, hold on. But they knew that he wasn't credible because they did an investigation. The government is the one who has to do the investigation.
Wait, no, hold on. So Clapper, CIA, or no, Clapper was the national security person, right?
NSC.
Yeah, the NSA, all right. So he flagged it, right, at the very early stages of this. So the government has now entered into the fray by saying this shit right here is bullshit. right? They've already said this. Then they try to vet it. Like, you can go back and they try to vet it. The CIA wrote to the FBI when asked the question about Carter Page, is he an asset of the CIA? The CIA said yes. The attorney changes the wording to no, so that they could activate the FBI to investigate this guy, which, you know, acts the warrant for the three different extensions of the warrant, the three different continuations of the warrant to the FISA courts, right? So you're looking at the governmental intelligence apparatus carrying water for what you've already acknowledged, the campaign strategy that Barack Obama's aware of, right? He's aware of this. He's allowing this campaign to hijack his intelligence assets to carry out her agenda. And you're saying that's not
going to make the assumption. I think you're conflating the campaign with the government. The government have a duty to investigate the matter, right? James Clapper, who was Mueller, who I don't know who was the FBI director at the time. Those people have to do the investigation,
and they did it.
So they're doing their job. So
no,
now
well,
if they drop the ball, hold on. I get it. They can. I get the lie. Those people have their own responsibility. Good. But when we switch to Barack Obama, what he know, when did he know it, and how he used it, this is where we don't have the clarity. And this is where there's a difference between that situation and Watergate. Watergate.
No, you're looking for like an explicit example.
In Watergate, what's his name was complicit in that thing. And I think
hold on, wait. No, yeah, so you remember yesterday's conversation, I don't know if like when you got in there. We already anchored into like the thresholds on what we needed to prove. I said, hey, do you guys want us to like show you a smoking gun? They said, yes. I said, we can't do that, but let's go ahead and provide some evidence that weighs a hell of a lot more than what you guys have on Trump with Jeffrey Epstein, okay? And you're kind of like doing the work right now where you're acknowledging that his intelligence apparatus underneath like his administration and like his authority is lying to him, right? And it's like, how do they say, hey bro, we got this deal dossier, and then Barack Obama's like, all right, cool. He's not going to be like, what is that? Tell me more. How does this affect me? Could I be implicated? Make sure I don't get dirty? You're thinking Barack Obama says, damn, that's crazy. This nigga's like really getting pissed on by Russian prostitutes? And he didn't say, tell me more. Come on, bro. What's going on, man? I mean, look, man. They did a good job insulating the guy. You've already cut him already. You already cut your guy Barack by saying he did have knowledge of the strategy of the campaign. Then when I point out to like where his governmental influence should have been able to flag this so that there was no like credible predicate to launch these investigations or the supervision, you should be on my side with this one and be like, yeah, he probably fucking knew about that shit. But you're not willing to go there for some reason.
Where I disagree with you is his responsibility to say something or to stop the Hillary campaign from using it. Right?
Well, but you don't think he's obligated to stop the campaign from like using her or using his administration and to like defraud courts?
Not his administration, using information to lie? I mean, how can you stop that? What if Hillary Clinton had got permission from someone else and not Barack Obama? Because they do have the connection.
No, they know. Bro, like we have the information now. We don't got to speculate. We can just say,
yeah, but you have the information that they got the information from Barack Obama?
Yeah, no, like from the Obama administration vetted it and flagged it.
Okay, would you agree that when Barack Obama became president, a lot of the people that went to work for him were also worked for the Clinton?
No, wait. Hold on.
You said no?
Hold on. So like it went from one to another. That's Bush, okay? So these are his appointees. When he came in office, he brought a whole new lineup with him. Okay? So he's the one who brought the Clapper.
Some more. I get you. When you look at the Obama administration, you are aware that most of them were Clinton people.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
Your Bill Richardson, which means the Clinton had a relationship with these people already that would have fed them information that whether Obama knew, didn't know, or approved or not. You don't think that's possible?
But Matt, you've already acknowledged that they are already connected at the hip because they're on the same side of the aisle, that they share more than they don't share as far as like their common goal with your agenda. So they're kind of, it's a continuation. That's why he hired her on. That's why he appointed people like Clapper. That's why he appointed like people like James Comey or like kept them on, right? Because they were kind of moving in a certain direction. But never in time have we ever been like briefed on how the incoming administration was actively being investigated and discredited from the one that's leaving. And what I'm pointing out is
right.
How
but
does
those
Barack
information are not normally shared with the public. Now, if you're saying Barack Obama is responsible because his administration did it, since you're the boss, yeah, the buck stops with you.
I'm going further than that. I'm saying
right, and I'm not willing to give you anything more than that.
No, but you already have by pointing out that after the election, the outcome was presented to the people already. They're still actively working on discrediting and disqualifying members of the composition of his cabinet.
They still have to do their job. Michael Flynn didn't become NSA chief because of that. And then he was found guilty, and then he had to fucking resign and shit. And not resign. He had a position. He had a,
all right. The point that I'm making is that normally what they're looking for, like, is in the chain, right? They're like, how can we get this whole team, and we'll just start picking at the fruit. So then you see the Robert Mueller case. All of those like investigations with Stone and all this stuff had nothing to do with the Russian collusion case, right? It had nothing to do with it. It just was evidence that was provided like on their investigation of one thing. They found a couple of other things that they wanted to point out, but none of it was connected to the actual like original part of it, right? The point I'm making, and you've already acknowledged it 3 times, I just kind of spiking the ball, is that he had knowledge of the campaign strategy. Check. He also has the government or the intelligence apparatus allowing it to go through by changing documents for the justification of the surveillance of this administration, and then which extended out to a 2.5-year investigation during the next administration's era or whatever, right, term. Okay, so he had knowledge of one thing. You've already agreed to that, the political strategy, but you're turning ignorant when you say, but he doesn't have knowledge of what's underneath his nose. Like, he's not the one asking the questions. Hey, you guys got the Steele dossier. What is that? You don't say, hey, that's a question he would ask. Or, hey, how did you guys get that? You say that's not a question he would ask. Or, hey, has the intelligence community looked into that? That's not a question that he would ask. But we know that if you're campaigning for a candidate, you're going to talk about, like game theory, you're going to talk about multiple different variations of something and the outcomes of like what could happen or what couldn't happen. And then you're going to change strategy, or you're going to have all these other things that you can kind of go through. And I'm pointing out that that's a way easier argument with Barack Obama than it is with Donald Trump, with Jeffrey Epstein. With Donald Trump, I'm saying, look, show me something that contradicts what he said over the past 20 years. We had a fallout. I stopped messing with that fucking weirdo. I actively worked with the authorities to lock his ass up. I actively worked with the lawyers to get some justice for the victims. He's a fucking creepo. I'm looking for something that discredits what he says, and then I'm able to say, boom, we got his ass, right? So I'm the one searching for that. What these guys are saying right now is that doesn't exist with Barack Obama. That we're not going to extend that same logical steps to Barack Obama. We're just going to say he didn't know nothing.
Yeah, the reason I would say that with Barack Obama is because there's a series of levers or compartment that had to go. I don't know where I read it. The president gets a briefing every morning. Then someone has to put that briefing together, right? I don't know what the process is on how it is and what they get for what they don't get briefed on, but I don't think the president is keep abreast of the day-to-day activity of the investigation. Maybe the outcome of the investigation, but not necessarily the day-to-day activity of the investigation. I concede to you. Hold on. I concede to you that once he get the result of the investigation, via a briefing or a conversation with the FBI director, yeah, I think that Hillary Clinton also used that information and said we're going to use it in the campaign, and he didn't stop them from using it. Now, does he have an obligation to stop them from using it? I don't think he does, so this is why I don't want to use the word complicit in that. But when we look at Donald Trump, if you are friends with somebody for 20 years, I think you should know that that person is messing with underage girl because niggas say shit. Niggas says weird shit to their friends. You know your friends, you know what I mean, proclivities. You know certain things about your friend. Now, the thing I can say is, you know how it is when you are, there's no honor among thieves. I think when shit got hot, Donald Trump being the smart New York guy that he is, was like, my nigga, you gotta go and I'm gonna throw you under the bus. I'm gonna act like I didn't know you. Fuck you. You deal with the shit on your own. Get up out of my property and then you're out of here.
Yeah, but you're talking about 4 years before that, though.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it's when he got hot. When shit got hot, and then obviously...
No, there was a 4-year cool-down period.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the behavior with Jeffrey Epstein didn't start when they found out. It is something that was happening
I'm talking about their split.
Knows. Right, yes. The split happened because of like their disagreement on the business deal or whatever, which is, friends do that shit. But...
Well,
I don't know,
so like
man.
you're attributing it to one thing. I think that's not like an accurate reflection because like
knowing Donald Trump is not the most truthful person on the planet. Let's be honest about that. Donald Trump is not the truthful person.
But why does it have to be about Donald Trump? Like, what about the other things?
Oh no! Now we're looking at the personality of Donald Trump because that's the only thing we gotta go on. And
why didn't we go into that with Barack Obama?
This is why I said both arguments are bullshit because they are both similar. I don't approve of either. But I think we are creating a lot of story in order to make our story seem plausible. We're adding a lot of salt to the fucking soup.
Well, let's look at this. You're saying Barack Obama was ignorant. I'm saying that I give him, because of his intellect and how well he is as a politician, he knows more than what you're giving him credit for.
Right, and I'm saying because of his personality and his management style, I think
you don't
he
know
had
any
a
of
more
that.
laissez-faire. I think he had a more laissez-faire. No, you know that. That's why, Hillary Clinton was fucking allowed to run wild.
You're being biased.
I'm not being biased. Now listen to
because of Barack, we're gonna give him all this leeway. It's Barack, we're gonna give him all this leeway. It's fine. We can assume this to be the case because of Barack. It's Trump. We're not gonna give him any of the same leeway.
No charitability.
All the same leeway we gave to Barack, we're not gonna give him any of this. None of it.
And we're being
because
consistent.
we know for a fact he's a perv. He gets none of the same leeway because we know for a fact.
No, but hold on.
How do you know for a fact?
You allowed me to take Barack Obama's personality into account, and I'm doing the same thing with Trump.
Little guy, relax.
This guy is false for the level quality.
Little guy, relax. I get it. I like Barack Obama, therefore I think my assumption on his character is X. I don't like Donald Trump, therefore my assumption on his character is Y. I'm not going to present the same charitability on person Y with person X. I get it. It's not complicated. This has been happening. We call it Donald Trump syndrome. It's not new. It's been going on for almost 16 years now. It's not a new syndrome. A lot of people have presented this. They make the same arguments. They say, yes, this other party also did the same thing, but guess what? It's not the same because it's not Donald Trump.
Oh, it does.
But no, it's like if they want us to look at. I was
reputation.
Wait, yeah. So so does Barack Obama. I'm giving this dude credit for being a masterful politician. What you're doing is allowing him to be a docile person, an ignorant, impotent, still of a person.
But you know what? That's Trump.
Wait. What the? Hold on. So
No,
who's
it's
looking at
the
Barack
opposite.
Obama?
It's the opposite. They're saying that, yeah, Barack Obama did the same thing, but maybe he didn't know. They're saying maybe Barack Obama didn't know. Yes, he did the same thing, but maybe he didn't know. When it comes to Trump, oh, we know he knows.
Oh, that, we're making an assumption.
We know for a fact that
it's all assumption, and we are getting. Hold on. It's all assumption, and we are guessing.
Yeah, I know. You know
okay,
that I know.
The argument.
No.
The
You
argument
guys
is based.
are arguing that you know. We're not arguing.
Get off to the guy. The argument is based on what we know about both of the gentlemen, right?
No.
Doesn't Donald Trump have a reputation?
Now we know that you know.
Maybe I'm wrong about Biden. Sorry, about Barack. I can say that. Maybe I'm wrong about Biden. You guys are saying no. We know about Trump because of his past. We know about Trump because of his history. When it comes to
but then there's a larger
when it
question
comes to
too.
Barack, maybe he didn't know. Maybe.
Right, but who? But when you compare both of these, Matt, whose job is it to know? Barack over his administration and his intelligence apparatus, or Donald Trump keeping tabs on associates?
No, so I mean, obviously, Barack Obama needs to be on top of this. Hold on. I gave it to you a lot earlier, and I said if you want to make the argument that Barack Obama being president, the buck stops with him, I will give you that. I will 100% give you that. As the boss, as the CEO of the company, he should know. And where I stop is, it's like, I don't like the word complicit. Now, when it comes to Donald Trump has a reputation that we can say, based on this guy's reputation, this is the kind of person he is. We all know Donald Trump is a micromanager, somebody who wants to be involved, who wants to know all the intricate detail. He wants to be in the room. He wants to make the deal. He wants to do everything. That's the kind of person he is. Barack Obama is not that kind of person. That's actually one of the critiques that he gets a lot, because he let motherfucker just run wild and do dumb shit, on his presidency. So that was one of the critiques that he received. So, and he's fucking aloof as a fuck. That guy is, love him, but
wait, Barack Obama didn't say that I saw him tuck his tail and go into the cave. Barack Obama didn't say that. That I made the choice. That's what he said. He said, I made the choice. And I told him to act on it. And because of me, he's dead now. What are you talking about, man?
What are you talking about?
About the freaking assassination of, what the freaking guy's name was? Osama bin Laden. They went. I sent the SEAL 16. I sent them on the door. They asked me.
This is kind of something. He was
They asked me, yo, Barack, yo, Mr. President Obama, what do I do? I'm here. I'm in front of the door. I'm about to knock on it. What do I do? He was like, I told him. I said, the moment that door opens, pop in the head.
You don't know the difference between the city and the county. You don't know the difference between the city and the county. So I'm not taking anything from you. I'm not taking anything from you.
Barack Obama ran on this. He ran that. I was the one that killed Osama bin Laden. He ran on this. That was like his major thing when he ran for his second term. Everybody said,
why am I being strong? Why am I being strong? You're stronger than me, bro.
Yeah, the white
You're stronger than me.
Barack Obama ran on it because I even remember when he was doing the debates against Ronnie, whatever his name was. They were like, you're soft in the military, and then he was like, oh, why don't you ask Osama bin Laden what he thinks about that mic drop? Yes, that was one of the things he ran on. Bro, y'all picking and choosing when it's okay to do, when it's okay to freaking put your foot down on another country, and when it's wrong, when we're doing the same thing, there's no difference. What we did yesterday in freaking Mexico, there's no difference. We aid, we helped them find this person. We were in charge of the person's death that was responsible for bringing freaking many drugs into United States. Yes, that was a good thing. guess what? If it happened under Barack Obama, it would have still been a good thing. That's the difference between us. I don't say it's bad because Trump, good because Barack Obama. No, it would have been good under either presidency. Y'all gotta stop this bias. I get it. Y'all hate Trump. We get it.
This has got to be a fallacy. I don't know all the fallacies, but you committed a few fallacies there. I don't know all of them, but
I don't know all the fallacies, but it
I
gotta
don't know
be
all of
one.
them. Well, I gotta get some help from somebody, but I know he committed a few, and he knows I don't know, so he was playing me all along. No, but I think we have to look at the reputation of Donald Trump, the thing he has said, the way he has conducted his life, and this is why the distinction, right, between policy, politics, running government, and personal life. There is not, there's very little thing that will surprise me about my friends because we know each other, we've been with each other for many years, right? I don't think, bro, them niggas be.
I mean, but Matt, like, it's like you're creating like
Try
this.
this different. Try this different.
I know
Matt,
you did that, dude.
drug dealer, good or bad?
Drug dealer bad.
Okay, no drug dealer, good or bad?
What do you mean?
That's I thought it was clear. Okay, so drug dealer, bad. No drug dealer, I thought meant good. So Trump made it happen where no drug dealer. So I thought everybody would agree that no drug dealer, good. Do you disagree?
Yeah, no drug dealer good. I don't see
Okay,
the issue here.
okay.
What's the issue here?
So what did the U.S. help yesterday with?
With killing a drug dealer. Congratulations.
Okay.
What do
So
you want
good,
from me?
correct? So good.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Okay, that's it. That's all I was arguing. So yesterday, no drug dealer, ergo, no drug dealer good. Trump helped with no drug dealer, ergo, Trump good.
Oh,
Do you disagree?
That's not the way it works.
Yeah,
of course I disagree.
I thought I had one.
Yeah, I know I don't know all the fallacies, but come on now.
What about this one? What do you think about your relationship with Barack Obama in this last campaign with Kamala Harris when he literally lied about echoing things that have already been debunked as far as like the Charlottesville, find people on both sides, like bullshit, right? Like, do you think that's an honest person?
No, it's not an honest thing to do, but we all understand how the politics in this country works. It is one of the things that we complain about. The lying and then the bullshit, the making shit up in our politics.
All right, so do you think in 2016 he was ignorant of the swagginess of politics, or do you think he was a master at politics?
No, when he ran himself.
No. In 2016, when he was assisting the Hillary Clinton campaign. 2015, when he was
Listen,
assisting.
if you want to say was he a little slimy, yeah, of course he was a little slimy. They're all slimy. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that.
All right.
I gave you, Shamor, I think I gave you the win already. I don't know
No,
why you.
I don't. Well, I just don't understand like how a person of his stature can be looked at as like an empty vessel. I'm like, bro, this dude is like
vessel. I think we all have, but hold on. I think we all have different managerial style, right? I don't think you know everything that's happening all the time for you to be making decisions. Sometimes you delegate things to other people.
Absolutely,
but they need to tell you to tell you.
All right, so then let's go ahead and let's play this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and take upon myself like these types of traits of being a more of a passive type of person. I say, hey guys, this is the agenda. These are the things that I need you to work on. I need you to analyze these certain things. But first, before I say that, tell me what the problems are in the world, and I'll prioritize which ones we look into. Then they go ahead and they tell me, then I say, all right, you do this, and this, and then let me know what you find out. That means that it's outcome, like it's contingent on the outcome for me, right? because I'm delegating it to them. Now the outcome has to come back. But the initial order to go out there and investigate certain things was of my knowledge. In that scenario, can you create another scenario like where it doesn't play the way that I just described? If you're taking the Barack Obama strategy on governing?
No, I gave you the pass that he knows. I told you that already. I told you that. But
I didn't hear that. Well, I didn't hear the part that he knew about his CIA and FBI investigating the Trump campaign, Carter page. I thought you said he didn't know about that part.
Yeah, but I think his action will be dependent on the outcome of the case, right?
Okay, so thank you. So that he did know about that.
There is nothing there, right? And then guess what? The government had no obligation to arrest anyone, try to convict anyone, so they just move on. Now, I think we need to investigate how did Hillary Clinton get that information for her to be using it? Is Barack Obama complicit? Was Barack Obama the one who shared the information? That's the thing we need to look at. Now, let's say we don't have the evidence for that, and then you are asking, what are the possibilities that Barack Obama knew and shared that information? That's what you are asking. In essence, that's what you are asking.
Yeah, I'm saying for me, it's more likely that he knew and didn't say nothing than Donald Trump knowing and didn't say nothing. It's more likely with the evidence that we have, it weighs in Trump's favor with Epstein, heavier in like the charitability category that Donald Trump didn't know than when compared to Barack Obama not knowing.
Hold on. No, I mean, I think that's obvious. He knew Barack Obama had to know.
Yeah, me too.
If you're gonna say what are the possibilities that Epstein was a piece of shit and his best friend didn't know? All right. Well, listen. If Barack Obama
why did you say best friend?
Hold on, because they were best friends.
I
would say Barack Obama had a 90% chance of knowing, and then Donald Trump had an 80% chance of knowing.
Okay, that's all I needed right there. All right.
That's all you need.
Listen. All right, thank you.
That's easy.
Oh, shit.
That's easy.
All right. So,
are you happy knowledge?
No. So now that you've acknowledged, point intended, now that you've acknowledged that the evidence that we're providing is heavier than the evidence that those that were arguing on the other side with the Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump thing, the reason why I criticize them is because we're bringing better evidence and they're still denying it. That just shows you like how like disingenuous they are. I'm saying, bro, if you brought the same type of evidence that I provided, as far as like what we have on Barack Obama to Trump, bro, I'm on your side immediately, no question. But you had Timothy and these guys denying this evidence, like outright, because you had to show them the smoking gun. That's not even our like threshold. We don't even want, bro. All you gotta do is show two good points, tie them together with a convincing and persuasive like argument on why this is the case, and more than likely we're on your side with that, right? These guys want us to show you the video, the actual video of Jesus speaking to Paul in Damascus and Barack Obama holding a gun. That's what they want. And I'm just saying that that's like not a like place to be at. And if we're ever on that side of the aisle, shoot us.
No, I think, yeah, based on that and the limited information and our guess, because the Barack Obama situation is a government situation that it should be aware of, and then I guess we can conclude if he was not aware of it, then there's direct of duty. I would agree with you. Then the likelihood of him knowing is greater than the likelihood of Trump. But I do think, listen, I know we joke a lot about it, but yeah, the reality is that you can have a freaky friend that go do shit in other country and you won't know about it. So yeah, I would say.
I mean, but even in your language though, like that's why I started laughing. Like when you say best friend, you're already leaning on the scale already. I was like, what? This guy, bro, always well, bro.
They said they were desperate. I believe they said they were desperate.
No, you're saying that, bro.
Yeah, they used to fuck bitches together, so they are desperate.
See, look at that. Who said that? Who said that they were like the double penetrating people? Who said that? See, this is starting to remind me of what I was told earlier about Matt and like Sugar Belly, like his like direct disrespect of the woman gender. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't think some women would not find that disrespectful. I don't know.
I mean, what you, Hagab, Louis, what y'all did, and some other people, what y'all did to my guy Red Rum, bro, I was like, yo.
What you talking about?
Oh, shit. Hey, what's up, bro? Okay.
Yeah, mute up. Shit. Think I could fucking think I'm gonna fall for this shit?
Hey, if you
I saw Hagap in the room. Hagap, are you still gonna go to Mexico? You can talk about, bro. Ain't nobody going to Mexico, man. Shit's wild over there. Apparently they're threatening U.S. citizens too. In LA. No, I think it's all good, man. The government got a control of it. The niggas got packed up yesterday.
What? Nobody even died except for the 3 people or the 4 people. There got to be more deaths because then the cartels all look like weenies, right? They gotta put some heads on spikes or like hang them off of a bridge or something to do it in like the cartel fashion.
Heads on spikes is crazy. I think it's The Walking Dead or what?
Oh, it was the one with the dragons. What was that called again?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Stark. Yeah, it was the Stark. Yeah, we can hear you, but yeah, your background is like horrendous.
Yeah, band is horrendous? Fix your mouth some more.
No, I said your background. God, Don, your background noise. Terrible. Yeah, the background noise. I can't even hear.
Okay.
Yeah. And don't take it out on me. Take it out on Red Rum. He's the one that double-crossed Donald Trump. Shit.
I ain't double-crossed nobody. I'm just calling it like how it is. Somehow our government was involved in that thing yesterday.
Yeah, they said that the Secretary of Defense on their end said that they utilized like intel from the United States of America to find and ultimately, you know, they were supposed to take him into custody, but obviously that didn't work. But they got the send them. I don't know. I'm like, to me, it's like Trump's like, bro, let us in, and she's like, no. He's like, let us in. She's like, no, let us in. She's like, no. Then he's like, bitch, don't make me ask you again. And then she's like, just let me do it, so I can save face to like my Mexican people.
It's not good politics, yo. You can't let another country come handle problem in your country publicly. You can't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't do that. A lot of the time, when we see this little polemic in the news, that's just for our own pleasure. While the deal is being worked on the background, they got like consultants from the U.S. Navy or Army or whatever that's doing the job, and then they're telling you, yo, we don't need nobody's assistance. That's just for sure.
So do you guys think it's a mistake for us to be working with Mexico to take out these cartel people?
No, it's not a mistake. Most of the hotel in Mexico are American owned. It's in our best interest. Like,
all right, good.
It's in our best interest, bro.
All right, so then how about the Venezuelan?
Venezuela? It wasn't a bad idea either. I think the thing with Venezuela is probably going to work itself out where Maduro's probably not going to stay in prison for long, right?
Like somebody's going to come and pardon him or something?
They're saying that they don't really have a strong case against him, but I think there might be like a pardon, right? If you look at the way this thing happened in Venezuela, where I think the Venezuelan government kind of let it happen because one, they didn't want to smoke, obviously, and two, it kind of kept the country together. And now it's starting to make sense why Machado left the country to go get that Nobel Peace Prize, so that she would not be in the country when this happened. Because I think if she was in Venezuela when Maduro fell, she probably would have put her supporters on the street trying to claim power. But instead, what we saw is Maduro fell on, I don't know, on a Monday, on Tuesday, the vice president took over and she was sworn in the same day and she became president. Boom. No fuss, no mess. Nobody in Venezuela died. There was no war. So the people themselves, they are not affected by the removal of Maduro. And then all the stuff that needs to be worked in the background will work itself in the background. I mean, there's already like double flight going out from Miami to Caracas. That's like some changes already happening that are very swift. So hopefully it works out, man.
Let's say we go into Iran. I mean, they're already starting to soften us up right now on why we need to go in Iran. Because I was reading a couple articles from the Post and from the Washington Post and what was the other one? And the Wall Street Journal. As far as like a massacre that took place from demonstrations that happened in Iran. Normally what happens when they start doing stuff like that is it's justifying the administration on why they had to go in. For like the citizenry here. If they were to go in on Wednesday, 2 days from now, and the mission is to be successful, would you say that was a good thing?
Moving like removing the Ayatollah from Iran in the same manner they did Maduro?
Yep.
Would it be a good thing overall? Yeah, of course that would be a good thing. Because so this is the way I see it. It gives the new people that takes over a fresh, clean slate. And what I mean by that is everybody can wash their head and say, well, the Ayatollah was the supreme leader, but now we were following orders, now we're going to do things differently. We're going to cooperate with this, we're going to do business with that, blah, blah, blah. It gives everybody an excuse to go do something different. But I don't think removing the Ayatollah is the same cakewalk we saw in Venezuela. Those are two different countries, two different topography. Like for instance, the capital of Iran, Tehran, is in the mountain, almost 300-400 kilometers away from the border.
I mean, but you don't think that Operation, what was it called? Midnight, whatever the hell it was called. You don't think that was kind of like laying the groundwork on how they could do what they want to do now? Like, all right, this is their defense mechanisms. This is how we disarm them. So let's run a practice run under like the skies of like bunker busters or whatever, and then we can see exactly where they, you know what I mean? Like fix certain things up, and then we can adjust accordingly for this one here. Because obviously, America wouldn't be taking this much of a step if they weren't like confident that they could execute the plan, right? They're not going to get into something that's just like a 50-50.
They get into fucking 50-50 shit all the time.
Well, I don't know if Trump is.
So we ended up in Korea and Vietnam with some 50-50.
Oh no, but this is a new guy though.
Yeah, right, exactly. Of course. Listen, I think Iran is a different place with different kind of people. I don't think if we could if we could have, because the Venezuela thing, we bribe a lot of people to make it happen as smooth as it happened. Let's not be all up on some.
I don't know.
I know, yes.
Bro, we have the discombobulator.
Yes, no.
How are you going to deny the discombobulator?
So the thing is, it's no, but those things don't run. Like for instance, a missile defense system like the S-300, they don't run on electricity. They're like independent. Like military.
Yeah, but they blew those up.
Independent. But I don't know. So, but the thing is, Iran is a different kind of beast entirely. That is also ready for that. Ideologically, that's the part where what kind of people are they? Are they willing to betray the Ayatollah and give him up? Do they have a history of doing that? Are they willing to accept money?
Look, you still think it's a part of the people. You didn't see the simulation that they ran about, like how, so they attacked the surface, the S-300, right? So they blew those up. And then they blew up the radars that China offered. They have a simulation of it, right?
Yes. What?
Yeah, they just killed three new. Yeah, they just killed 3 new people. Yeah, so in Venezuela, like if you watch the simulation, like they had.
I agree with you. I think the way the operation in Venezuela happened, it happened very nicely. This is the kind of shit that you see in the movies that you applaud for. Iran is a different kind of country.
No, wait, Matt. But we do have to address this. No, but we do have to address this. So you mentioned like the S-300 as if that wasn't being addressed. That the main way that, or the main reason of us getting entry was because of us bribing and people just not doing their job. And when I'm pointing out that that's not true, that they went directly towards the S-300, the Russian surface-to-air missile defenses, disarmed them with F-35s and drone technology, also disarming the radars for them not to be able to track the helicopters that came in to their southern flank, or their southern flank.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So, satellite jamming happened in a very specific way. That, for instance, like you said, when the Israelis did it, the thing is you also have to observe is how quick the Iranians recover from that. And when we've known that the Iranian hosted a different system since that happened. Right? Like for instance, they have bolstered the system since it happened. Like for instance, they've acquired A-10s from what do you call that, J-10 from China. We'll see how that works. That's actually one of the reasons. Let me not say this loud. I'd love to see a little war, so I see the Chinese.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's just
what I'm talking about.
Being a nerd when it comes to like military hardware, so just so I can see how the system works, are they really as good as they say they are, compatible to real shit? Because you know, what I mean, you can fuck Pakistan and India, but the United States is different. So that way we can see the level of technology. So I'd like to see that.
I mean, but you might be able to relate to this though.
Best in the business.
Huh?
S-300 is still the best in the business.
Better than our Patriot battery?
It's literally designed to stop the Patriot battery. The upgrades that they do on these S-300s in Iran are really good. A lot of the issues that happen is because that there's no surface-to-air drone defense that actually works. And like they need to implement that around the S-300, so it needs to be like a double unit thing. That's the big problem right now. We had the same issue when we were fighting Turkey and Azerbaijan and the Jews. We were having difficulty intercepting their drones, but we have S-300s too in the Armenian military. We have S-300s and the Dochkas, which are the trucks used to move the S-300s, like in like high quantity. But the drones are very difficult to fuck with, especially like the for us it was the Bayraktars, and then I forgot what the Jewish ones were called. But yeah, those are high rope, something like that. Yeah, those are fucking difficult to deal with. And I saw your comment. Yes, they do have S-400s too, but that just means the S-400s are smaller, more compact. The Chinese shit's gonna be interesting.
They're much more sophisticated than the S-300s. They got it last year.
Still based, bro. The Russian equipment's still the best.
And a lot of people are saying, Samoa, specifically to you, it's not that the Chinese and Russian defense systems failed in Venezuela. What happened is, allegedly, the people operating them shut them off because they were bribed.
Wait.
Use their area, bro.
Yeah, the situation America provided is just Hollywood nonsense, according to some people.
All right, so answer me this question. Were F-35s and drones used as a distraction for the helicopters to be able to fly over, like, the area that they were going to get into? And if people are just not going to hit the button, why the fuck would you need that in the first place? Like, why would you need that many F-35s to run the interference if there's nothing to interfere?
Because you don't know if the people you bribed are going to follow through with their commitment.
So we're just blowing it up in... Bro. Okay. So we have the S-300. We're going to blow it up. But we've already given a bag to the guy not to hit the button to activate it.
Absolutely.
What was the whole purpose of even talking to them? Just blow the shit up?
That's causal over the
Yeah, but also you also want to affect the disarmament, right? You overthrow the government is one thing. You also don't want them to have certain weaponry for the future. So if I disarm you now, I don't have to deal with you later on. It's something like, for instance, Israel did when Assad fell. Once Assad fell, what they did was they went and they destroyed all the batteries, all the air defense system. Now I don't have to deal with you. Now I know you can defend yourself. Now it's open sky for me.
But why is the S-300 different from the Patriot? I mean, they have the same function. It's supposed to like knock shit down.
It's not called the Patriot. It's called
yeah, it's called the Patriot battery.
It's called the Patriot is the missile. The U.S. one is called the MROC. What's it called?
Let's just literally call it Patriot battery, bro. I'm looking at it right now. The Patriot battery is a defense.
There's one that's better.
It's a mobile defense. All right, so these guys are the
better we give to Israel when you want to touch.
You're talking about the IAND, the Lockheed one?
It's one is a little bit better.
Yeah, but we have like 5 of them. Like we have a total of 5 of them, and we gave 2 away.
Well, why would that be like better if what's being like given? I'm trying to look up exactly. So this was like the Ukraine discussion, right? As far as like this technology is advanced, this is what's being basically like given to here, but we have to be able to have Americans man it because if this technology is to be given away, so on and so forth. But I mean, the Patriot battery like serves as this defense thing to shoot down drones, airplanes, missiles, right? So this is basically like a surface to air. Isn't this comparable to the S-300? Like, why is this not comparable?
It is.
This guy hung up. What the fuck? No.
What did I say?
You said that the S-300 was used to defend against the Patriot missile battery.
No, they're used to defend against Patriot missiles. They're used to defend against anything that comes from the air.
All right. So you're using all right. Yeah, I'm talking about the defense. Well, it says right here it's a battery. It's a defense thing that launches these missiles to knock shit down. This is their version of the S-300.
The American version?
He said
I don't know it as that name. I might know it as a different name. But yeah, no, I meant to say that Patriot missiles. It shoots down missiles, planes, helicopters, people falling out of planes. The S-300 is pretty accurate. Just can't hit drones that well.
Yeah, I was reading this one right here. It says that this is designed to hit drones, missiles, airplanes.
The American
but like, the American.
Probably. It's probably newer. You got to realize, like, the S-300 is from, like, the 70s, bro. And it's still really fucking strong. And then they had the mobile unit, which I'm assuming is the S-400, which was, like, 20 years later in, like, the 90s.
Russia has the S-500 now, by the way.
Yeah, they have the S-500.
Yeah, they won't give that to Iran, though.
Yeah, so like, all right, so like Israel and America just about a couple of months ago, they just went over Iran and like dominated their airspace, okay? So obviously the technology that they had at that moment is not to the worry, but it does have to be replaced with something that America and Israel have to be like,
oh shit, let's go ahead and wait a little bit until we figure this one out, right? But it doesn't seem like that's the American posture right now, especially with loading up American military assets like on the front step. It doesn't seem like America's deterred by any means of what they put in place to replace. I was saying to Matt that I think that the first time going there was their way of grafting like Iran's potential like armory, like seeing exactly like how they would be able to respond.
You're right about that, but remember, it's also it's a two-way street, right? Yes, you get to see their defense, but they also get to see the way you attack them. So now they know, oh, this is the route they use. This is where they do refueling. This is the kind of plate that they are using. What can we use to counteract that? What kind of information can we get from them, right? Like, for instance, I think a couple of weeks ago, Iran sent a drone over a U.S. aircraft carrier.
Oh, they shoot that one down?
Right. And again, right? Again, now, people would think, oh, yeah, they attacked. I think it was an intelligence gathering.
Absolutely.
What kind of weapon were they using? And then they send it again to see
response time.
If there is a difference, right? Is there like a difference in response? Is there a difference in thing? There's a lot of intelligence gathering. Like, for instance, they said when they were sending those missiles in Israel, they calculated trajectory. How accurate is it? How fast the I think it's called A-Rock system operate. Now, and you know those Iranians, they are smart. They are really good at this whole missile thing. So they actually are making improvement. You know what I mean? But listen, I would like to see it because, you know, you get to see the military at play. I kind of like that shit, but people are gonna die, and it's unfortunate.
Can I say something though? Like
to Qatar, right? When they bombed Qatar, they just threw all the cheap shit to figure out the fucking air missile defenses, and then they used the hypersonic shit when they were bombing Tel Aviv. It's like use of different equipment. My bad, Psyche.
No, it's okay. I don't even know how the fuck you guys know all this shit. But I think like I do agree with you, Matt. Like you're always gonna learn something from something, right? But I also understand that like what we reveal is not like a way of like informing them to where they have like a tactical advantage. It's also a way of threatening them to like say, hey, look, like if I reveal to you that I have an invisible cloak to where you can't see, right? You can try to prepare for that. But I think it's going to cause more concern for fear than it would be to give you like a preparation advantage. And that's what I felt like that fucking whole, that first bombing was. Like, just the way they went in. And then when we revealed it, Trump's very fucking careful as to what he likes to expose. So if he does, the way I see it is what he does expose, it's more to say, look what we got, bitch, and you can't stop it.
I think that's more applicable to when they used the Reaper to get Soleimani in his first term. They just blew that motherfucker up with the Reaper drone that was like, you can't fucking touch that thing. It's so high up and it's so powerful and it's hard to fucking track. And like only us and Israel have the air defenses to like actually mess with the Reapers and the high flying drones. I don't think.
Yeah, but then you see Russia doing it. But then you see Russia doing the same thing. Remember when in Afghanistan, like the mother of all bombs, right?
Yeah.
They put out their version of like the father of all bombs. You're like, oh shit. And then they do their like Ukrainian like demonstration of power with their hypersonic like missile technology. And then when your president said something like, "Oh, we're behind the ball in this technology," you're like, "Oh shit."
I mean,
you're supposed to have an answer for that, bro.
I mean, we kind of invested heavily into the drone stuff and like moved away from the hypersonic stuff, but then all of that Russian shit for sure lit a fire under the U.S. defense industry. And the fact that Iran even has hypersonic missiles is crazy. Like, that country develops everything on their own. And then they take old parts and make them new and make them strong, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, but they don't have much money, though. They spend that money fucking. That's why that country's broke.
Bro, a lot of that shit's probably even slave labor. They don't need money. They fucking operate on
You need money for materials.
Yeah, but they could acquire that with like their personal wealth. involved, right? So, like, the IRGC is good. They don't give a fuck that the Iranian currency is at zero. The IRGC probably has a fuck ton of gold. There's a fuck ton of other currencies. It's the same thing with our country, right? Like, we have our currency that pays for things, but we also can, put in an order to make certain things that don't cost money.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's like when I hear personal wealth, that sounds like personal investment. I don't think that people, especially moving, like the trajectory as far as how it's looking, people are really, really concerned about that. I think the majority of that country wants these people out.
That I don't know. That I can't comment on, but I do know that the IRGC is committed, bro. Those
Yeah,
guys
well,
are
people on the fucking street. You were the one that actually showed that.
Yeah, the protests are still like ongoing. There's still mass killings happening every day in Iran. People just don't talk about it anymore. Yeah, there's diversions, right? And there's like different.
I don't know if it's a diversion more so than it is just like we care more about our shit than their shit.
Or who's trying to control the narrative for you to care about something, right? It's like the battle of like who controls the headlines.
But we don't like. I mean, is that suggesting that certain people wouldn't want the Iranian conflict to be exposed, and if not, why?
No, I think the Jeffrey Epstein thing plays a good part of like putting Trump's personality and his thing on trial than the actual, let's say, potential good that can come out of like Donald Trump getting a win in the foreign category, the foreign policy.
I think if we went to war with Iran, I think people would look at that as somewhat of an L.
Yeah, that's why you have to be super careful. Like, if anything like what he did in Venezuela, like you can easily give him a dub because we're not on. But if he just mirrors what happens in Iraq or Afghanistan, yeah, he's done. Very direct contradiction to the never-ending war.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's times where like your hands get pushed, right, Samoa? Like there's certain conflicts where like the U.S. has broader interests. Like the fall of Iran or the current regime in Iran would be extremely fucking beneficial to NATO and our allies. Like it'll
yeah, but that would go against Trump's America first. Like that's why I'm stepping off the trolley at that point. Because
I don't know, like a decentralized power away from like the control that Turkey has in the region, and having a more favorable government in Iran, like more favorable U.S. and Israeli relations. It's all beneficial in the long run to the U.S. It's beneficial to the U.S.
That's what I was going to say, Hank. It was like people are forgetting the two dominant players in there. That if Iran were to be replaced, you have Israel and then you have Turkey, and that the U.S. kind of keeping the middle ground and saying we're actually here to keep these two entities at bay, along with Russia, backing any kind of play inside there as well as China. All of a sudden now it makes more sense to kind of control that area, not necessarily control the people, but just keep those entities from basically destroying absolutely everything in there and taking territory.
I think like in the larger conversation like that can happen. Right? But if you're just narrowing down to Trump specifically, you would say that Trump and JD Vance's position should be this. It should be, hey, Europeans, hey, NATO alliances, you guys should be front-loading this because we've been doing this for so long. So you need to be able to provide what we need for the greater good, not us.
Yeah, but that's expecting too much from a country like Turkey to not see the vacuum, bro. Like,
you don't understand Turkey.
Their defense minister, Çavuşoğlu, has like made it very clear that they have expansionist ideas. Like, they don't give a fuck about what the U.S. wants. Their first idea is what Turkey is going to benefit from. Just the same way as Israel operates, and the same way the U.S. operates. That's normal. But we can't trust them.
Syria, like as soon as the U.S. started pulling out troops, like Turkey is not like the NATO player of nice and old. Like they were at one point, I would say, maybe for a second. They're not that trustworthy. Like we just know that they have aspirations beyond that. And that's the entity that I would fear that would ignite a major conflict in the Middle East. And they would do it to their own gain. And then, of course, well, you got Israel, which, like, I'm going to be honest, Israel will have aspirations to prevent any kind of, entity from rising up that would have like anything against them, which pretty much all the other Middle Eastern states are pretty much on board with working with Israel, at least financially. So, I mean, you're not going to want a haven for like Hamas or other entities to go to. So, I mean, Israel's going to stick their nose into that. We know that's going to happen. And Turkey's going to have their vested interests, and they don't like Israel. So, I mean, the U.S. is caught between a rock and a hard place on that one. And England is not going to want to wade into those waters because the last time they did that, they fucked up the Middle East.
Yeah, they can't do shit, Brad. We all know the UK can't do shit, dude.
Right? France? And you're going to give it to Germany?
Their fucking military might is 60% United States backed and funded. Like, what are they going to fucking do? Send their fucking crooked teeth soldiers into Iraq? Those guys need too much fucking sunscreen to be able to fight in those lands, bro. It's like...
And I don't think we'll have to actually fight. What I think Trump will do will be a strategic initiative. Just take out some of the leadership, some of the top generals, and just remove them. And they'll either be targeted through like a hellfire or some kind of other attempt there. And then he's going to hand it to the people similar to what he's doing in Venezuela. And then he's going to use the civilian sector like the market is. Like Chevron and other entities that come in there and provide financial relief and opportunities to put money in the pockets of the citizens for short-term gain, as well as kind of like saying, hey, here, we're at least providing this so that there's no animosity towards the U.S. And then he'll put troops on certain areas just to kind of protect the borders and secure certain assets of Iran, just to make sure that that is going in the direction of U.S. interests. But I don't think he's going to put a massive wave of troops on the ground and invade Iran. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he needs to do that, in all fairness. But, I mean, I could be wrong, Haga, but I just think he's going to use U.S. troops as a buffer against Russia and Turkey.
It could be. It could end up being that, right? Like, if Iran's current government and regimes, it's going to create a very large vacuum in the region. Like you said, forces, and just for general, like, trade routes, for connectivity between countries that Iran has been a sword in the side, a thorn in the side for a lot of those people. And that vacuum can be extremely dangerous to, like, U.S. hegemonic power geopolitically. Like, you can't have Turkey be that bolstered. Like you said, when Syria fell, right, and the Russians pulled out of the north, and they left Assad hanging up to dry, we saw what Turkey did, and we saw what the ISIS state did. They were able to fucking invade, walk in there, and put their guy in there, who's now, you know, playing the line between the U.S. and Israel and Turkey and doing a really good job at keeping everybody happy and, you know, still pushing for a better relationship with the Turks than he is with the U.S., which is dangerous for us because we've already spent so much resources in the region. It would be a mistake if the Trump administration doesn't have any military intervention or action when it comes to the fall of Iran. I don't think they'll put boots on the ground. I think that eventually there'll be U.S. bases there, and that would be a benefit to the United States. Like, for sure, big benefit to the U.S. And then it would make us less friendly with the Qatari states and the Saudi states, because now we have Iran. We have that route into the waters there.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is going to be pissed. All of OPEC will be pissed because you got Iran. Like, between Venezuela and Iran, I mean, what that production alone should outpace OPEC. Like, I just don't see an ability for them to succeed at that point. I mean, Saudi won't like it, but they'll grumble about it. The U.S. will broker some sort of deal, and they'll be somewhat happy, but they'll start funneling there. And then the next domino to fall will be Pakistan, maybe North Korea. That's about the only other one that'll be left that the U.S. will barter. But it'll also depend on the next administration. If they fuck it up and he makes those inroads and he gets those private capital companies that invest, that's going to be a delicate dance for the next administration, because the first few years will go good, but long term it's going to have to end up in a solution that's going to be beneficial to both nations.
Joby, you cussing me out?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I was talking about turkey. Sorry, I'm eating.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're defending a country that denies genocide, and now you're telling me I shouldn't cuss them out.
No, I lived there.
Okay, and?
And they aren't evil.
They are evil.
Okay.
You don't know the history of what they've done?
Of course I do.
Okay, and so why do you think you have the right to cuss me out when I said shit about them? And I have every right to them.
I didn't scold you. I didn't agree with you.
You said fuck to me, fuck you.
All right, I'll retract it. Screw you.
Why is that?
I disagree with you.
So you disagree because I'm calling out a country that you know the history of, and you know that they committed a genocide, and so now screw me for...
The Turks did not do that forever.
Yes, they did.
No, they don't do it
So
anymore.
you don't know the history
She
then?
said forever. She said forever.
What is forever supposed to mean?
They're not doing it now.
The Nazis didn't forever do anything. What is that supposed to mean?
Wait a. She said she lived there. They are nice people since she lived there. Cool. I can accept that. So what about these crackers in America? Are they nice people?
No, don't change the subject. I don't know what's wrong with her.
All right, my bad. I'm gonna stand down.
Just because you like the country and you live there doesn't mean I can't criticize the government and that you're coming after me.
Is it the same government?
Red Rum, let me go.
Yes, it is because they continue to deny the genocide, and they also said that they're going to continue what their ancestors did.
It'd be like Germany saying that the Holocaust never happened.
Yeah, but Germany doesn't say
it
that.
would be like Germany.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and that would be weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Red Rum, can I dip in?
Ooh, who wants to dip you?
Dip me? You said dip in.
Oh shit! Me next.
So Joe B, you know me for how many years on this app? So I don't know what your tone is talking shit like that.
Hey, friend, we can agree to disagree. And I can cuss when I disagree.
Yeah. So I don't know where Joby lived. Probably in Istanbul.
She's just uneducated. It's all good.
But forget the genocide. The fact that Turkey is a NATO ally and constantly undermines the United States and NATO itself by working with Iran, by working with Russia, specifically to side-skirt the sanctions we put in, by constantly allowing Russian billionaires to clean their money through Turkey. Who cares about the genocide, right? Put that aside. As an American, why are you supporting a country that is siding with Russia? And Joe, I know you don't like the Russians.
Right. No, because I lived there and I know their core.
Yeah, she's uneducated. It's all good.
That's all right. I'll be uneducated.
Wait a minute.
She is, Brad. She has no right coming after me. I'm not gonna say shit like that. She's uneducated. I never came after her. I've always defended her. We always agreed on a lot of things. But just because she's lived there, she doesn't know anything. She's just talking out of her ass. Coming after me for criticizing them.
How long did you live there?
Who the fuck do you think you are?
She's not coming at you.
Yes, she did. She wants to
not.
retract the comment. She cussed me out for cussing them out.
Okay, I retract.
Yeah, she retracted and said, screw you, same shit. I don't give a fuck.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye.
I'm going to stay here, but goodbye.
All right, goodbye.
Well, this is for
Time
Mike.
to go to bed.
I know how Mike brains work. So, Mike.
Something wrong. I'm telling you something wrong, Brad. Something's wrong with people from season 1 to now. Something's wrong with them in the head.
Historically, the people that committed the genocide is the Ottoman Empire. When the Ottoman Empire fell,
Those are Turks.
the rest formed the country of Turkey.
Okay.
So now, there is an argument that can be made that, I'm not responsible for what my grandfather did because I'm a different entity than the Ottoman Empire because I'm
Right, but I'm going to continue and have aspirations to continue what my grandparents did.
So there's a little nuance there.
Did you not hear me?
I hear you.
No. Did you not hear the words that came out of the leader's mouth?
I hear you.
Okay, yeah. I'm just dumb. This is not the battle of fight, man. This is really not. It really not. Don't do that. It's really not.
Being emotional. You rolled on the road being emotional. Let me
Yeah,
this is annoying, boring. Boring
think it was just a little, parenthesis that we opened up to say, you know what? There's an argument there. It's a philosophical argument, but there's an argument there.
It's not even philosophical, because right now, Oleg was right. Turkey does undermine us at every turn by circumventing the sanctions and the impositions, parking money, allowing Iranian billionaires, Russian billionaires, even those that are sanctioned there. Fuck, when they were...
That's a separate argument.
Like, when the Soviet Union fell, if you wanted a tank, you went to fucking Turkey. Like, I mean, you could get that all the way through. Like, Turkey's like arms smuggling.
No, but Brad, that is a separate argument, because it seems like, okay, so from what I'm gathering, you have the genocide thing, and then you had the lady that was kind of maybe considered insensitive to red rum, but then it seems like from what Matt said, that like regime that did all that is no longer, right?
No, the regime's still there. It's just the head of the snake is just a different name.
Ottoman Empire is still there?
The beliefs and the values they place are kind of on there.
So how about this will help? Does the current regime acknowledge that genocide occurred?
That's like asking, does the Roman Empire still exist? No, the Roman Empire don't really still exist, but the people who descended from those people still exist.
No, it's like the Germans. That's why I was saying if the Germans
Erdogan does not acknowledge that the genocide occurred. They don't acknowledge what they did.
If the Germans denied like the whole fucking Nazi thing, then even though the head of the snake is different or it's a different empire, it's like it seems like a continuation of like a narrative. So you can still say, hey, fuck these people.
Yeah, that part.
The difference is when the country or the empire was dismantled, right? A lot of land was lost by the Ottomans and independent states were created, but the leadership continued, right? You had Ataturk continue the work and, nationalize the language, make it Latinized. He continued to massacre Christians in what is today Eastern Turkey. He continued to build a country that now this current country runs off of, right? The Turkish state, the Turkish Republic, was started by a guy who was the remnants of the Young Turks. He was the follow-up of the Young Turks. So it is the same country. And
why do you guys think Trump complimented so much?
Because they're our strongest NATO ally. They're the strongest NATO ally.
So it's like flattery?
You could claim a continuity of leadership, that the Ottoman Empire doesn't exist, and that's their main defense, right?
I agree.
Well, Turkey's not the Ottoman Empire, so fuck off. And look, that's a solid argument. Like, that doesn't mean the current Turkish government.
The genocide doesn't matter geopolitically.
Yeah, that's why I said it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant.
What matters
it's like how slavery was abolished in America, but white people were still fucking up blacks after slavery, during Jim Crow and the civil rights and all of that. It's kind of like that.
Oh, now I get it.
Geopolitically,
it is true.
The recognition of the genocide plays no role in anything.
But
who cares?
But back to the point of, I forget who just said it prior to like 3 speakers ago. Like, Turkeys are not, the reason Trump complimented him was more or less to get them on board with his geopolitics, to help control
the Security Council?
Yeah, it's more along those of like, yeah, you're a really great friend. Please watch the southern flank for me. I'm really reward. That's about what the extent comes down to, because Turkey can be a buffer. They are strong. They're stronger than France or England, I think, in my opinion. And they are a threat, and they hold at bay a lot. They held at bay a lot of those other entities, but they also did shit on the side and help support some of those entities too. So Turkey's loyalties and their aspirations is kind of like flip a coin that day, and then you'll be able to answer better than what any prognosticator could do.
They're geographically located in a place that's the entrance to the east, right? So like they have a lot of like relevance to the U.S. For sure, military might-wise, Brad, you're 100%. Dude, in that region, like no one fucks with them. What's Greece gonna do to fucking Turkey? Another NATO ally? Nothing. They constantly war games. They fly their fucking old F-18s, the Greeks. And then the Turks laugh at them because they know they have so much more might. The Turks are
Plus,
fucking
we need
hard to...
we need their airspace just to transmit down to the...
Exactly.
Dude, we need their refueling capabilities. We need that airspace. So, of course, Trump's going to go, fuck, I got to play nice with these idiots.
I know some Turkish people.
Hey, can y'all let me know, how does somebody steal $1 billion from someone?
You need their land, too. You need their land to be able to launch those missiles if you need to. Point it everywhere, at Europe, at Asia.
Yeah, the best way to steal $1 billion from somebody is when they're not looking.
That's
But how you don't notice? Like, unless this motherfucker is $100 billionaire, like, I don't even know the word for it. But whatever. How?
Wait, was it an accumulation or was it just a one lump sum?
Wait, where did
they
the
said over
get
time.
stolen?
They said over time $1 billion.
Yeah, that's why.
One time or
that's
over time. How do you steal $1 billion and not notice it? Like, how you don't notice 100 million gone? How you don't notice 200? How the fuck you don't notice 50 million gone?
It's called welcome to government. I mean, shit. What do you want on that? Like, I mean, we don't keep track. Our government does a shit job keeping receipts. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know about that. I think they're doing a great job on keeping receipts. A great job.
Yeah, we try
to not keep them.
we have to pay $10 for a big pen. $10 for a big pen.
Says somebody who's never worked in the military or with the department or with the Pentagon, you'd be surprised at how much money is siphoned off and no one has a clue where it was spent.
That's what I was about to bring up, Brad.
No, I'm saying that.
The Pentagon gets hit by a plane miraculously, right?
No, I'm saying there's a reason why these places failed every single audit. It's because they don't care about the damn receipts. They're doing a great job of making the receipts irrelevant.
That's right, $4,000 staplers going to Afghanistan.
Oh, don't talk about the condoms. Oh, that's a different discussion. My bad.
That's a different story, but still, bro.
That's a different pot of money.
$1 million of condom, plane.
That's so bad. And then, like, the only justification, not the only, the primary justification is it's not that much.
Well, here's a case in point on the condoms. Those fucking military condoms that they issued, they didn't have any fucking lubricant on them. They were dry as fucking hell, and they would crack. So you put them on the tip of your barrel so that you wouldn't fucking get anything in there or plug it, and the motherfuckers would be like, nope, and you couldn't use them for anything. Like, they were pointless. Fill it with water, you just see like fucking holes leaking out of that shit.
They used them as sandbags when they didn't have any sandbags.
Fuck. I need you white folks to explain.
Damn, I was trying to get somebody in here while y'all was talking about
how
turkey.
a motherfucker could steal $1 billion.
Ooh, look at her being messy, bro.
I am. And I'm going to bring it back up if you come in here.
Hell yeah.
I'm ready.
Bring
I got
that
the rest
up.
of it. Well, actually, I have a meeting at 2:30, so don't bring it with you.
Okay.
Wait, were we fighting now?
We're not fighting. We're
Not you. It's just Hago. Not you. So please don't jump in it.
Yeah, we gotta get some more meat in here, bro. Because us beating up on each other is just a waste of time sometimes. But
She will ask him about. Hi. Ask him about caramel. See what he says in Turkey.
About what?
Caramel.
Okay.
Hey, real quick,
bro, why does that sound like food?
I thought I heard tiramisu.
Yeah, right.
I thought I heard tiramisu. I did.
No, it's K-A-R-A-M-U-S-E-L. Caramel.
Wasn't that the name of the bunker where all the hookers were at?
I don't know. You would know, my friend.
Well, I didn't sleep with hookers, but I mean, there was a place where you go in there and you could order girls up online like they were a fucking McDonald's menu.
So,
Brad, how do you remember
to
these
my
things
white partners in here, to my white homies in here, if JD Vance was to run
for president next election, and you got Gavin Newsom running against him, y'all white boys is gonna vote for J.D. Vance?
Fuck yeah, and twice on Sunday.
Damn.
Nope.
That's a no-brainer. What the fuck?
Did you see that clip of this dude talking about, hey, man, I'm just like you guys. I'm like a 960 IQ or
Yeah, I saw that dumb shit.
Wasn't that shit stupid, bro?
Wait, hang on. You would vote for fucking Gavin Newsom, or you just wouldn't vote at all?
I don't care about none of these niggas. I wanted to see Kamala because she was a black woman, and that was that. But I know
what the fuck? Kamala's black?
Wait, Gavin Newsom is like.
Nah, fuck that part. I'm surprised to see you say he won't vote black.
Did you hear his tax plan on the Capitol gate? Like his whole plan is just fucking asinine.
He's horrible, bro.
I don't care about any of his policies, bro.
You don't like JD, bro.
That's why I'm saying maybe don't vote at all. Don't vote at all.
You don't like that,
Listen, I did that in 2016.
Catholic.
100%. I did that in 2016. I abstained to vote for either Trump or Hillary because I thought both of them were ass. And then I voted in 2020. I voted for Trump because I thought Kamala was put in without the consent of the voters, which I regret till this day. And then now I'm done doing this abstaining shit. No, I'm voting for Newsom because I think Vance is a Manchurian candidate. No,
Speaking for Newsom,
I voted.
you got
I
what he
voted
said.
red, bro. I voted red in local.
Hey, you respect him. He just said he voted for the pedophile.
Who? JD Vance? There's no.
No, bro. I voted for Trump.
Hey, man, you better watch what you're saying, bro. Don't apply that to PDF shit to Trump, the Messiah.
Trump like
what the hell? The fuck's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Knowing that Trump was in the Epstein file and they said he raped a girl. I guess
now you want to believe white supremacy.
Everyone was in the Epstein file. Have you read it?
Well, now white supremacy is real.
Everyone was in it.
It's the difference.
Yeah, Jose, you've been there too.
So I believe this. Yeah,
So wait, Jose, do you believe that Trump flew to Epstein Island between 93 and 96 on the 8 flights that were recorded?
Do I believe Trump flew? All right, wait. Before I answer that, this is what I'm gonna say because I don't know all the details. But do I believe Trump knew he was doing all this weird shit and he was still friends with them? Yes.
Well, they all do. We all do.
Now, but that's if I'm your
But wait, it gets worse.
It's crazy. They all knew, but nothing happened. So Viking, you're okay with one. So Viking, you're telling me you're okay with one of your friends being a pedophile, a rape. It's okay as long as it's your friend.
First off, I don't have friends like that.
Okay, but I'm just using an example. You
Literally,
all these white people knew. If you're gonna tell me all these white people knew,
Obama knew. Is he white?
I don't know if Obama really knew.
They all do it political.
But he did know.
Bro, how can the most intelligent president we've ever had not know?
Can we hear the special pleading? Let's hear the special pleading. But even if he knew,
Bush knew, Clinton
during his administration when the guy took the deal.
Hey, Bush Senior knew. Clinton knew. Bush Junior knew. So you want to throw it on the one black president?
Jose,
Biden knew. Trump knew. I love it how y'all try to throw it on the one black president.
Bro, Barack Obama's White House counsel had 12,000 emails with him, bro. The ladies from Goldman Sachs.
Jose, everybody at the circus knew about Epstein.
All right, cool. All right, Mike, I'm gonna talk to you. But when you say that, why did you first bring up Obama? Why you didn't bring up Bush?
Because you said white people.
No, I'll tell you why. Because he said you were referring to this concept that if someone knew and didn't do something about it, they're just as guilty, right?
I don't think Obama knew.
No. But do you agree with this idea? If someone knew and didn't say anything about it, they're just as guilty. Do you agree with that concept?
Yeah.
Okay. So if for whatever reason you found out that Obama knew, then he would be a part of the guilty.
Fuck it.
Okay.
Okay, so like here's how I can prove it to you. So Obama spent 6 months traveling around with Branson, who's ultimately named in the fucking Epstein files as partaking in a whole bunch of recreational activities. But you think somehow Obama didn't know? Obama
That's
knew
cool.
that.
I get it, Viking. I understand.
What a lawyer.
You don't
What about Barack Obama's lawyer?
You want to throw Obama in there? I'm gonna throw Obama in the fire.
My argument is that everybody at the
No, Viking, cool. I'm gonna throw Obama in the fire with the rest.
All right. About time we got you to sacrifice the one black guy. What about Eric Holder? He was the Attorney General.
Bro, Holder's not even.
You don't even know who Eric Holder is?
Nah, he ain't a part of that.
Holder's not even the smoking gun. The smoking gun is the Podestas, bro.
No, what about Loretta Lynch?
Loretta Lynch was there.
Podesta was involved from the campaign, from the jump, and during transition, and
he's the one ordering pizzas and hot dogs.
Yes,
Oh,
bro.
don't say that. It's so bad.
Guys, listen. If you're applying this,
That's
scrutiny to Obama, it has to continue for everyone. I'm sorry. If you're applying this scrutiny to Trump, it has to continue to Obama. There are people within his inner circle that were involved.
Hang up. Would you agree? Everybody at the circus knew. This refers to DC.
100%.
They all fucking knew. Matt Gaetz, I'll throw him out there. I bet you he was aware of it, even though he fucking in power or ever fucking associated with Epstein. I bet a lot of people knew. I mean, fuck, you had Elon Musk asking for an invite to fucking Epstein Island, didn't get one. So, I mean, you've got a whole host of people and power dynamics.
And you kept naming more white people. And you want to throw the one black man under the bus.
I've been through Holder with you.
Shit crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
Do you think Lewis didn't know about it? Are you mad?
I get it, but you just don't want to admit that. Hey, Viking, I get it. It's hard for you to admit that as a white man, us white men. I'm not white, but I know it's hard for you to admit to say us white men are slick as fuck. So you gotta drag. You kind of gotta drag everybody else in there. No. You gotta listen to me. I'm not white. I said Viking. I said it's hard for Viking to say to us white men. You gotta listen a little more. I get it.
Gentlemen, may I please speak in reference to this topic? Well, first of all, I don't understand why everything has to be measured by Barack Obama. If he's such a bad guy, why does Trump always set the bar at him? He skips over Biden. He goes straight to Barack. I mean, I don't understand. Does he like him or he doesn't?
No, the reason was he said.
I think he goes to all of them.
Wait, hold on. So he's saying that first he came out with all the white boys, and then we said a couple of black individuals that definitely knew and hung out with a multitude of other people that actually partook in pizza and fucking takeout. So then you have the whole political structure like John C. Lewis and other. You have all these entities that knew about Epstein, knew about the island, knew about.
Did you say John Lewis? He is dead.
Do you think he didn't know about it?
The thing is, what you're not understanding is this is white culture. Yes, a couple of blacks. No, it ain't no Jesus. Yes, a couple of blacks will get thrown in there, all of that. But this is y'all.
They didn't even want black women.
Wait, I just want to say this. They're saying this is satanic ritual. When we do our history on satanic rituals and shit like this, you don't see black people doing this shit. This is y'all. That is
they did not want black women. They didn't want black women. Did y'all see that?
You may see one or two black.
There's a lot of light in all that darkness. There's a lot of light in all that darkness.
But when we see
tell him about the fact that Trump didn't want Epstein didn't want black women. That was a fact. It was facts that came out.
I thought he opened up Mar-a-Lago for black people. He's the first one opening.
No, I'm talking about with Epstein.
Okay. So you had a whole thing going around globally where I'm gonna tell you it's on people 50 shades thicker than me that are involved in like kiddie touching, kiddie marriages, kiddie assault cases. So like, there's a lot of stats that point to a whole different
So you interrupted me to say negativity on the black people.
No, I'm just saying truth.
Stop that now.
Really?
It's still Black History Month.
Where is Sugar Belly? I could bring her in here, and she'll definitely point to India and parts of Africa that have a whole lot of that shit going on. A lot more so than in America, and a lot more so than white people. But
how you gonna say a lot so more than America?
How many Indians are there than Americans? How many more Indians are there than us?
Yeah, but who are the customers that that opens their market?
Well, that depends. I mean, we're not doing well, we can do shit.
What? Who drives the demand? What?
I mean, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is not white, and he had an affinity for young black men.
That nigga white. He white. He's just a bad white motherfucker.
Yeah. That nigga said off-white. He said that nigga's off-white.
Yeah, he off-white. He ain't black. Nigga ain't black.
So stupid, bro.
Oh, what? A whole host of fucking warlords and dictators in fucking African countries. I guess they're white now too. I mean, you got a whole lot of people named.
But Brad, if you went to the prison,
the warlords is due to the Western.
Look at like
what's the influence? It's
bro,
the
this nigga was snapping,
corrupted all the black Africans.
Oh my goodness.
But Brad, if you went to like the American prisons throughout the country, somebody could look this up, and you asked like the predominant race, like with like pedophilia convictions, do you think it would be white?
You said what again?
Like, let's just say you went to the
I
prison.
think the convictions overwhelmingly.
You looked at the race for like the primary race for like pedophilia in the prisons. I think it would be white predominantly.
Well,
in America, it is white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In our prison systems, not throughout the world.
White people know they fuck with kids. They know that the stats are there. As quick as easy as white people say, black people kill each other. Black people, because y'all got the statistics. Y'all see it out there. We see y'all. We know y'all fuck with little kids. So just admit it. Black people can admit we got a problem. We kill each other. We can admit that. Y'all throw that in our face all the time. So
don't make me start dropping criminal cases now. Okay, we know it's not a race thing. We all have that fucking ankle. We all have that.
No, we don't. Not me.
Yeah,
not me.
we do.
We all.
Let me
tell you, motherfuckers.
Hey, listen.
Not
we
me.
Know
Don't me and your nasty family shit.
Listen.
Just because your uncle played with me, mine played with me.
Some families, you can't even find that uncle, okay? You can't even find that uncle sometimes in those
I ain't never had that uncle.
That you know of.
I know.
So we can go by.
We can go by. I never had a granddaddy that tried to play me. Never.
So we can go by like a lot of.
I'm sorry about
Praise
you.
God.
This is from this is from my heart. I'm sorry if your uncle tried to touch you. He should.
No, my uncle did.
But mine never. Mine never.
Okay, so I'm glad your uncle never played hide the pickle. But the idea that somehow black women are often excommunicated from these stats is because they oftentimes don't report, which is what we're aware of because we actually can see the medical records and we can see things that actually go on. We also are aware that a black woman statistically between the time of 5 to 35, about, what is it, 71, between 65 and 71% of them will have been approached by or sexually assaulted by a close member within their family. So if we equate that and drop that down to the age brackets, usually by the time they are 21, they have been sexually inappropriately touched, assaulted, or raped, or had forced sexual intercourse with a close relative. And when asked why they didn't report it, it was because I don't go to the cops. So like we're aware that
even if they all reported, and I wish they would, it still wouldn't amount to y'all numbers.
I'm not discounting that white people have a problem. But again, what you're framing is that no. What I'm stating is that literally because you want to go to the Hispanic community because that number's actually high, particularly with illegal immigrants that are smuggled over the fucking border.
He already said he's gonna put in the he's putting the others in with the white group.
Oh, okay. So I don't discount that white men have a fucking problem, white women have a fucking problem. I'm not discounting any of that. But to frame it that it's only white people
guess again, because there's a black community that has it, particularly with black females, who actually don't have a fucking really strong voice in terms of that. And then you have the Hispanic culture that they, especially the immigrants, have fucking even less. So you want to go to the Asian ones? You should see what happens to young Asian girls when they're spin over through Canada and other places where they're expected. You should look at what happened with the Hmong population.
That's a trash argument, because I could simply say every call, oh my God, sexually assaulted at young ages until whenever.
Right, he's saying,
stop running from the fact that you know you white motherfuckers do that shit. It's done heavily in y'all culture than anyone else.
All right, let's look at the per capita stats. Who do you think it is?
White people. That's white
really?
people.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yes.
Should we do that globally, or should we just America?
This is in America. Yes, this is a common argument with black people throw at white people.
Nigga, wait, hold on. Let's even stop that. What about the Catholic Church, motherfuckers?
Oh shit.
Oh!
Wait.
Let's get all the other bullshit. What about the Catholic Church? Who is majority of those priests, nigga? I'm done. Let's quit it. Stop trying to just put other motherfuckers in y'all bullshit because you don't want to admit y'all deviltry. You motherfuckers are devil. Just admit it. Y'all won the fucking war. Whatever war y'all waged against motherfuckers, y'all won it. Why can't y'all just be some honest bitch?
Let me turn my mic up. Hold on, because I don't think you can hear me.
Defend your whiteness. Go ahead. Defend your whiteness. Go ahead.
Let me get... What I'm going to defend
trying to defend.
What I'm going to tell him is now he's going to change his name. You have no business being Jose.
Shut your weird ass up, you bitch.
Hold on, why you still a Mexican name, bro?
I don't know. I just chose it. I like no Jose. So I just ran with it. But see, I don't fuck with Mexicans. When I went to the county, I got in a riot. You know, it was only 20 black motherfuckers. I swear to you, I counted them. It was 20 of us. I swear to God, it was over 100 white boys and Mexicans. You fuck Mexicans because they get clicked up with the white boys in jail. Fuck them. I already don't give a fuck about white boys, but I can respect y'all on y'all real racism because I get it. But Mexicans is fuck those motherfuckers.
So I had to pull up the federal
Yes, they
stats,
are.
so-
Mexicans click up with the white boys, do the drugs.
He's right.
It's not. It's actually wrong. So
Tell me, have you ever been to jail?
Mike, hold on a minute.
Let me ask you first, have you ever been to
Stop
jail?
talking for a minute and listen. So right now, American Indian or Alaskan Natives are at 13.8% of 1,000 children. So that's 13 out of 1,000. You have 11.9 per 1,000 in Black African and cultures. 2 or more races, 9.2 per 1,000. Native Hawaiians or other Pacific entities, 8.1,000. Hispanic, 6.7 1,000. White, 6.3 1,000. Asian, 1.2 per 1,000. Now, if you go down to the stats as far as per capita offender under federal prosecution successfully completed, you have 55% white, 15 Hispanic, 13 black, Native, 13, and other races 2.8. The problem that you have with this is, yes, you are right, Jose, that the conviction rates among white people are predominantly more successful. However, the reported incidents are actually demurred or removed from the equation in groups such as Native Americans, Black, and Hispanic populations, as well as Asian cultures. So now we have a problem with reporting and those stats because the numbers don't seem to equate up. Now, I'm not saying that white men and white women don't fuck little kids of other races, and yes, you can have some swing on both sides of the fence of that. However, the numbers don't lie when it comes to the exploitation of children, who is allowing it and who reports it en masse. White people overwhelmingly, by 62%, report more sexual assaults than any other demographic. So if you're not reporting it, we don't actually have the same
Y'all
number.
only reporting it more because y'all are doing it more. The fuck you don't understand?
Apparently basic math is not in your
category. You want to take a
category.
small percentage I'm just throw up a number. Like, if 1,000 black chicks got sexually assaulted, you want to say basically 998 of them didn't report. Get the fuck out of here. But 1,000 white motherfuck bitches get sexually assaulted, you want to say 998 of them reported. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. This little small percentage you trying to use ain't foolish.
Small? I actually thought it was significant. Apparently you just don't understand math. It's
no,
okay.
I understand you white motherfuckers is sick.
Just okay math.
I just go through history. Did you motherfuckers create? I understand y'all want to use okay, black people sold y'all. Okay, in order for black people to sell y'all had to create the institution for us to sell them, to sell other Africans to y'all. So y'all created that institution. So I don't want to hear, black people sold y'all.
You were some people
y'all
like
created,
prior to white people even landing on the shores. What the hell are you talking about?
Cool. Y'all
the institution existed in
y'all manipulation don't fool me. Then y'all actually had a Bible. Y'all created a Bible that said love y'all neighbors.
Wait, white people created the Bible?
Hey. No, that King
You sure about that?
That King James version, that's y'all bullshit. Y'all ain't going off of the Egyptian.
That wasn't the original Bible. That was not the original one.
Y'all ain't going off of what was in Egypt and all of that shit. No. Y'all going off of some shit y'all rewrote, remixed, and all of that bullshit. Fuck what y'all talking about. So once again, y'all created this book to say love everybody, this and that. But y'all was some slaves. Y'all was killing motherfuckers. Even when y'all should have, after 100 years of that bullshit, y'all kept it going. Y'all knew this shit was wrong. Y'all kept it going.
Basically,
y'all kept it going. Going.
So,
then after that, the country had to go to a motherfucking war to supposedly stop slavery. Goddamn, the country had to fight each other to say this shit is wrong. God fucking damn, how sick are you motherfuckers?
The blacks?
But we gonna forget about that because slavery, that was so long ago. I wasn't here for, if y'all wasn't here for slavery, I wasn't. But let's talk about Jim Crow. Let's talk about the civil rights. Because now y'all got some uncles and aunties that was still
shut
here.
the fuck up.
Y'all got some uncles and aunties that was around that time. So I don't want to hear this excuse. Slavery, none of us was here.
Man. One mic on Joe B. She really
Fuck Joe B.
Let her talk.
Fuck her.
Yo, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Fuck her.
I'll pass.
Watch your mouth. That's Joe B.
Motherfucking white folks trying to deflect from their motherfucking thickery.
Wait. So you want me to put like nigga logic in there? So you want me to say that to you? You want me to go with this? You know what? Are you adding truth to the stereotype that if you want to put information in the book, you can hide it? Is that it? You wanted to play that one, you dumb idiot? Watermelon logic isn't going to win out on the day.
You can't what?
Well, he's calling himself No Way Jose. There you go.
You sick motherfuckers.
I know you are, but what am I?
No. You sick. You white. You're a Neanderthal.
My grandson.
Yeah, you're a Neanderthal.
No, my grandsons aren't.
You want me to get you a white cabbage patch down so you can show me where the poor white man touched you?
Tell me this. Your grandkids is black, huh?
Absolutely. I'm sure here. You can kiss the brown spot.
Even proves me even more. Your white son or daughter even knew white folks ain't here, so they had to get some black dick in them. Thank you.
My daughters are Hawaiian. Thank you very much.
Now they mixed, but you a white bitch, so you didn't even marry a mother. How your daughters Hawaiian when you a crack? How are your daughters Hawaiian when you a crack?
What does that mean? Kiss the brown spot.
That's exactly what I'm my asshole.
White broad don't say my daughters are Hawaiian. You ain't Hawaiian.
What if their father was Hawaiian? But what if their father was Hawaiian?
Nasty.
Bitch, you European. Bitch, it's gonna say my daughters is Hawaiian.
This guy doesn't know shit. Like basic math, fundamentals, stats. He doesn't know how the government works.
Hey, no way.
Dude, if you're what Black history is celebrating, you don't even know your own damn history.
Hey, I don't know how the government works, especially when y'all rapists don't.
Oh, we're the rapists now too?
Okay, when y'all raping little girls.
Really?
I don't know how the government works.
You think black men
don't know how the government works.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you. I honestly don't know how the government works that gets away with racism.
We have the most. Okay, so what? We're the biggest population. I didn't say, I'm not discounting
You can't
because you know
call
what?
women
I
bitches in
really
here unless you're gay.
don't know if we truly are.
That's one of the only rules we have in here, Jose.
What?
You can't call women bitches unless you're gay. No doxing. And stay away from spouse and children. Everything else is on limits.
Sorry, but I can't call them bitches.
And Jazzy gave
Unless you're gay.
Forgot about
But
that.
then you got
Cool. All right, I won't call them bitches, but then
right,
we gotta
unless
be
you're
clear.
gay.
All right, cool.
But then if you are gay, you gotta provide
If I can't call
credible evidence to Nathan. You see Nathan
If
over
I
here on
can't
top?
call a bitch, then why y'all be letting some motherfuckers, these other motherfuckers say
Because they
nigga?
gay.
No. Why y'all be letting other motherfuckers say nigga? If I can't call a bitch, why y'all be letting others
Bro, I just
say
said
nigga?
everything else is on limits, bro. Like, it's good. It's green light on everything else. Free speech, space, say what you want to say, get it off your chest. But if you are gay, you have to DM Nathan directly.
I ain't gay, but fuck Nathan too.
So you can outwardly express your
That's the only way you can say it. That's the only way you can say it.
Alright, I ain't gonna call the bitches. Fuck.
Any women. You can say, nah, listen. You could call a man
You
that.
could call me a
But
bitch.
you just can't call a female that.
Can I call you my bitch?
Yeah.
Let me don't say that. You can't call a woman that.
She said I could call her.
Y'all hear that, right?
Yeah,
Y'all hear that? You can't call a woman.
So you guys see how Nathan messed up his own argument?
No.
You see how Nathan messed up his own argument?
Nathan, what is a woman?
Nathan said a man and a female. He literally crossed over his own argument. It's crazy.
No. Listen, that's why I said let me correct myself. You can't call a woman that.
I don't believe Nathan really thinks that all that trans shit.
He doesn't.
I don't. I think it's
I know, bro.
I think it's one of the biggest trolls, and you're too smart.
I know you. I know you had an argument, but I know the reason why you wouldn't
Nathan's
accept
smart,
it,
bro.
and I know the reason why it's like, you know the answer, you know it's real, but you don't want to accept it.
It's not.
What I believe is because it's like it's gonna conflict with something, personal rather than logical.
But it doesn't though. It doesn't. My shit's just categorical.
Come on, Mike. I gave you the argument. I gave you the same.
No, but even when I was conversing, even if we go religious, which I don't know what you fully adopt, I definitely think I got.
It ain't logical with religious though. It's like, oh, God made a law, so you shouldn't support it.
Wait, hold
There's
on.
no
It sounds like
logic.
you're trivializing.
That's not how it goes. Stop
Wait.
lying, Nathan.
No, but
I'm trivializing it because I'm logical.
Yeah, but don't you think that God is for logic?
Thank you.
Yes, but the
Mike.
people who wrote the Bible, they wasn't being logical.
But were they inspired by the logic?
Oh wow.
But yeah, I mean, look. So
They wasn't inspired. No, they wasn't inspired by the logical. They was inspired by their experience.
So it sounds like you're giving up a little bit of like the credibility of the Bible to kind of like accept this narrative.
That's why it's a slippery slope.
I'm not one of those.
Hold on, you said he's using a little bit of the baby oil?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of the baby oil?
Yeah, I'm not one of those Christians who don't believe that there's.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, then. Let me ask you this, then. If you were more committed to like the validity to the Bible, would you see it different? No.
I still see it the same way.
So if you were like a 100% Bibler, we'll just call it, right?
Yeah.
You don't think that when it says, that's what I'm saying.
I will ignore logic.
That's a.
No, but
wait, Mike, I'm confused. What's the argument now?
I will debate you on that right fucking now.
Oh,
I'll
Lord.
debate you on it right fucking now.
Y'all wasting that time by debating him this morning.
No, hold up. The circle just cleared out right now. Two people just. No.
Mike, the scriptures are clear. God is not a God of confusion. What is logic but the absence of confusion, sir? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, here's what I would say too. Like, if you want to go like with the law of identity, and then it says God created. Did it say God created a woman or female?
He said he created male and female.
He created man.
Man and woman.
Okay.
Man and woman, male, female.
Okay, perfect. That means.
And woman from the the womb, man.
Okay, perfect. So God created woman. That doesn't mean that, like what Andrew was trying to say when he was trying to say something about, what did he say?
An
Like,
effeminate male?
yes, right? Effeminate, that's why I was saying effeminate. That word would only be applied towards a man. So what I'm saying is this, is that if you want to use the biblical reference, and I'm asking you this, I'm saying if you were to like speak to somebody that was like 100% committed, right? There's a couple factors. One, it says that God created two things, right? And the two things that we're going to talk about right now are man and woman. Two, it also says that you're not supposed to basically contribute to someone going down the wrong path, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, and I'm paraphrasing here, right? So, like, give me a little bit of space. And then, if we take what Andrew says as the feminine thing, that just confirms that a man is not supposed to act like a woman.
Correct.
Which further describes the binary, right? It doesn't mean that it's open for interpretation. And I don't know if you remember this, but when I asked you, Andrew, why did you decide to use the change of definition over the Bibles? And he said something along the lines of, it's like...
In the beginning, I thought I was lying, right? When I was calling them woman.
No.
I thought I would be lying if I was calling them.
No, that's not what he said. That was his...
He said they didn't have the concept of man and female then. He said there was no gender roles. That's what he said. And
yeah, he did say that. And then he was like, well, now I know what they mean when they say this thing. He goes, I'm equating that to the concept of feminine. And he said if the Bible was like written today, he thinks feminine would be like trans thing, but which means that he's kind of like, he's trying to...
agree with him.
I don't. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because if I subscribe, or if I adhere to the axioms of God or the Bible or religion, the monotheistic religions in the traditional sense, in the general sense, God is not wrong. God can't be wrong. God being wrong is a contradiction.
Correct.
Which means
so
this.
If you would believe that God wrote the Bible, not man.
Well, no, I believe that man wrote the Bible inspired by God.
Correct.
Right?
Well, when you say that, what does that mean? Because
it means that God transcended his knowledge through man that eventually ended up on paper.
That's what Muhammad said.
So
that is what Muhammad said.
But it might convert. Writing it then.
Say that again.
Did Mike convert? Not yet, bro. Come on.
I'm getting excited, man. Oh man, I'm getting excited.
Not yet.
My boy converted. He's still my boy though.
Yeah, you guys.
Come on, guys. Okay, so Mike, that's just basically God wrote the Bible. Because if you say God came down, just like how God came in like the burning bush, just like how God came down and spoke with, is it like that? He came down in his spirit and he used the human as a vessel and the human wrote the Bible?
So the mechanism as to how it happened, like I can't fully describe, but I can just say this. That if I adhere to the general idea of religion, then I would have to accept that the Bible was written or inspired by God. It's God's word to man, right?
Yeah, because I believe the Bible is inspired by God, but
let me ask you this.
Inspired by God is like
let me ask you this.
You know, like I'm inspired by like a love or something like that.
The Bible is inspired by Egypt.
Come on, chill.
That was bullshit.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this. Let me ask you this.
Someone can be inspired by happiness, and they write something based on that inspiration.
Yeah.
That's what saying things like God.
Wait, if you found that the Bible was actually written by God, then would that change anything for you?
Yeah, I would just be factually wrong by that point then.
Okay, perfect. Which means this. It's not the words, it's the person who wrote the words, right? Because that means then if you found the book and you were unclear as to who wrote it, right? It's not that you're accepting it or not, but you would interpret it as yes. Then I would be wrong by calling a woman a man. But then what we do is we say, okay, because we know man was the dictator, it leaves a little bit of space to where no, therefore a man can give birth to a child. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that back then they used an old language and they don't have like a like and they're doing the same thing like what we did in the past, right? Where they're taking this the social construct and they're saying that hey, it's to fly biologically. Instead of them using man, what they should say, sorry, instead of they use man, they should use male. Because that's what they describe it. God
But let me ask you this
male,
though. What is the
female.
wait, let me ask you this. What is the construct? Is it like the word itself as to how it applies to a thing? The definition? Like what's the construct?
The construct is all the things you attribute to like the category.
Okay, so basically the attributes, right? And they vary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like is that the same thing for male? Is male also a construct?
Male is like biological.
Yeah, but if there's one molecule, if there's one component less than what usually makes up a male, right? Does that mean it's not a male?
Like, what do you mean? Like,
So
it's like the
you
chromosome
have
of XY or XX.
Okay.
Like if you have XY.
Yeah, but what about these, like, everyone tries to talk about genetic deformations as a justification to somebody that wants to use a bathroom.
Yeah, I said, you know, speak about it when she talk about it. Oh yeah, there's male and there's female. There's just those two.
Yes,
right?
there is.
It's binary.
There is those two. Yes, there is only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's only it's binary.
And what I'm saying is this, but
Man,
is that
let's stop with the word bullshit. A male is a man, a female.
Say it again.
So I'm saying, is that also a human construct?
Yeah.
So then everything is a human construct.
No, and it's like there's the human construct, right? Then there's the social construct. So the social construct is like a category.
What was
and
the first
there's
time
like
you said
all the attributes?
He said human
like,
and social.
Yeah, human. Wait, all social.
You said human. You said human.
No,
I'm
asking you. I'm saying. So it sounds like to me, it's like this leads to solipsism. It sounds like at some point.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, look. if you could say like anything could be a thing because everything is this construct is constructed by human. Anything constructed by human can just be whatever it wants to be when it decides to change. Then like, where do you get
that's
like?
Not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then let me ask you.
I'm saying that the thing you're appealing to is a social construct. But you're saying that no, it's not a social construct. This thing is like objective. Like it's objective. And then like if we could go into it and I can show you like
I'm saying the only reason why it's a social construct is because the way you guys are trying to phrase what a man is. You guys are trying to say, okay, like watch, I'll ask you this question again. Look, are you a man because you act like a man? Or do you act like a man because you are? Hold on, stop. I'm going to ask you this, Nathan. Are you a man because you act like a man? Or do you act like a man?
What you call me? You call me a nigga?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
So, you know, shut
Okay, look, this is a question I want everyone to ask themselves, all the men here, right? Are you a man because you act like a man? Or do you act like a man because you are a man?
I love it.
Well, I'm a man because...
Okay, pause right there.
Come on.
Pause right there.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
Can I answer the question?
No. Just wait.
All right.
Nigga, you just got here, nigga.
All right. So pause right there. So you got.
Hey, don't call me no nigga. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I know you don't like that. I don't like you jumping in.
Wait, what was the question again?
Are you a man?
He said, "Do you act like a?" He said, "Are you a man because you act like a man, or simple stuff?"
You act like a man because you are a man.
Wait, are you a man because you act like a man, or are you a man because you know you're a man?
No.
No.
You're okay, look, no problem. Ready?
Yeah,
Yes,
let me answer it for you, Mike. So,
Wait, let me get the question first, though, if you don't mind. Please,
go ahead, Mike.
Thank you.
Are you a man because you act like a man, or do you act like a man because you are a man?
B. Okay, so the answer that I would attribute to is, I am a man because I'm a male, and act like a man because of the social construct attributed to male.
So you're a man because you're a male, right?
Yes.
Which that basically you're a man. You act like a man because you're a man.
Right. So which means the way you act.
Who told you that?
No. Which means the way you act has nothing to do with you being a man.
No, but hold on, Matt. There's a little bit of, there's a little bit of, no, it's fine. Look, there's a little bit of nuance. First and foremost, we can talk about like the social construct of adolescence. For example, Matt, do you agree that there's a difference between a man and a boy?
Yes.
Okay, so perfect. So I understand that. So somebody can say, yeah, I act like a man because I fucking pay my bills. And I'm not referring to like adolescent growth in the sense of like how we use it colloquially, in the sense of
you go, they say.
No. I'm saying, like, I'm like when if somebody, what I'm saying is this: is that if somebody calls their car a she, they don't think it's an actual female. It's just a way.
At what point does a boy become a man?
He hits 18.
18?
Yeah.
18?
When he hits puberty.
Yeah, generally. No, but this is
one?
where...
Who said that? Question. Who said 18? Wait.
This is where the social...
Hold on, let him land his punch. Go ahead, let him land his punch.
I asked Mike, when does it?
Like 18.
18.
Yeah.
And I would say puberty. So why is it the case? Yeah, why is it the case in different societies? It's when a boy hits puberty, then they become a man.
Well, because they're going based off of the biological sense.
No.
So then the thing is that what a man is supposed to know.
What center are you going off of?
No. But hold on. Look. Hold on. Look. I can play with this. Yeah, please let this happen. Look. Let's just say, in the context of adolescent growing to man, like there's a variable where it's like relative in the sense of where you go, right? That is no.
Society construction.
Wait, hold on. Look. Some would go based off of biological, and some would go based off of neurological, right? So you can use this idea of
both biological.
It is both biological, but one is a bit more specific in the sense of like people are talking about the ability to impregnate, the other one's talking about the ability to reason, right? But hold on, I'm almost
Hey,
no, it's not. It's not.
Look, we as a group consider these properties that makes you a man.
Okay, but hold on. But look,
consider these properties that make you a man.
Just because they result in
But let me just say this. Look. I'll just say this, and I want everyone to jump in. I don't want to dominate the thing. Regardless of the argument there, where there is no argument, is that a man could be a woman. So the argument
as you mean female, but no one's
no. I don't subscribe to your thing, and I don't have to. Hold on, I don't have to. No, I don't have to.
It isn't about subscription. It's about you understanding me and I'm understanding you.
No, I do understand you, and
Then you're strong
hold on. No, I'm not. No, look.
You mean woman as female.
No, I'm presenting my argument. I don't have to adhere to your reasoning. I'm saying, look.
How can I counter your argument?
You can't I'll tell you how. Because first and foremost, we're not talking about that. What I'm saying is this. Look, I'm saying the conversation that we're going over right now is like this concept of what areas determine when a boy becomes a man, right? Fine. I'm saying, regardless of the disagreement there, right? It's contextualizing basically the idea of when a kid grows up, right? When is it considered a kid considered a grown-up? Meaning, when is a kid no longer considered a kid? That's not changing the biological reference to that kid, right? Because
you use man as male.
I know I am. That's my point.
I'm not. But who are you arguing that point when I'm not saying?
I'm presenting my argument in the sense of you.
But what do you think my argument is?
Your argument, generally speaking, is that man and woman are human constructs based off of sociological fucking qualities.
Social constructs. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this. That's not what I'm talking about right now. What I was saying to Matt was, look, when we were talking about boy to man, what I don't want to do is conflate these two concepts. Because a man is not, a male is not always a man. A male can be a boy, right? And so what I was saying is this, is that when I'm asking the question,
but a boy is not a woman.
But exactly, that's what I was trying to say. So I was trying to clear that out. So then when we say see, it's not just confusion. So I wasn't talking about the other thing.
All I'm saying is this: look, males and females is different from gender, which is boy, girl, the things you attribute to the male.
How do you prove that? How do you prove that?
That's how the okay. I can give you an example. So if a woman was based on what you consider a woman was something biological, right? Then there can't be cases where someone sees someone, right, and they're confused about if it's a woman or if it's a man.
That's not
Meaning
true.
that
That's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Like people can be mistaken. If you it sounds like what you're saying is the reason how I can prove this is when someone mistakes.
Yes, because my point is that because it is a social construct, right?
Yeah.
That is the reason why there's a mistake.
No, that's like begging the question.
What I mean by that is, look, society says that these are the things. These are the things. No, yeah, it's all subjective, right? No one's trying to subject.
That's why I'm saying you go down that path, you're going to go to solipsism.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that.
What you're trying to go to with objective, and it's going to go there.
No, I'm not going to objective at all. I don't think it is.
Okay, so yeah. So look, when you see and then I'm going to use this case, right? If you see something that looks like a woman, your brain automatically puts that in the category as what a woman is. And those things that you see, that you see that highlights or indicators of what a woman was, society puts that together. Society says that, hey, these are all the things we consider what a woman is, and boom. And that's the social construct.
No, all you did was repeat your claim. What I'm asking you is this.
I'm telling you you say, how do I prove that it's a social construct?
Yeah, that's not proving it. That's just saying that people do it. I'm saying, okay.
No, I'm saying that I'm giving you that. Okay, let me show you.
That's based on visualization, though, because your first.
That's what the social construct. Yes. Hey, women wear this, right?
Yeah.
I don't agree with this point.
Hey, do you guys mind if I ask one clarifying question? I'll
What do
get
you
the hell out of the way.
what do you think a social construct is? I guess.
It's what society thinks something is, but not based on biology.
So like when they, yeah. So no, it is based. It is sometimes based on biology. It is, right? But it's not always.
Okay,
yes,
so look.
Yes, it is based on biology, but not always. And I'm appealing to not always. For example, a black person, we base what people we base, hey, how a person look. We call them black, right? And it has something to do with biology, right? There's a reason why people's skin color that way. But just because a person's skin color is black doesn't mean that they're black, right? There's things we attribute to blackness. You would agree with that? Like light-skinned people. They're not
okay, well, hold on.
Hey, can I just ask you a quick question, just to clarify your position?
Mixed people aren't black, but in America, they're considered black.
But let me ask you this: if you want to,
before you go, it's like just real quick question.
Yeah.
When you say that a woman is a female, and these things are interchangeable, are you making it as a biology objective claim or a biology subjective claim to where society decides?
I'm saying like the concept of female, right, was derived by a biological constant reference, which means that like you look at these, you have two things, right? You have two objects. You have two objects, right? Yeah, you have two objects, and then when you assess these two objects, you see a constant reference, which allows you to give a name to these things, and we're going to give these names male, female, right? Now, from these two things that we just gave, we subjectively applied a label to. The labeling is referred to this constant reference that we see within these two things. Now, that right there isn't mind dependent, right?
So then that would be the XY, XX, female, male marriage.
Correct. Yes. And then Sugar Mary she can like go further into it, right? Because it's like, so then you have like this kind of potential to do the thing. So then what you do is you notice that there are times where there might be other like non-constant variables, but within those non-constant variables, like where you have some type of deformation or something, there's still within that biological reference, it's still going to fall under one of those two categories, right? Now, what I'm saying is this: is that even if you have a deformity, if you have some type of like biological issue, and it's established in one of those two categories, right? That to me is still saying, hey, look, like this doesn't violate the constant reference rule. So if you want to problem with this idea of being able to just say whatever you are,
what do you mean that doesn't violate the constant reference rule?
So like I said, if you found a series of skeletons, can you tell which ones are male or female?
No.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
No, I didn't say man or woman. I didn't say man or woman. I said okay. The reason why is because you have a constant variable that would indicate which one of those categories they apply to, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm saying that constant variable might even kind of like get fucked up sometimes. But even within the fuck-ups, it's going to be a subset of one of those two things. So you're going to have a male fuck-up DNA thing. It's like, oh, look at this one. It's like X, X, Y, A, B, C, whatever.
Right, that's generally speaking, though.
That's what I said.
And
so now that you...
And that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the extreme.
I know you are. I'm saying this is the point. I'm saying the extreme, right? The exception doesn't violate the rule of consistency, right? That's my point.
Of course it does.
No, it does not. No, because I'll tell you why. Even within the exception still falls under one of the two.
No, Mike. I'm talking about. So I'm not making the argument. This is what you're doing. You're saying that a man is a male, and I'm telling you that no. Let's remove those two and stop marrying them together. Let's divorce them. A man is not a male, right? Because there could be exceptions where there's a body, right? And the body anatomically looks like a male, but it could be a female. And you wouldn't know.
Okay, that's my point. My mistake, right, doesn't mean because I didn't know
that
it.
You can't draw a hard line and say this. That means
look,
that you can't draw a hard line.
No, that's not true, bro. My ability to be correct. Wait, my ability to be correct on a thing doesn't mean that my incorrect answer now allows them to apply themselves the incorrect answer.
They are the exception.
No, they're not. Wait, are they the exception because I can make a mistake? Is the validity of their exception because I can't tell?
No.
Yes, no, for you specifically.
Okay.
Come on,
That sounds like what you're saying.
This ain't got nothing to. No, I'm saying that because you're making the point that hey, I'm always gonna be right on this point.
No, I did not. I never said that. I never said that, and I never would.
So then, if that's the case, then
that's why I said. Look,
then
that's
if
why
you can't always be right, Mike, then it is the case that a man is a woman.
That's why I'm saying.
Look, a male.
I understand that. My ability to make mistakes isn't the fundamental validity to why they are now considered the different thing. In fact, because it's considered, if I have the ability to even make a quote-unquote mistake, it means that a wrong answer, right, can be applied, which means that there is a right answer, and that would be what?
It would. You don't get it, Mike. You're saying that, hey, I am always right. That a man.
I'm not. I'm saying this. Look, there are two things. You have male and female, and you have a constant variable that allows you to describe what those two things are, even if you found their skeletal remains.
Let's don't say constant. Let's just say what it is. What it is. What's the constant variable?
It's the thing that Sugar Brother was talking about. The thing inside the tube. The active Y. What's it called?
The chromosomes.
There's actually a doctor.
It's called the. But hold on. But hold on.
The SRY gene.
Yes, the active SR something. Yes.
Yes, but that happens because of the Y gene, right?
Okay, that's fine. That's the constant variable.
So the constant variable. Let's just call it the constant variable is the fact that males have XY and females have XX. That's what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking.
All right.
I'm asking.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
so it's always the case that males of XX, males of XY.
It has to be active. It has to be active. It has to be active.
What do you mean active?
Okay, this is why I want her in here right now, because she'll do a better job than I do, and I love when she was here.
Nathan,
you know what can I say this one thing, Luffy? Let me just say this. Look, what she was saying was this, right? Males can have males can have a defective SRY genes, and that can cause them have some type of genitalia.
Do you know why? You know what she said though? Do you remember what she said?
I get what she's saying.
Yes. But do you remember what that?
Mike, I get that. I get that. That's not what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You're asking me what the constant variable is, and I'm saying, look, and this is my point.
The constant variable is the fact that they have XY genes.
No, the constant variable.
XX.
Okay, look, the constant variable. Yeah, it's the gene, and the gene would be the bucket, right? That's what she described as the bucket, where if you open the container, it would be active. Is that what she said? You have the chromosome.
She was listen. She was all over the place.
Well, let me try to remember what she said. I believe she said something along the lines of this: that you have.
My question was: is it always the case that a male can be a man? And she was saying no. That's what she was saying. She said no. And this is why I'm like.
Wait. I think you made a mistake. Is it always the case?
I asked her that question. Yeah, a male can be a man. And she was like, sorry, you can always, this was what I asked her. I said, is it the case that the chromosomes determine if you are a man or a woman?
And I remember
and she was trying to say yes.
No. This is what she said. She said, the reason why I want to this is where she taught me, bro. She's such a smart woman. She was saying, look, I like to stay away from the chromosome thing because the genetics is really what the assessment comes down to. And then she gave this analogy.
Then if that's the case, then Mike, a male can be a woman. If she is saying
no, that's not true.
Listen to what look.
If you haven't acted as
listen, Mike, the chromosomes determine if you're a male or female.
No,
regardless.
It's the gene.
Yes,
it's the
Mike.
gene.
No, Mike.
It's the gene.
Mike,
no,
Mike.
chromosomes
are Mike, if you have X, that's what it is. Mike, if you have XX, you are female. If you have XY, you're male.
No.
And she was
call her in here right now. Watch. Let me look this up.
This is my question to her, Mike. This was my question to her. Sugar belly. That's the chromosomes, and this is what determines. You find this in species. It has XX or XY. In mammals, right? Like if there's a male, there's an XX or XY chromosomes. Right?
XY is male.
Yeah. So then I asked her that question. Is that the determining factor on what genders? And she was trying to say no. It's not always the case. And when she was, because I was trying to get her to answer a hard question, right? Give me a yes or no. And she wouldn't say yes or no because basically she agrees with me that there could be a male that could be a woman.
Nathan is actually a case, right, on this TV show, Dr. House, that kind of talks about this in like a brief moment. It's a condition called complete androgen insensitive syndrome, CAIS. What that is it's a real medical condition. While it's rare, it is one of the most common causes of disorder of sex development in people with XY chromosomes. I'll summarize. In that episode, this girl comes and she was sick, right? Blonde-haired girl, everything. When you see her on the street, you know she's voiced everything. She's like a female. But when Dr. House did his analysis, and I'm skipping through like a lot of things, so you guys can look for it. It was season 2, episode 13. It was called Skin Deep. She was complaining about her pelvis. Apparently, she had testicular cancer. She was like, nah, she's not a guy, she's a girl. He said, nah, because what happens is because her body
was a model.
Yeah, there you go. She was a model, thank you. So because her body only responded to estrogen, she developed typical female characteristics, including like breast and clear skin, but lacked the uterus and ovaries. So instead of ovaries, she had undescended testes located in her pelvis. So biology can kind of make them say, especially in particular humans don't develop to what they're actually supposed to develop, like the XY chromosomes. It can basically saying she was late to develop, but one took over the other. So in that situation, from your side of the argument, you can say, okay, that's like.
Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this because I'm gonna have to talk for a second. Look, she was right. Look, so I put. I was told by someone. Okay, look. So the chromosome, right, or carries the gene. And the chromosome is Y. But if you don't have an active SRY gene, which is carried by the chromosome, then you're not a fucking male. So these are two separate things that she was referring to, which is why she said she wanted to stay away from the chromosome thing.
If you have the defective Y gene, you are a male.
Bro, no, not necessarily. If you have a defective, yes, you can be. It depends if you're what you mean by defective, right? If
you
it's not,
chromosomes.
no, if it's not,
XY.
If it's not active, right? Then what is it?
It
only falls under one of the two. It only falls under one of the two.
You're still a male.
Okay, then wait. So you're just saying you're a male no matter what?
That's what I thought she was. That's why I asked her that question. But she wasn't willing to say that.
She was referring to why. No, she was referring to why people. No, she was referring to why people. She was referring to why people look differently, and she was referring to.
Why do you think she was saying that?
I'm telling you right now why. Because she was referring to what the active SRY thing does versus it being not.
My question is, Mike, listen to me. If my question is that, hey, what does the chromosomes determine you being a male or female? And she isn't willing to answer that question, right? Doesn't that debunk a whole argument that that males can only be women? Sorry, that males can only be men?
No, I don't think it does.
How, Mike?
Because you still fall only
males determine. But she's saying that a male
you still fall on. Wait, what was the question again?
Does chromosomes determine your gender? She's like, I want to avoid that. And I'm like, why? And she started to explain.
She said
why
chromosomes.
Yes, the reason why. What do you think? That's what we're talking about. The chromosomes determine if you're male or female. And she's saying that when she's like, I don't want to answer that question. I want to stay away from chromosomes because there can be cases where a male can be a woman. And that's what she was explaining.
She never said that.
Y chromosome.
She never said that,
Why do you think she kept on bringing up the defective Y chromosome?
She never said that, dude.
Why couldn't she just answer the yes or no question?
With males or females, Nathan? Do you sleep with
Come on, man. I don't want to talk to you, man. Get the fuck.
Oh, I'm just asking if you're gay or not.
There you go. Stop right there. Fuck out of here.
No, it's gay. Everybody knows it. You taking a break, Mike? Or you about to?
Let me just finish this.
Go ahead.
Look, I'm asking her a specific question. Does the chromosome determine the gender, right? She says, Nathan, I want to avoid that because there could be cases where the Y chromosome on a male, right, can be defective, and you would have things where you have a male look like a woman.
Okay, this is what she was saying. Look, and I'm looking this up right now. You can look it up too.
So that's...
Hold on, no. Look, this is what I remember what she said. Somebody ping her, please. She was saying, I don't want to rely on this chromosome thing because you can have these chromosomes, but if you don't have an active SRY gene, then that's the...
Can be a woman.
No, she didn't say that a male could. She would never say that. She would... Hold on, stop. She would never say... Look. She would never... Look, I'll say this right now. I would put my life on this right now. She would never say a male can be a woman. She would never say that.
Wait.
Hold on, but let me finish it. So I'm looking this up right now. I'm looking this up right now. Look, I'm looking this up right now. Wait, real quick. I put basically this. This is the question right here. What does determine you to be a male or female, right? And it goes through this thing, and I ask it this. Is it the active SRY gene or XY chromosome? What do you think it said, Nathan? What do you think it said?
Mike, what do you think the Y, what do you think the X?
What do you think it's, there's two,
Wait.
You're just equivocating on man and male, like, what you...
No, I'm not. I don't follow that man-male shit, bro. I don't follow that man-male shit. A man is a male. 100% of the time. I'm not doing this fucking bullshit fucking, like, tranny shit, bro.
One second. Mike, just look up.
I'm not saying Mike wrong. I'm saying Mike, what you guys are doing is the equivocation is happening because what Mike wants to say, Sugar Belly's saying, is that she would never say that a woman can be a male can be a woman. She'll never say that. And the confusion you have, Nate, is what she's saying to you is that the chromosomes don't determine the sex. So she's saying it's like a combination of autosomes and chromosomes, not exclusively the chromosomes, that determine the sex. But she thinks every single male is a man. So she thinks she thinks
Isn't she
necessary to
contradicting
be a
herself
man
by
is a
that
male.
point? she's saying the chromosome doesn't determine the sex.
Yes, so she's saying the chromosomes alone are not determining whether the sex. So let's separate sex and gender for a moment. Yeah.
Yes, the
She's saying
things, not just isolated
are not determining the sex. She's saying it's a combination of other genes as well as the chromosomes that determine the sex. And then you're saying what you're hearing her say,
which is logical and true.
Okay, so she's saying that the chromosomes, which in your mind you're like they determine sex. She's saying the chromosomes can be different from they don't exclusively determine it. So if they don't exclusively determine it, in your mind you've gone to, okay, so you're saying a woman can be a male, right? But she's saying, no, sex and gender are the same in her mind. And she's saying, but what determines sex isn't just chromosomes. So that's you guys are talking past each other.
I get, yeah.
But she may have contradicted herself in the conversation.
That's what I don't get. If it's not just chromosomes, then there could be cases where a male could be a woman. If it's not just the chromosomes.
No, because she'll say what makes a male. If she's denying it's exclusively chromosomes, which I imagine she's going to. If she's saying so, what makes a male is a combination of, let's say, chromosomes and these other kinds of genes or sons or whatever, right?
Hey, real quick, Timothy's 100% right in what he's saying right now. He's describing it perfect. I'm not saying you agree with it, but that's what he's right. He's right.
Yeah, I just want to hear this because I'm kind of lost on this point, because if she's saying that it's not just the chromosomes, then there could be an exception to that then, because it's not just based on chromosomes.
No. And as in, look, put it like this, yeah? See what makes a male is from her, she's saying what makes a male is this whole combination of genes, not just chromosomes. That's what she's saying. She's saying the only way that no woman has that particular combination. So no woman has the combination of genes that makes you a male. Does that make sense? Anyone who has that combination that makes you a male is a man. They can't be a woman. But she's saying it's not just the chromosomes. So it's the combination. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it is just, I don't get it, because that's what determines if you're a male or a female. It is the chromosomes.
Yeah,
it is.
That's what she's
XX or XY. Yeah, and now she's denying that. And then she's saying that there's more. Then wouldn't that just open up for there to be?
Yeah, because this is what you want to say. You want to say, so then she has to commit to saying someone can have a Y chromosome and be a woman. That is true.
If it's not just the chromosomes.
Yeah, that would be a commitment of hers, yeah. But she's saying the Y chromosome isn't what makes you a male. She's saying that's not what makes you a male.
She's saying both of those things, though. She's saying it does and it doesn't at the same time. Because she's saying that
No. She's part of it. No, she's saying
only males have that. What's up?
No, she's saying that. I'm just adding on to it because I think you're trying to isolate and saying it's only that. I think she was saying, I didn't hear it, but based on what is being said, is that
you didn't even hear it.
No, I'm saying I didn't hear her say it, but I'm saying going off what you guys are saying, it sounds like, I just said I didn't hear it. I'm going off what you guys said. So based on what you're saying is that it's more than just that. So it doesn't mean they're just left open. It means other factors to contribute to the ideal of what a male and a female is.
If it's more than if it's more than just that, then there would be cases where you have females being men, because it's more than just the chromosome. It's more than just your XX or XY.
No. But you can't. That's the mistake. That's the mistake you don't want to make. You don't want to say females or males. You want to say that means she would have to commit to say. No. That means she would have to commit to say there are females with a Y chromosome. Or what's that woman's name? The Algerian boxer. She would have to commit to saying, look, just the presence of the SRY isn't evidence that. Sorry, it could be evidence, but doesn't determine whether or not she's a female or a male. Because if she's saying it's not just the chromosomes, then you'd say someone can have no Y chromosome and be a man by her lights, and then similarly someone can have someone can have a Y chromosome and be a female.
She would essentially be saying that, which I think we all saying the same thing. She's saying that there's more than that. So if you find an exception to the rule, you would say that there's other factors to consider to determine what is male. Because again, anomalies exist in probably everything, but there's other factors to being whether we consider someone a male or a female, and these factors are typically immutable. so therefore they're not interchangeable. Like men are known. Go ahead. No, that's all. That's good. I was just saying that it's. I was just saying certain. I got delayed, so that's why. Yeah, I was just saying certain factors are immutable, which I was going to go into Nate with. Y'all can have this. I'm about to get a little busy, but I want to come back on this. Hopefully, y'all still on the subject. But there are factors that are immutable, meaning they don't change, and that's why. And that's why when you talk about man and woman, we tie back into the sex because there are characteristics that are derivative of those sexes that implicates that these things are distinct and they're not interchangeable, meaning that a man can become a woman and vice versa, because of these characteristics. That's all I was trying to say. But go ahead.
No, you get it now, Nate, innit?
Sound like you got busy. Nate, you busy?
I did hear Free say something about going into Nathan. Pause.
No, I didn't.
I thought I heard you say when you come back. I'm just saying.
Turn your gayness off because we heard something that wasn't said. Let's not say no shit like that.
Oh, that was the reach? Oh, my God. Okay.
Timothy wanted to say something.
I said you get it though, innit? Like you get what she's saying. It's like
I don't want to just refer to the chromosomes because I think the reason why I don't know what the reason why, but no, honestly, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it.
So alright, let's just say this, right? If you have a Y chromosome, it means you're a male. And she says, nah, I don't agree with that. Right? Now, I think what she means is you have to have a Y chromosome plus something else to be a male. Okay? Like, let's just say that's what she's saying, something like that. So it's the Y chromosome plus some other stuff. Like, as in you can't determine just from the chromosome whether or not someone's a male. But she can still hold she still holds the belief that to be a man, you have to be a male. So you can't be a woman if you're a male. And to be a male,
means the Y chromosome and other stuff to be a male.
Yeah. That's what she's saying,
Okay,
right?
okay.
So it seems that what you can say to her is, okay, well that means you think that there can be a woman with a Y chromosome. But like what you can't say is, oh, there can be a woman who's a male. That make sense?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Like she's just committing herself to saying that, like, how you
we talking past each other when we talking about what a male is. I get what you're talking. I get what you're saying. Yeah. And that's what she's saying. I disagree, man. I think I thought it was always that it was the.
I'm saying she may have contradicted herself. I don't know what happened. I don't know what you guys spoke about. I'm saying between what you and Mike were just arguing about now. I think what Mike knows that she maintains to be a man, necessarily you must be a male. But to be a male, it's not exclusively or exhaustively about chromosomes.
Yeah.
It's about more than that.
And that just opens up the intersex argument about some male being women and some female. Some XY chromosome individuals can be women, and to me that just means that a male is a woman. I get it.
There isn't.
Nate, I'm getting real tired of your trolling. This is. I'm telling your wife.
Oh my goodness! Don't tell the wife. What the hell?
Listen, I'm about
gender and sex both exist.
That's a woman. Your wife is a woman.
Hey, I got a question for Timothy, if you don't mind. Like, I haven't really. Okay.
I want to go after you, Simone. I'm gonna ask Nick or something. And if you sound burnt, you want to talk about it, I ain't gonna fuck with you. But
I'm not doing
there you go. Man. I got
okay. Emergency that happened.
Do your thing. I'm gonna do my thing and let them have a conversation.
Timothy, I'm just kind of like asking you this question for like your recollection. So I haven't really done too much work in this field, and I really haven't looked this up. So I'm just kind of allowing myself to like be beholden to like your judgment. Do you ever remember me saying that there is a world where the scenario that was being attributed to like a straw man could exist? Timothy?
What? Say second?
Do you ever recall me saying that the scenario that was being discussed about Nathan's question, in some weird or some other world, it could be a straw man?
You think it is a straw man?
Or that it couldn't be a straw man?
Oh, it couldn't be. Yeah. You said no.
Yeah.
You even said you went so far as to say you thought it was reasonable for people to think it wasn't a straw man.
Wait,
there you go, Samoa. There you go.
That's what you said to me, and then you lied like 2 minutes later. 2 minutes later, you were like, nah,
hold on, man. Hold on. So let's just hold it up. So it's reasonable to believe that people can like misunderstand something. I get that.
No, you said it's reasonable to think that people defend it differently. That's what you said.
I told him that this morning, and he didn't
brother.
bro,
I asked you that.
Hold on.
So reasonable. Yeah, of course.
Hold on.
I brought it up and you were like, no, I never said
Come
that.
on, man. All right, so I prefaced my statement by saying I haven't really done the work in this field, nor do I like care to actually read up on what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to just highlight this again. There's a difference between saying, hey, it's reasonable that people can see it a certain way, and saying, hey, it's reasonable that they could use a different definition that could be replaced by mine. But that sounds pretty stupid when I'm saying that my definition is the only one.
Wait,
anybody acting...
Are you admitting that you said that now? Or not? Are you still denying you said that? I can't keep up with you, bro.
Bro, do you see how we're... Brother, you can't keep up with me because I'm just too fast. But I just want to put this out again.
That's true.
You're running. If you run
Bro. Hey, baby. Out to the cabana. Yeah.
No one can catch me. I'm as fast as I can.
Yo, he is a beast. So he said he admitted that day. Immediately, 2 sentences later, he said I was lying. Now we're 2 months removed. Now he said it, but he meant something differently from what he said.
Wait, didn't Samoa just hand you an L with the whole Solomon? What was it?
Look.
What was that?
Yeah. Was like his recollection of like.
Concrete's in the same camp though. It's Concrete Free and Samoa. Concrete the leader.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, Concrete.
He's objective. He's offering an objective point of view.
Free and what?
That's what the losing you are, Concrete.
You and Samoa.
Wait, I have to ask you a quick question, bro. Real quick question. Listen to the statement that was made.
I'm dishonest now. Oh, that's a new one. But
if you listen to the statement is, hey, is it reasonable to say people see it this way? I say absolutely they can misunderstand something. Absolutely they can be incorrect. That is a reasonable, reality. Is it reasonable that they have a different definition? Answer, absolutely fucking not. Because there's only one. So we could use the exact same statement. I think you guys are doing it right now, where you guys are kind of trying to straw man the statement that I was making. Pretty weird, but hey, man.
Yeah, do you remember what I said about Huey? It's something about this killism that just produces these kinds of characters.
Oh my God.
But Samoa's not like Huey in that he'll steal money from the business, and then you'll be like, yo, gang, you obviously stole this money, and then Huey would be like, no, I didn't. It's right there. And you'd be like, literally, it says 0. Samoa would be like, it says 0. And you'd be like, bro, we're fucked. We're losing money. And they'd be like, no, we're not. This is amazing. This is brilliant. And you'd be like,
yeah, this is horrible.
We've lost money. We haven't made any money. It's like, that's exactly what you want to do. Look at read the biography of Donald Trump. We're 8 bankruptcies away from being billionaires.
He takes some shit. He's resting on a little cologne on that.
Hey.
And he tell you, dang.
Oh, here goes to this shit. Doesn't the 8, let's say the 8 bankruptcies kind of give the argument that without those he wouldn't be the mayor that he is today?
Look, he's not straight stop.
You know what I find? You know what I find interesting is that Hempathy's co-host Andrew for many moons.
Leave me alone, man.
Where's the smile now? Where is the happiness now? No, nigga, you trying to attack some. I just have this. No. I just have this.
to let's talk about Himothy. Himothy want to talk about someone. I want to talk about Himothy and his association.
We're talking about the debate, though. Concrete.
Listen. If you think that was a nuclear option, and I went too, I hit the button too quickly.
Gone too far.
Yo, that's how bad Andrew's gotten. It's like, oh, nobody's even fighting that case no more. Everybody's like, yo, you got it. Yo,
even Nate used to treat him like a special guest. Andrew be saying some shit nowadays on stage, and Nate be like, this motherfucker right here. Like, mute up. That's like
Andrew does not care. He does not care. But is that because he has a mental disease, or is that because of white privilege? Which one is it?
I think it's the whiteness.
Takes it too far.
I think they all, even Stilgar. I think it's that too, man.
Leave Stilgar alone, bro.
Yo. It's up to Stilgar whether or not he's gonna take the debate. Henry, I was about to put it in.
Heavy is the head that wears the. I'm the chief white, okay? It's hard to be the chief white.
Wait, hold on. With Brad here?
No.
Oh, Brad's 3 levels.
No, but still not like the only white person who ain't said the N-word is still
Well, he started though. You know he thinks it all the time. Nigga.
Look, there's a reason why we only dropped the atomic bomb.
He's definitely said it
You gotta
before.
keep that one in the back pocket until you need it.
Definitely said it before. What are you talking about?
I never heard him say it.
Still does. It's true.
Yeah, one day he got triggered. He was like, oh, nigga, oh my god.
That doesn't even sound right.
I might have
I'm just the king of memories.
Bro, one day he got triggered.
I think I was.
Oh, you want me to be the? He was like, you want me to be the bad guy? I'll be the bad guy.
I think I was imitating somebody.
No, he's still saying yes.
Nah. I'm defending you the other day, still got Nate said you're a bigger racist than Monica.
Maybe that's the truth. Maybe I'm the Navy SEAL of racists, and I just sneak in and nobody notices it.
Yo, my bad, Free. You said you wanted to ask Nate a question for now.
1 second.
I do have a question though. Why does every conversation in this room have to lead to trans with Nathan leading the discussion? I'm just always confused by that.
Because I love that topic, my brother. I love it.
See, this is the difference between Brad and I. Brad kink shames and I don't.
I don't know if you call that kink shame, Stilgar. I'm just, I mean...
Kink shaming, reviewing Nathan's browser history. We could call it a couple different.
I think Nate is trying to engage in some social engineering, such that he is going to convince us that, to see the world the way that he does. But, it's just too much confusion and like unnecessary labels. You don't need to call yourself a woman. You can call yourself a myriad of other things that gives you your unique categorization. But when you try to meld something with another group, and the group says, you can't force it. You can't force it. The group says, no, this is who we are. This is what we are.
So should we just call them half-man from now?
The conquer the hung out with Nathan. I was like, yo, what's up, my guy? He's like, that's a social construct.
No, but Nate used to be on the side, Nate used to be on the kind of conservative side of this debate. Until very recent.
Really?
That's back when he was an atheist.
No, that was like I don't know, like a year ago. Like a year ago, it was me on one side.
Back when he was an atheist.
Yeah, and Nate, he still is the atheist.
It's kind of like Jacobus steel manning the Holocaust. It's not what he actually believes. It's just his idea of how to get a conversation started.
I think seen the flaw in what he was arguing for, and then he's just evolved his position, I guess. That's what it seems to me. I mean, maybe he's trolled, I don't know.
No, he's not trolling. He's engaging in social engineering.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. One of my favorite times, yo, freaking everything used to come in every day talking about, yo, Nathan, do you believe in miracles? You know, so that shit. I mean,
Yeah, and Nate would be like, I gotta go, got a phone call. How come you never challenged Nate on Christianity? You guys should do some like,
Damn, I gotta take a phone call. Be right back.
I'm wondering if most of the Christians in this room are ready to meet their God and explain to him why they've been defending him with such lack of dignity, such lack of compassion.
Enthusiasm,
right? No, more so like you know, look, I don't think your homie wants you defending him in the way you've been defending him. That's all I'm saying. You know, he was a compassionate dude. I think he you know, hung out with hookers.
Give me an example.
What's the pure vitriol? Just the animosity with which they defend their Christ, you know?
I feel like most of these motherfuckers support ICE, and you know, meanwhile tell the story of fucking the baby in the manger and shit being denied from being sent away from all the inns and stuff. Like, presumably by their lights, you know, it's uncharitable and unchristian-like, but meanwhile they do the same thing to like immigrants.
Right, you got these guys in here swinging their ego around and using pride as a matter of defending a religion which, you know, is against those who are prideful.
Alright, I'm back. Hey, real quick, Nate. Oh, my bad. Complete. I was confusing stuff. Nate, so I was gonna ask you, far as changing things. So, what makes a man and a woman? To you, I know we've done it before. It's kind of redundant, so hopefully we should do this. I'm not gonna ask you the same exact question. I'm trying to go over it. Are you there, Nate?
Nate.
Go ahead. Yeah, Nate. That's her name. Nate. Yeah, Nate. Lady Nate, yeah. He didn't tell you that?
Nah.
That's why he's defending transgenderism. He's transgender. You didn't? Oh, man, come on, man. I thought you knew that.
The Lady
Nate. See, yeah, Lady Nate, yeah. When he come back, just call him, man. I give it to you. He's going to answer. You're like, yeah, that's his program. He's going to do all that shit. Yeah. Dead ass. All right, go ahead.
I feel like at this point, you know what you can say. You're female, is how you were born. A male is how you were born, and a man is how you identify, and a woman is how you identify. I mean, it's going to be like pretty redundant.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I know that part is, which I was going to get to a part that wasn't going to be redundant, to where I could kind of see if we could satisfy this contradiction, meaning break the contradiction to where they could be specific. But let's be honest, every argument we make, we try to find a flaw in the logic, right? Once you find a flaw in the logic, that person's argument is kind of flawed.
Yeah,
So
I don't think he has a flaw in the logic. I think it's pretty ironclad.
No, I totally disagree. This is why. I know you're his boyfriend, so you can argue for him. So what he does is he says that they're basically just how you identify, right? And if that's the case, then there's no difference between men and women. It's literally just a term. It's almost synonymous with the word thing, because everything is a thing, right? So if man can be woman and woman can be man based off the fact that they call themselves that, then there is no difference between the two. It's just a matter of somebody calling themselves that. Now, he would make arguments to say formative, which is, again, somewhat contradiction, because if I don't perform like a woman, and I want to call myself a woman, by his own logic, that has to be honored. He has to still call a person a woman if they don't both present like a woman. So the bottom line is the performative objective was just purely subjective. Like that has to be satisfied because it's contradiction in that if you have to perform a way, but you can just still call yourself that if you don't. So we gotta get rid of the A nice situation or A this is A situation. One of these things have to I ain't heard from you all day, nigga. You just popped up and say that shit. Talk, nigga. You want to take the argument on? Come on. Say something else. All right, when y'all done making out, I'll be there.
Man, just over the past weekend, listening to Himothy, bro, like his recollection sucks. His tracking ability sucks as well.
Hey, the nigga said, what do you say? He said bad faith. We said I was dishonest. Was that word you said I am?
Yeah. He said dishonest. But you are hella dishonest, brother.
What the fuck, really? Of all people?
Bro, yo, you take concrete. No, listen. I've been talking. Yo, Free makes the worst arguments. He takes the worst fucking roads.
This is insane.
It's like, bro, this is crazy.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you believe that either.
Yo, I got Himothy as a witness. And all we need, if I can get a third
I take
witness.
you serious. I don't take you serious. I believe him.
That's okay, brother. That's okay.
That, but I don't believe you believe that.
Listen.
So, which I would prefer to hear from him to see get his breakdown. But whatever. Let's
run away, brother. Run away. It's okay.
No, go ahead. I'll take it. See, you troll too much for me to take you serious, Concrete. So this is your own doing right now. But with him at the
troll too much.
Serious, but I think his logic is just not sound.
Troll too much is more of your dishonesty, because no matter how much trolling is happening, the arguments still stand, right? You're still gonna have to deal with the arguments, and you can't. You take the horrible positions, bro. It's like. It's insane, bro. Let's just go back to the the Central Park Five. Yeah, look, bro. I got it, bro. I understand. But
that's how predictable you are. I knew you was gonna do that.
Yeah, you should expect it because you did something on it. You should expect it. You did amazing.
You like my position on it,
brother.
And you like the beginning to having this conversation. This cool. Go ahead. You're a fan. It's fine. You're a fan. Go ahead. Do it.
All right.
You want to have the conversation? It's fine. I see what you're doing.
Right now, this is you not taking me seriously, right? This is you just reacting to me trolling right now, right?
That's great. Yes.
You won't let me speak uninterrupted.
I'm sorry. Let me go on my bad.
All right. Got you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So anyway, you took a horrible stance. We had somebody who is an attorney, and you tried to, go head to head with the attorney on the law, and you looked crazy. You looked insane. Not only that, but your theory. Is this still you not taking me seriously?
No, I'm trying to get clear what you're saying.
The over talking. I just got you to calm down 5 seconds ago. Here we are again. Damn, bro. Are we serious right now? You're worse than Alejandro. Anyway, so the whole point is, you went head to head with an attorney on the law. You had a really bad fucking theory, and how you connected somebody. Oh, it was horrible, bro. Yeah, and I take that whole argument was based on your dishonesty and lack of understanding.
All right, well, thank you for that. I mean, you sitting off for a lot of nothing. Miss Lopez, I don't know if you know your mic is hot. I don't know if you're trying to say something.
Oh my God, thank you.
No problem.
Wait, did he say I said a lot of nothing?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, this is an example of you being dishonest. I gave a substantive critique of your position.
I'm responsible.
You know that you went head to head with Mr. Finley. You know that he bodied you on the law. You know that you tried to, one second, brother. You know that you tried to pin it on, you tried to make some loose association between Mateus and the Five or some shit like that. It was bad. But you summarized it by saying a bunch of nothing. But it was the truth. It was the truth. You went head to head with Mr. Finley. You made like tenuous associations, or trying to make very tenuous, if not non-existent associations.
It was horrible, bro.
All right, we got
But
you, brother.
anyway,
We got you.
you can wave
Can I
and
get
hand
back?
wave. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. So let me address this. It's funny you said thingy. I thought you were going to be somebody else, which nobody has been good at this.
Wait, so now you're addressing the bunch of nothing?
No, well, let me address you, brother. I'm not even going to do that.
What I said. So now you're addressing
exactly. That's what, exactly. I'm not addressing a bunch of nothing. That's right.
bunch of nothing?
That is correct. So let me finish, please.
Okay. So you see how that's dishonesty? Because if it was nothing, you wouldn't address it like you tried to do before.
It's still nothing. Let me give you context of why it's nothing. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. In other words, you're basically telling me I shouldn't take you serious, and I actually agree with you. But because I said I wouldn't, but I'm doing this because it's kind of funny.
It seems like you're addressing something and not nothing. You see how that works?
Right, yeah, I got you. Thank you very much. So before you cut me off again, let me go ahead and finish, all right? Finley didn't know shit about the case. He didn't know.
You're calling that quick, bro? Really?
You got it. You got it, bro.
You gotta fight through it, man. Come on, don't get
No, I'm not about to do this with this nigga, man. I'm not doing this shit with this nigga. That's all you wanted. Hey, Pancake is a master race trader. I know, you trying to get an action. I'm not gonna give it to him.
He'll walk up to you, he'll kick you in the shins, and if he sees that you don't punch him in the nose back, then he keeps going. So you just gotta punch him in the shins right back, bro.
But he's a kid playing tag you with a bunch of adults who are like, oh, we ain't playing that.
This nigga has a dishonesty addiction.
You gotta kick concrete right in the fucking shins, bro.
I don't hate kids, but you're right, though.
This is an intervention. He has a dishonesty addiction, and we are trying to, help him get rid of it, right? We're talking. We walked into we were in his living room when he got home, and we were like, bro, the reason why we're here is you're dishonest as fuck, bro. And he's like, what? Me? I'm not dishonest. There it is right there. And then, we're trying to work it out with him.
Seems like Free is respectfully bowed out. All right.
Yo, Creek. Sorry, man. I was gonna say, also, Mike, you're back. My bad if I hijacked your shit earlier.
No, I think you do a great job. Like, you get it. No, I appreciate it. You said it better than I could.
I know you thought I was just gonna, because I'm pro-trans, you thought I was just gonna argue against you.
No, I don't take you like that, bro. I think at this point, we know each other, but no, I just.
Wait, would you say he's good faith?
I think Timothy, is usually. I think he has like a lot of range where I've heard him like make fun of people, and he could be vicious. So I give credit to that. I think he's smart. I think he has swag. Overall, you're probably one of my favorite people on the town.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even bullshitting you, bro. Like, I've had many different type of conversations with you. I can say that I've learned, and so it's like it's good. It's like a fucking for sure good fit. At least with me. Like, it doesn't mean that everyone else is gonna have my experience, but I think that we've just known each other throughout the years, and it's worked out. It just happens like that.
Oh my God, dog. But Concrete, you're honest too sometimes.
No. Listen, brother, you threw down the gauntlet.
No, but you lied. You lied.
What did I lie about? What did I lie about?
No. Remember that shit with Matt, where he, look how bad faith you are in that moment, yeah? Because you hate Barcelona and embarrassed Bob.
Oh,
this nigga.
Making claims, not arguing.
No. Stop. This is one of these ones where, moment, bro. I'm giving you an opportunity to redeem yourself. This man, literally, trying to whataboutism in the stupidest way humanly possible. Like, give me a sec to try to recall the facts, but he tried to whataboutism. Matt responded to him on some, but you don't even believe that. Like, that makes you a hypocrite, not us. Then you had the audacity to accuse Matt of engaging in whataboutism when he was responding to this guy who tried to accuse him of whataboutism. Like, I think Samoa said, him and King are allegedly making an inductive case against Obama, right? And then Samoa goes, oh, you guys make this case against Trump though, don't you? And then we go, yeah, but hold on, you reject that, and we're not even rejecting the Obama case. We're just saying actually make a case, that don't just fucking ramble and name drop.
Bro,
and then
sucks.
you go,
let me go.
And then you go, and then and then you go, oh, Matt's engaging in whataboutism.
about? Listen, small bit, real quick. So,
Oh no, do you think they did? My bad.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Timothy, unfortunately, if someone else engages in whataboutism, you don't have to engage in whataboutism. If I don't catch him and I do catch you, I'm calling it. It is what it is. You can't. Listen, Matt. See, the thing is, y'all don't go to training camp. Y'all don't put in the exercise. Y'all niggas is rusty. Y'all, no, listen, bro. Listen, the level of discourse over, like, Mike, you remember Discord, Tom's rooms, bro. They had an iron fist with fucking arguments. It's like the shit that Luca does could never fly. And
you talking about Tom Rabbit?
Tom Rabbit.
Yeah, they had kicked dog out.
Nah, you wasn't there, Kendo. You wasn't there, Kendo.
Nigga, I done talked to Tom Rabbit before.
Nah, this was years ago.
I will be standing in the fucking corner of the room on the phone.
I just showed you I know
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna land.
I'm at the concrete.
As soon as I'm done, you can go now. I think some
I'm after some more.
Wait, can I bug the line? I have to get back to work.
Hold on, Millis. Another dishonest interlocutor from.
It's Black History Month.
I actually agree with that one.
The smart people are stupid.
I'm going like that.
I'm in front of the these streets.
All the smart people.
Here's the thing, right? So when you, and I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I think Mike said something similar. When you have a weak link, that is here's the thing, right? Your participants have sway on the direction, tenor, depth, heights of the conversation. And when you get when there's a motivation to heal a wounded puppy, and Alessandro is the wounded puppy, now because the wounded puppy is getting beat up,
you're obviously wounded.
1 second, brother.
I didn't even do shit.
1 second, brother.
You're responding to your
quiet,
wound.
bro. You be quiet. You gotta be quiet.
Okay, bro.
I saw.
I'm not even doing shit to you.
I've seen numerous people take Alessandro's side simply because he's getting beat up. Now he's making good arguments and he's getting jumped, dishonestly or without cause. But because he is, just the weaker link, and now that he's the weaker link and he has an advocate with power, i.e. Matt, now he has to, he gets all the fucking airtime. And now the conversation, instead of eliminating, 1 second,
what are you talking about?
Hold on, brother, calm down.
Alessandro wasn't a part of it.
1 second, brother. 1 second,
He wasn't a part of that conversation.
1 second, brother.
His feelings are hurt. You gotta let him do his thing.
Hold on, brother. Yeah. So when you have this weirdo who gets so much airtime, the quality of the conversation, because it's quality time ratio, right? Quality of content time ratio. So the less quality, the more time, the quality ratio goes over, right? More quality, more time is higher concentrated, quality goes up. So when you have somebody who doesn't make good arguments, is just a parrot, who is a crybaby whiner like Alessandro, and he has an advocate like Matt. I saw it switch over to Bart, and then later on it switched over to fucking Cora. You now have somebody who's emboldened in their fucking mediocrity, in their lack of aptitude, right? No, he has no fucking motivation to get better. What we're doing, right, is that these type of people get blocked out of the conversation, goes up, their level of participation goes down, and now he has to make a decision. Do I get better, or do I just languish in the fucking goo or mute, where nobody lets me speak because I'm not saying anything of substance? And now what happens is he'll go study. He'll go watch videos. He'll listen to fucking debates. He'll read SCP articles if he wants to participate. But if he doesn't have to do any work to participate, always gonna keep it at a mediocre level. Now, this is in direct relationship to Matt, his patron saint. There's nobody who pushes back on the level of sophistication that is engaged with when Matt uses fucking whataboutism
kind of fucking shit, and the mods get to be fucking emotional about shit. Yo, you can. That's it. That's the benchmark. That's where we're gonna be at in perpetuity until somebody says, guess what? We're gonna increase the quality. We gotta reduce the bullshit, all the fallacious reasoning. It gets called out and it gets fucking, stopped. You can't. It's like saying, unfortunately, here's what happens, right? Okay, here's a misrepresentation. Here is a straw man, and it's gonna be able to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And now it's a matter of exhaustion. It's not quality of your length. It's how many times can you repeat yourself such that the person that you're dealing with doesn't want a war of attrition, right? I'm gonna just make it impossible for you to maintain focus and interest in a conversation that literally goes nowhere. Why? Because the interlocutor does not have to engage in any substantive manner. They could just cry like Alessandro, repeat their stupid ass shit, and then Matt is gonna say, "Let him go." Okay, great. Now that's the benchmark. That's your bottom limit and max limit. Here, that's where we're at. Thank you. Have a nice day.
What was the original dispute? Was it like Matt or some shit?
No, I think he's offering like an appropriate critique, and you can respond to that right after I'm done here. Just I can just point out like what aboutism is, and this is why I said what I said about Himothy earlier, is that like his ability to track without the biasness, like just revealing himself, is crazy money. Like when I bring up, hey, these are the same guys that use weaker facts of evidence to get to their point as far as Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump's knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's capades, right? Matt's already conceded this point, that the argument for Barack Obama is a stronger argument because of his intelligence agencies basically colluding with the Hillary Clinton campaign. So when we bring these things up from yesterday, and you guys say trash, I'm pointing out that you guys are the ones that are basically looking like a dumbass because we're giving you something that's stronger than what you're using to make your case against Donald Trump. But that just shows you like how biased you guys are. That was my point. Who the fuck cares about Donald Trump? What about him is like...
Put me in the queue somewhere. I don't know who's like...
Yeah, just put him all the way in the back. Yeah, put him all the way in the back.
Pause,
okay, cool.
Right?
Stop. Yeah, pause. All right. So you weren't here earlier, but Matt does agree with us. So what Matt did was Matt said, hey, if you're saying their argument is trash, that means your argument is trash. That's what he said, okay? Now that's shifting, that's derailing the conversation from where it actually was. My point is to show you that you guys are working with a motivation. His point is saying that, hey, if you shoot them, you shoot yourself. We're not even talking about the same damn thing. So let's just track that for a little bit, and I think that concrete is like pointing out the obvious, that there are certain people that you guys feel like you guys have to boost up. And if you do that, you're just enabling people to just repeat the exact same mistakes that they made like in prior engagements. Now, I'm not specifically talking about somebody, right? But if the shoe fits, wear it. But you can't just like keep doing the exact same thing, thinking that you're going to get out of the hole that you've already dug for yourself. Like that doesn't make any kind of sense anyway. So I'll wait and then listen to Alessandro or whoever. Oh no, it was Nathan. Yeah. So Nathan.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be fast.
I'm at the Nathan.
Is there a queue? Can I be after?
Yeah.
God damn. We just...
No. Timothy is after 3.
No, I thought I was going.
Yeah,
Nathan, it was Free, then it was Millis, and then it was Alessandro, and then it was
I'm in front of Millis.
Oh, yep, and yep. Can we?
I'm at the line.
What if people just want to say some shit? Yo, let.
Yeah, I'll be fast.
I mean, same as you.
Yeah, I'm at the
Oh,
line.
shut the fuck up, bro.
No.
That's a woman, bro.
He don't care. Leave him. He's a woman too, Kendall. He's a woman too. This is an even match.
Viola makes a very solid point.
Come on, I don't.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, one more from it.
Alright, I'll be fast. So I just wanted to say this. Look, I get that y'all are beasts with my boy Luca. Luca actually is one of the most intellectual people in here, and he's not a white belt. He packed a lot of y'all up, and y'all don't respect that because it's how he does it. He isn't nice about it. He's very ruthless. He's willing to take a nigga head off if that means he's getting the dub. Y'all don't like that because y'all do the same thing. I get the rest of my time to imitate.
Yo, gang. Alright, I was gonna say, look, but firstly, I don't care what Matt said because I just agreed with Matt's point. Like, I'm not agreeing with Matt, quote unquote, the person. What he said at the time was right. Like, let's just lay it out because obviously Samoa's always going to distort the facts, and he's always going to offer some kind of post hoc, rationalization for the nonsense that he said. Desperately hit the books. MashaAllah, I credit you for the fact that you actually do research. If only it wasn't motivated and inspired by pure dishonesty, I could compliment you more. That being said, what happened was, this was just a Hail Mary. It's like another one from a long line of Samoa Hail Marys. You conceded to Bob. Bob didn't wreck you because he wasn't actually part of the original discussion. But the original discussion, which I'm not even sure if you're aware of, you just sort of saw an opportunity to defend Trump and be a contrarian, and you jumped at it. But the initial dispute was just that King made two claims. One claim about Obama commissioning the Steele dossier, and then the second claim that Obama was guilty of wiretapping Donald Trump in 2017. Okay, 2016, 2017, two claims he made. Okay, both of them were immediately falsified by ChatGPT. Now you can say there's better evidence. I don't fucking know. I haven't researched it. Maybe there is, but King didn't fucking provide it. He got cooked on the day, and that was that.
Bob provided
then
it.
Oh no, wait. Stop. Then in the discussion you guys were having, Bob comes into the conversation, and this for some reason put Concrete's back up because him and Bob have some like pre-existing beef, I guess, or something, right? I can imagine why, bro. Bob's very antagonistic. Nevertheless, Bob comes into the conversation now, and in the midst of the conversation, because clearly he's qualified. Like, I'm not qualified. Maybe Louis is, but Louis wasn't participating. You know far more than me. You probably debated this. I know nothing about nothing. So you doing all that name dropping shit was useless. My eyes just glazed over. I wasn't into it. It didn't seem like you managed to string any of those name drops together to make a case. You just like tried to show me. It was just like kind of flexing. Like, I know a lot more about this than you do. And I was like, yeah, cool. Just make an argument. If you got one, make one. It didn't seem like you could make an argument to save your life. Bob comes in and says, wait, but hold on. In response to all your fucking frivolous name dropping, but hold on. Didn't Donald Trump's DOJ vindicate fucking Obama against this charge? Then you and King both giggled and said in response to that, I can't remember what that idiom is. It's like rearranging chairs on the Titanic. Like, you're focused on the wrong thing. Like, yeah, okay, so what? But like, isn't there so much wrong with the Clintons and this? Like, that was the implication of what you said. Then you guys just started laughing, you little fucking chuckle brothers, yeah? Big up King, man, that's my guy. We're cool too, but anyway. So you chuckle brothers, you're giggling to each other. And then me and Omni are like, wait, hold on. That is the debate. Like, you were just conceding the debate. If you're saying that, yeah, we don't mind that Trump vindicated Obama, then you're just saying that there isn't good evidence. Then in response to that, right, then you threw a Hail Mary out, which was, look, we don't have a smoking gun. We have like some inductive evidence, okay? We have some probabilistic evidence. Isn't that the kind of evidence that you guys are using against Donald Trump? Okay? Now, Matt rightly so points out, wait, hold on. Isn't that evidence that you reject? As in the case of Donald Trump, you think that is bad. In fact, you're demanding a gun. So why would we demand a smoking gun? By your own lights. By your own lights, we should reject this bullshit non-case that you're making. At least with us, Luca, all of us people, we actually make plausible cases for why we should think that Trump is complicit in the sex trafficking of these young women because of his proximity. We're actually making an argument. You were just doing some incoherent name dropping, just stringing random fucking names together. You weren't even making a case. But anyway, by your own life, you should just reject that shit. Even if you did make a fucking argument, you should reject it because you're part of the smoking gun gang. Now,
wait, do you think your recollection is good?
I'm finished. Maybe not. Who knows?
It's not, but just let him keep going so we could be.
Matt points that out. Oh, fucking. I wish blocks kept people out of rooms. Matt points that out, yeah? Matt points that out, yeah? And then Concrete, because his hatred, his festering hatred for fucking Bob, jumps in and calls Matt out for whataboutism. Now, if anyone's guilty of whataboutism, isn't it the guy who just goes, oh, but you guys accepted in the Donald Trump case? Like, that is primo fucking Colombian uncut whataboutism, obviously. What Matt's doing, and rightly so, is if what you want to do is push the conversation towards let's compare our evidentiary standards. I mean,
clearly you undermined yourself. You're a hypocrite. If you're demanding of us something that you wouldn't even accept yourself, like clearly you're just a fucking hypocrite. Do you know what I'm saying? But what's more, and this is the last point I mean, what's hilarious actually about this is no one fucking said they wouldn't accept inferential evidence for Obama. No one asked for a smoking gun. That's what cowards or people who are operating purely dishonestly do in conversations, where they mock and Bailey or they change standards to make it look like what they have is this like insane gargantuan Herculean task to complete. No one fucking told you that. You guys kept saying, oh, if you're answering, ironically, you were engaging in a straw man, because you keep saying, well, if you're asking for a smoking gun, we don't have one. And everyone, and Louis and me and everyone else kept saying, no, we're just saying evidence. Like, you telling me that you know a lot about this case and then dropping 1,000 names, you know that's not evidence, right? Like, what you have to do is make the clear case, like the counterfactual case, that if not for Obama, right, if not for Obama, then isn't investigated, then this dossier doesn't come out and all these allegations and all this kind of stuff. And you didn't make that case. No one is saying that we wouldn't accept that kind of evidence. But the irony is, you are in the case of Donald Trump. That's horrible. You're saying, in the case of Donald Trump, 15 seconds from somebody? No.
You could borrow from me. You can take.
Last sentence, yeah? Imagine, in the case of Donald Trump, you literally are saying, I need a smoking gun, else I won't believe it. And we're not even saying that. We're just saying, brother, make an actual fucking case. And Matt rightly so, points out whataboutism and concrete, because he's not been operating honestly. And I hope he listens to this and just takes this as a moment. This is like a Damascene, when Jesus appears to him on the road and he recognizes, look, this is a time for clean. Yeah, if anyone engaged in whataboutism, it was clearly you and not us. Matt's right. If someone accuses you of whataboutism, Matt's right to point out the flaw in what they're saying. He's also right to point out that you're like a ridiculous hypocrite. He's also right to point out that you just like he didn't. But I'm just gonna do this on his behalf. That you're just like being ridiculous. You're being a contrarian. And finally, you literally kneecapped yourself and you don't even know it by just going when Bob said, yeah, but Trump's DOJ vindicated him, going, yeah, but like you're just rearranging ships of the Titanic because it's the debate. That was the fucking debate. So it's over for you. If you concede that, you concede everything.
Trying to use Matt to sound smart is such a fucking like tired ass.
I think it's gonna be fast. I'm gonna be fast.
All right.
So fucking bad. It's so bad. But we can move on to Free. I think Free was.
Yeah, it'll be fast. This is for Concrete. Concrete, if you want the information on the case, bro, I got y'all. Take it that you're interested. And of course, we didn't beat shit. We didn't even know the fucking case, so I know you were trolling me. But I just think you're interested, so I'm just letting you know that you can get that information from me. If you like, I'll send it to you back channel if you like, or whatever it's called.
Wait. Why do you think this is about me getting information from you and not you getting whooped by Finley and then trying to pretend that you were going toe to toe?
I didn't get whooped by Finley because he didn't know the case. He didn't know. Yeah, that's all. But he didn't know the case, so that's impossible. It's more with you. So
Bro, I don't
remember the case. He doesn't know the case.
Trying to do it, but Taz Reyes was insane.
Isn't Miller's waiting or something?
Yeah, Miller's waiting. Yeah, like I said, we can go over there. Yeah.
Q.
Oh shit, Philly here. Oh, what's up, Philly?
Horse in the stable.
Hey, who's it?
So is it on?
Put me back in the queue.
It's on Kendo.
All right. Just in case you know how to describe the motherfucking conversation, don't mean your ass ain't getting killed. I yield the rest of my time to someone.
That's a fact.
Okay, then I'm gonna still go next.
Wait. Yes. All right. So let me just point out a couple of things, and that's why I asked him, do you believe in like your recollection? And he honestly just said, nah, I could be wrong. So the whole anchoring to like, do you need a smoking gun happened at the very beginning. Confirmed everything that I said as far as the investigations of Carter Page underneath the Barack Obama administration, the egregiousness of like all of their failures from the IG report. He confirmed all of that. That's why I'm kind of laughing that you even brought him up. Because if he confirms that, then you just die. That's the point that we're making. He didn't argue against any of that. Like, that was pretty fucking stupid. So, and then to say, hey, like, the order of events is putting Bob before me anchoring to a smoking gun is obviously out of order. So we could just dismiss all of it just on its face. The argument is pretty clear. We're providing evidence that Barack Obama is in a position where he needs to know. He needs to know everything that happens underneath his administration with the intel community and all these types of things. In Donald Trump's case, he doesn't really need to know, right? Donald Trump's just like this associate. So we've already aired this out with Matt. Matt agrees with us that our evidence that we're providing, as far as it like being inductive or whatever, is more convincing than your evidence that you're providing. And we're just pointing out that, hey, if your evidence sucks and you believe in like your conclusion, and we're giving you better, shouldn't you also like give weight to this as well? And you're saying no, right? And I'm just, it's just your biasness. I'm not doing any kind of like whataboutism. I'm pointing out like just how much of a failure it is for you to track a conversation, and I think it's pretty relevant for like everybody's submissions at this moment. Just to point out, certain people need to get back into the gym. Got to get the pull-ups in. Got to do some push-ups, right? Get your macros right. Get it all dialed in. And then, like jump into the actual, like, arena, not just the exhibition part where you're just picking on people like Milith. Because how far can you really go if you just do that? Thank you for your time.
Who's next? Am I next?
I got
Q.
I thought
I'm after. Who's last? Can we just get that clear?
It's Miller's go. It's Miller's go.
All right, Alessandro.
Go.
Say it again.
Diego.
All right, so I'm after Alessandro.
Yeah,
I think what's the name was after Alessandro.
I'm not sure what the context of this debate.
All right, I'm after Violet.
What? What? No, I didn't.
Wait, I'm trying to talk.
Why are you speaking on me, Himothy? Why are you speaking on me? Why are you speaking on me?
Q.
I beg you. No. You wanted a vendetta, and now I got you now. This is me having a vendetta against you.
Come on. That's negative.
It's pronounced
Could be last to
vendetta,
Miss
not
Q, please.
vendetta.
Could be last to Miss Q, please.
I defer my time to Miss Phoebe.
No, it's not your time.
What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell?
Am I in the queue?
Yes, you're the last in the queue. And I think
No. Alright, so next is Millis.
Make this an adult space. I think you make this an adult space. Please, brother.
Make it a US. Make it a USA space.
Come on. Let's go. One mic on Millie. Q.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the context of this like discussion about Carter Page was, but like I just want to point out that like the Obama FBI had plenty of reason to like investigate Carter Page, and it was not initiated by anyone in the Obama White House, right? It was initiated by the FBI. The reason they initiated it was like he had connections to the energy industry in Russia, including gas.
Their claim is that Steele dossier.
How you just gonna just jump in? He's talking. He's talking.
Come on. Just trying to help me understand the conversation. It's Miller that's going to respond to that. Come on, man.
Their point is that Obama commissioned the Russia whatever game, blah blah blah.
Still composed the dossier by himself. There's no.
Wait. No. But it's like funded by the Clinton campaign and blah 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 through some proxy. But that's not the point. The point is that he thinks he has evidence for the counterfactual claim that the claim that basically if Obama wasn't responsible for it, the Steele document would have basically if he didn't permit the intelligence agencies or whatever to collude and compose this document, then never would have come to light. Basically, he wants to blame Obama for for sabotaging Trump's campaign. That's his claim. Okay.
Yeah, that's just straightforwardly not correct, right? Like, a lot of the stuff in the Steele dossier was bullshit, and I think you're right, there was some funding from the Clinton campaign, right? But a lot of the investigation into Donald Trump wasn't predicated on Donald Trump and his associates, wasn't predicated on the Steele dossier, right? Like, Carter Page is a good example of that. So, there was problems in the FISA warrant, right, that, got Carter Page surveilled, right? But, the Senate Judiciary Committee, right, the Senate Judiciary Intelligence Committee recognized that documented long-standing connections between Carter Page and Russian intelligence, right? So, there was good reason. There was good, investigative reason right? They had probable cause to like look into these people's connections, completely apart from the Steele dossier, right? So the Steele dossier, like, you know, was a piece of fiction and was funded by the Clinton campaign, but it was not the predicate for like any of the investigations, right? So I don't see why that's even like that relevant. Another thing is like going back to the site discussion about like trans people, right? So like it just seems strange to me that like, okay, so we have this like a disease where someone could have, you know, completely a female like, you know, body, right? They'd have female hormones, female genitalia, right? But because they have like undescended testes, we're going to consider that person male, right? Well, like that just seems completely at odds with the proposed reason why trans, you know, anti-trans like advocates advocate for what they're advocating for. They seem to suggest that like this is a problem for women. You're jeopardizing women, right? When you put these like, you know, men essentially with women in like, or allow them to go into like women's change rooms, right? But if you think about like someone with that disease who has all female parts, everything about her is female, right? According to the like biological essentialist, they're going to put that female with the men in the men's change room, right? So like, obviously this isn't like a worry about like, you know, women being like oppressed or whatever, women being like targeted. Like, obviously that's just not the case, right? So like, you guys have to find some other reason to be like anti-trans, because you're clearly like more than happy to put women at jeopardy as long as it's like the right woman or whatever.
That was horrible.
That makes some sense.
In what sense?
I'm after Alessandro.
What's the name is after Alessandro? Violet is after.
Oh, I'm after Violet.
And then, so yeah, Finley, they're in here trying to do some. Is that dude even still here? Oh yeah, Free's here trying to say some bullshit about the Central Park 5, Finley. So like, do whatever you gotta do when it's your turn.
I'm not trying to say some bullshit about it. I was just saying that country was lying, that's all. But it's cool. Y'all want the smoke, so it's fine.
Oh, bro, it's all good. It's all good.
I lied.
I mean,
Finley whooped his ass.
But here's all of, I guess, man, like, I think I do observe, like, sometimes people misconstruing a consistency check for, like, whataboutism. I think that, like, I believe, and I wasn't there for the whole argument over what evidence is sufficient, but notice how, like, the same people that will say, like, Donald Trump is definitely a pedophile. I'm sorry, they'll be like, Joe Biden is definitely a pedophile. They'll be, like, on the fence about the legitimacy of the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Even though there's, like, overwhelmingly a ton of evidence to show wrongdoing on the part of multiple individuals, they'll be like, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. How do you know, right? So I think, like, yeah, that is kind of wild and weird. And I also think, like, with the whole trans thing, it seems like I pulled up data on it last night, and like most of the references to trans people when it comes to like from politicians is coming from the right. When we look at bills that have been introduced and when we look at like campaign ads, most of the language regarding trans is coming from the right. Right, so like they're waging this culture war about problems that ultimately don't exist, right? Because there's not like this problem of dudes like saying that they're women and then going into ladies' bathrooms. Like that's not a thing. I was even like joking, like, you know, yeah, I got a bunch of friends and like, you know, like they just dress up like chicks and like go into the bathroom. You know what I mean? Like that's how you meet women. That's a thing people do. Like we all know it's not, right? Like it's not a real thing. It's like complaining about problems that like don't exist. I've never seen anyone. Now I know someone's gonna like pull up something on the internet of like some dude with a wig in a bathroom, right? What I'm saying is like this is not an actual problem or like a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like so, but that's what they say it's about, right, Millet? So it doesn't make sense to say a person with internal testes is a man if your concern is going to be like phenotypic expression of people that enter bathrooms. You know, like that's probably over their heads anyway. So like, whatever, I'll land there.
All right. Violet knows my spirit. She knows I wanted to. Anyway, Yo, so this nigga said consistency checks is not whataboutism. And he wrote it in the chat. And he didn't think about it. Damn it. What about? What about? What about? It's consistency. What about?
So get Sully up here now.
Yo, the fact that this man said whataboutism, or you're misconstruing a consistency check with whataboutism in the age of AI, when he could have just Googled it. Anyway, when I first pointed out the mediocrity that Luka brings to conversations, Nate was the first to respond with, he's good, he beats people up. And he grandstands when he beats people up. No, he just grandstands. He just grandstands. That's it. And you know what's so crazy? Because we're all like fighters and we like, pugilists, as some might say. We like a good fight. We all like a good fight. Mike, Samoa, myself, Nate, Timothy, we all like a good fight. So getting beat up or dealing with somebody who is a formidable foe, there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going to lose any teeth. Nobody's going to die. And you might learn something. Not with Alessandro. Yesterday, Shamos tried to debate or make a point. Shamos made a point about 30-year forecast about the strength of the dollar. You know what Alessandro said? He said you can't do 30-year forecasts. You can't do 30-year forecasts. And he said it with the utmost confidence and fucking niggatry. And he repeatedly called Shamos a dumbass. You can't 30-year forecast in economics, you stupid ass nigga. Because guess what? There's events like COVID. So that means you'd be wrong. And you didn't even know what was going to happen. And so this is yet another example of a cocksure statement that Alessandro made without thinking about it. Yes, you could be wrong. Doesn't mean you can't forecast. Y'all are doing this man a disservice. I know I'm the bad guy, but y'all are doing this man a disservice. Cora, Matt, Nate. I don't see Timothy weighing in on that, but anybody who boosts up the ego and not the intellect, because that's what we're working on, right? Everybody that beats up on him intellectually is working on his intellect. Y'all are working on this ego. You keep reinflating and overinflating his ego with no intellect to accompany it. Oh man. Anyway, let's stop a violent bully. But listen, he said that we couldn't understand his lesson, and he appealed to the military, the same way he appeals to El Normo, the same way he appealed to Andrew, right? He's always trying to curry favor with the whites and the quote unquote big dog intellectuals. But anyway, that's a separate topic.
Am I able to say something?
Can we put Sonny in the queue?
Rashawn, you can go in the queue, Rashawn. You go in the queue. I think Free was. I think Miss Fifi, you were in the queue, Fifi?
Yes, I was in the queue.
Okay. Let me
I
just
call
write
that
this
the
down.
theory.
Look in the
Oh, we got one in the chat.
I don't know about that, but I put my name out there.
Okay. So.
Miss Lucy next, and then Sully, or Finney or Sully. But Sully, I doubt would be too long.
I'm not going to be long either.
Go ahead, Miss Fifi.
Okay, I just want to go back to what we're talking about. President Barack Obama knowing about the Epstein files or what were in them, what have you. I think, once again, this is a distraction by the current administration because I don't care how you spin it, twist it, shake it, rub it down, oh no, it's still him and an Epstein file. So I think you guys need to come up with a better argument. That whole Obama news, that's not a good one. That's not good at all. And it's what you guys call fallacy. You know what I mean?
Which fallacy is it, Miss Fifi?
What about it? I pay attention. All right, thank you. That's all I have to. All right, y'all go ahead. I'm done. I land on my.
If you was in the chat.
Thank you, Miss Fifi.
If you was in the chat. I think it's Sully next.
So, Timothy, are you just asking me to explain what a whataboutism is?
No, Creek read your comment out loud, and he was like, some people need to chat GPT that shit before they talk with confidence. What is that?
Not Sully, Alessandro.
Yeah, I didn't think he was reading what I was. Yeah. Because all I was saying is that you don't need to.
That's not bad. What you said, Creek, is what Sully kind of wrote.
No. Well, I didn't read what. Listen, Alessandro said a consistency check is not whataboutism.
Yeah, that's what Sully said.
Yeah,
well, I didn't actually say that. I didn't actually say that they're not the same thing. I think in some cases, what people mean by a consistency check probably is a whataboutism. But you don't need to do either one to do what Alessandro is probably trying to say you can do without being fallacious, which is like, if somebody says, okay, how did you reach your conclusion? And then you say, like, well, I reasoned from this principle, right? And you want to say, like, well, what about these counterexamples to that principle? And agree with that these are counterexamples, that can be a way of arguing against that principle. But that's not really the same thing.
What about in that case is like drawing attention to something else that is like, I guess, contradictory within his own argument. But talking about how you handle the separate circumstance is a consistency across your interactions with, I guess, this type of topic or this style of topic. And what they don't understand is that I don't have to be consistent. My argument today on this topic isn't invalidated because I had a different stance in another conversation, another topic, right? That's the issue.
Yeah.
They just don't understand that.
That's correct. It is fallacious. Like, concrete might be inconsistent as hell, but that doesn't mean that what he's saying is wrong right now. So that's correct.
Well,
but you get how I was saying there's a difference where it's the principle.
But y'all pay attention to what he's saying. Please, everybody listen.
Cool.
There's a difference.
He's saying, like, he's wrong because he did a what took place in this case, you're right. There are instances in which a consistency check is whataboutism, but in this case, not, right? So I'm aware of the fact that it can be, but in this case, it's not, right? And so I'm actually trying to distinguish between when it is and it isn't. And then also, I don't think that in this case, no one was saying you're inconsistent, therefore you are wrong, right? Like, we are people who like have conversations every day, and so it's just like pointing out, like, and you're mad inconsistent, right? Now, I don't think anyone here would say, like, you're inconsistent, so if you say the sky is blue, it must not be blue. What? You know what I mean? Like, that's not what happened, right?
You don't have to pronounce that somebody's wrong because it's you trying to think that this is pertinent to the conversation. When you say, what about that? You are fallaciously reasoning because you're thinking it's pertinent.
That's not how fallacy works.
Mistaken reasons? Oh, okay. All right, brother. So whataboutism isn't a fallacy. Here, let's read it together.
Now he's just
let's read it together.
Whataboutism
is a deflection. Whataboutism is a deflection tactic and logical fallacy where an accusation or difficult question is answered with a counter accusation, shifting focus to a different, often unrelated issue, usually framed as, but what about X? It is a propaganda technique used to avoid accountability, confuse the debate, and falsely imply moral equivalence, often employed in politics and interpersonal disputes. Now, this is, again, Google AI. And in this paragraph, there was nothing about you're wrong. Here, I'll read it again. Whataboutism is a deflection tactic and logical fallacy where an accusation or difficult question is answered with a counter accusation, shifting focus to a different, often unrelated issue. Usually framed as, but what about question mark? It is a propaganda technique used to avoid accountability, confuse the debate, and falsely imply moral equivalence, often employed in politics and interpersonal disputes. Imply moral equivalence, or I would just say imply equivalence. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I think that we're just going to disagree on whether or not the question was pertinent to the discussion, right?
Let's get back to the queue. Who's next inside the queue? I think that is
Sandro, bro. You
It's either Sully or myself.
I think it's Finley. You can do it. Finley. Yeah, Finley, then Free.
So
then Rashad.
So I hate to wake up this this conversation, but yeah, Free, you were wrong with the Central Park 5. When I joined the conversation, you were making, correct me if I'm wrong, Concrete, you were trying to make a connection between Mateus and the boys, and there is none, right? And then you and Knowledge tried to hang me to the wall with this kid's age when that's no fact, right? This is why when you don't understand the court of law, like y'all argue these points that are they don't matter. That is age wrong. It doesn't matter. He wasn't from the same neighborhood as these boys. He admitted to doing it, right? Ask you that if someone admits to committing a crime, are the original convictees then just let off the hook? Is that how that works? Free, that's a question.
For you, Free.
Yeah, if I heard you correctly, you said if somebody admits to committing a crime, does the other person is automatically let off the hook?
Yes.
Is that what you say? No, not necessarily. Yes. There's no evidence. No, not necessarily.
Said not necessarily. So I'm gonna restate the question. If someone is convicted of a crime and a person comes forth and admits to that crime, is the person convicted let free? You said not necessarily.
Correct, yeah.
No, the answer is no. The answer is no, they're not.
No, not necessarily.
There is no necessarily. The answer is...
let me try to understand your question. Are you saying that since he came forward and admitted and they let him free, well, they was already free except one person, then that means that he had to be guilty in this. Is that what you're saying based on your question?
No, I didn't make any inference. I'm asking you if someone admits to
I'm just trying to understand your question.
Crime, do they automatically let the other person go?
And I said no, not necessarily, no.
The answer is no, never. They don't. They don't let go at all.
No, not necessarily. If that, all right, so let's say somebody's serving time for a crime, right? And that person come forward and say they did the crime. They give material facts about the crime that shows that they're the person.
So you're adding to the statement. I asked a very direct question.
That would change why I would never do it. Why it's never a yes or a no to the answer.
I restated the question so that I'm clear.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If someone else admits, do they let the other person go?
Not just by admission.
Exactly.
Not just by, that's the point.
Right.
No, not exactly. No, stop. No. Not, when you said the question, I understand that. But you know what? I'll wait though. But you came at me with this, so but I'll respond to this on my time.
You don't have to be in defense. I'm just asking a question, getting a quick clarification. Right. My second point is the reason that you're wrong because you stood 10 toes down that these kids were guilty. They were convicted in the court of law. Right. You stood 10 toes down in that. When this guy came forward,
they had an evidentiary hearing before a judge, right, and a prosecutor, right? They presented this guy. Not only did they give material details or specific details, they did a DNA test of this guy, and it tested positive to the semen of the victim that was found in the victim. This guy was guilty as hell. They found zero DNA evidence from any other guys, right? Which is why the convictions were tossed, right? That's why this guy was, then charged and convicted of this crime. It wasn't all the other conjecture that you put together based on statements from attorneys that weren't in court and sworn in and trying the case is irrelevant. These are these conspiracy theories that run freaking wild, that are not relevant, they're just simply untrue. And one thing that I need to start doing is that I don't do a lot of. I don't stand 10 toes down on my knowledge. I don't do it because it's just in my upbringing. I try to be humble. I made that mistake of arguing with a guy who wasn't even a freaking pilot about pilot stuff. I'm gonna stop doing that.
He backed you up.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna stop doing that because being charitable doesn't get me anywhere. So I need to start telling people flat out, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, respectfully. And I got a lot of respect for you, Fred. I do. But in this case, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I appreciate it, bro.
I'm not gonna call it. I'm not gonna call it.
That is a good adjustment.
Not free, but just lots of people. Cool, lots of people.
So real quickly, same here, Philly. I do got a lot of respect for you, brother. I really do. And I wish you not appeal to credentials because it's irrelevant. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You're right, you're right. It's not like all judges and lawyers and people in the profession do the same thing because there's always, just a matter of knowledge, application, experience, etc. So in this particular case, I have a lot of things to say. First off, you weren't familiar with the case. So the reason why we talked about his age, Mateus Reyes' age, was relevant because I was trying to see how familiar you were with the case and you had it wrong. You made it seem like that he was a grown man and there was a bunch of kids. In no way they could be affiliated with each other by that demographic, which is not true. He's the same age as them.
That wasn't my only point.
I understand that, but that was a point that you made because you said, no, he's a grown man. Like, no, he's the same age as them. So you're wrong.
And I also said they weren't labeled in any way, shape, or form.
I understand that. I feel you now, bro. Yeah, come on, bro. Yeah, I'm addressing point by point. Correct. So you believe it wasn't? I told you they were. That's a fact. You don't know the case. So every time you make a statement about it,
I do know the case. But go ahead.
I understand you think you do. We get it. You think you do. You don't. You don't know any of the witnesses. You don't know their relationships. You don't know the case. Okay? Do you know? Are you familiar with Antoine Heed?
You keep mentioning random people that were allegedly interviewed by the police.
Just say yes or no. No, it wasn't.
Right.
No, it wasn't. You still don't know the case.
No. I'm referring to the original question. I'm referring to the original. Originally, you brought up Clarence Thomas. I'm like, I've never heard that name before, right? I'm like, who is that, right?
Finley, it wasn't on you to do so, bro. Just give me the same respect I gave you. You entertain me, and I'll put it back on you. So put it back on me, because right now you're doing more than what I asked you. I just asked you a yes or no question. If you know him, yes. If you don't know him, just say no, bro. Is that something? Because you just say you don't know him. Because it's fine, because I know you don't know him. The reason why this person is important, because this person spoke to Corey Wise before Corey Wise was taken in. Okay? And Corey Wise told them, hey, you know that woman that got raped at the park? That was us. So the police ain't spoke to nobody before this point. There's no way he would say that he had no affiliation with the situation. And they testified in court with this. The police didn't make them say this. This is his friends who told the police this. You don't know that this is key evidence that they was part of the crime. You can't rebut that. Will Jackson, who he told her, Corey Wise, he told her, I didn't rape her, I just held her down. Now, he doesn't know that's still rape. Jesus Christ.
Don't save him.
Everybody chill out. No, oh God, how you gonna say it's hearsay? How would the fuck they know this information? Why would they say this stuff? No, I'm not even gonna do this. Oh, y'all ridiculous, man. Let me just say my piece because this is insane. Phone call in prison, in jail, not prison yet, in jail when he was arrested. Corey Wise, after he did his interview, spoke to the friend of the family, Melody Jackson. He told her, I did not rape the woman, I just held her down. He and her did not understand this is rape. If you participate in the rape, even if you don't have sex with the person, it's still rape. You're an accomplice, you're holding them down. All the boys in their admissions mitigated their involvement, which is common because criminals always try to take the easy way out. They're like, oh, I didn't do all this, I did a little bit of that. I mean, first 48 is full of the shit, but you can look at any fucking video of a person making a confession, they're likely going to undermine how much they was involved. The bottom line is the evidence is pretty abundant. I don't think you guys, a lot of you guys don't give a shit.
None of that was testified in court, by the way.
It was used against them.
It was not.
You don't know. You understand? You gotta stop, Freeman. You gotta stop, bro. Yeah, you gotta stop this shit, bro. You don't know the fucking case, bro. They didn't just get these boys out of nowhere.
You don't know the case.
So you're not gonna control yourself, Freeman? I just showed you all this respect to let you finish, bro, and I only responded when you asked me a question, but you can't control your fucking self. And you invest in the case you're not familiar with, and it clearly shows. You think I have an animosity against these young boys? Well, when they was boys. You think I know these motherfuckers that have some personal against them? I don't. I don't know these boys. I got interest in actual justice and fairness. And this wasn't fair that these boys admitted this fucking crime and came out and said they didn't do it. After the fact, again, they had paroles hearings throughout the 90s, and they still admitted to the same shit. And then when 2002 came out, when Mateus Reyes said his shit, they said the same shit again. It was interviewed and reviewed again, and they kept saying the same things like, well, I didn't rape the woman, I just punched her in the face, or I just hit her with it. Like, yeah, that's part of it. But they stopped saying it because they realized it was hurting their fucking money and they couldn't get the case resolved. So from 2002 to 2014, when they finally settled it, that's when the whole fucking narrative started changing. The media and then people like yourself started giving them the narrative. Now, no, y'all, that had nothing to do with it. Y'all wasn't even there at all. It's like, oh yeah, we wasn't. But all the evidence is that. Do you know the other victims that attacked in the park? You have no fucking idea. John Laughlin, Antonio Diaz. They just didn't attack this woman. They attacked several people in the fucking park. Now, how the fuck you run through the park with all your friends and y'all didn't see the rapist and the rapist didn't see y'all? Y'all don't make no reference that you caught some guy raping this woman. And vice versa. He fucking this woman in the middle of the park and y'all don't see him, he don't see y'all. Because y'all was there, y'all was together. Now again, one thing you can't refute and you don't refute because you don't know, because you don't fucking listen, is Mateus Reyes' own lawyer, Richard Siracusa, put this piece together. When they were trying to do this whole little documentary and all that shit, I'm gonna land because I know I'm saying a lot of points. He said, hey, when I went back and looked at the case and the stuff that was happening, he was actually there. He knew Steve Lopez. Steve Lopez was his homeboy. He hung out with Steve Lopez. He hung out at the park. He was homeless. He had one place he slept at a bodega he worked at, but otherwise he would linger around the park trying to rape people because he was a serious rapist. He raped a woman 2 nights before in that same fucking park. He was there in the park. You said what? So he was there. He knew Steve Lopez and Corey Washington too. That's why they was even throughout jail. They knew each other. This is not some random fucking dude. All right, now let me put this in perspective. All the boys didn't know each other like directly, like us in this room. We don't really know each other to some extent. There's people that come in, I'm familiar with it. Some of y'all not familiar with it, vice versa. But boys kind of had somewhat familiarity with each other, and it was from 2 different projects homes, Taft Projects and Stromberg Project homes. Okay, but they knew each other. When Mateus Reyes was doing his raping shit, prior to the Central Park 5 situation, he was rolling with Steve Lopez. And then during his case, his trial that happened 4 months later after that incident, he mentioned Steve Lopez. He didn't mention him by name, but he described him to the T. Steve Lopez had a distinct scar on his fucking face. And when he described Steve Lopez, he described that fucking scar. What they would do is Steve Lopez would be the lookout, and he would go and rob women and rape them. And he would split the money and his belongings with Steve Lopez. So you don't know the bro. You just caught up in your emotions. I did a lot of research on this fucking case. I was very ignorant why people still think these boys are guilty, because I was just like, this is bullshit. But that's why I seen all the pieces. I'm like, damn, there's something to this. So get out of your fucking feelings and look at the evidence, bro. I'll send you links if you want to, but you need to look at this shit. That's why you can't find the original case, because it's buried. Go ahead, I'll land.
Don't take the bait, Mr.
It's not buried, number one. Number two, if there was, it's not buried. It's freaking criminal case of public record. Why did I say that? What's shot? All right, fine, wait.
That was emotional, bro.
And I'll come back after the thing. Yeah, Concrete.
Let it go popcorn. I want to Q. Let it go popcorn. I don't know.
Okay. I think that's the Q because Rashad isn't here.
Is he the last one in the queue?
I don't know.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Is he the last one in the queue?
Rashad, but I'll give it to you.
Oh, you got Concrete.
No, you got it.
I'm kind of on free side now.
I'm giving you on free side the same way you on Alessandro's side. Look, bro, that was one of the most. Huh?
Am I in the Matrix?
I thought I was in the Matrix.
Yeah, I thought I was.
Yo, Timothy, are you there? You wanted to say something?
I was just gonna say, like, look, I'm on Finley and Creed's side. I feel like Free's probably wrong. But what he said, if it goes unchallenged, he's winning right now. I just have to be wrong.
Wait, why would you score? Wait. See, this is why y'all aren't. Bro, I gotta say this.
No, because
just showed 1 second. 1 second.
But it sounds convincing.
1 second.
That shit sounded convincing.
No. See, the thing is, wait, hold on. So, Timothy, maybe you never heard. Well, you did hear Free debate before. You have had him in your rooms. You have seen him keep his composure.
I'm on your side.
Hold on, brother. Let me just talk about how you know your option and your point scoring is a little off. Right? It should not in any way, shape, or form be tilted in his favor. Why? If you didn't know anything about the topic, you understood one is composed and the other is not composed. And the question is, what was the catalyst to get the guy who was not supposed to be not composed?
No, but
and I personally, no. Listen. No, listen. If you're scoring the match and you understand what is pertinent or not pertinent, then you understand that him going back to the age and him not knowing the age after he already capitulated, I didn't know the age, and it's not pertinent, and you're still scoring points, that means you're not paying attention. And if you were not paying attention, fine, you were just going on vibes.
No,
you still have to ask yourself, hold on, if you're not paying attention and you're going off vibes, you still should be asking yourself, why in this cordial conversation is the guy losing his shit and getting disrespectful, and the other guy didn't get disrespectful, right?
Instead of over
You should still no, because you have a problem where it is somebody who is saying, I have respect for you, and then complaining about being overtalked, and then getting disrespectful, right? When the person that was overtalking wasn't hot, wasn't yelling, wasn't aggressive, was just making a point, right? Dealing with the issues. Dealing with the issue should not get you out of your. Dealing with the issue should not get you out of your body. And the fact that y'all scored, and the fact, no, it shouldn't be. See, that's their discernment. This is a lack of discernment. This is almost like. It's almost like when Alessandro. It's almost like when Alessandro speaks calm, and you guys are idiots.
No, it's not. You don't get it.
You guys are just idiots. You guys are just idiots. You guys just don't understand. You guys don't understand. You're just idiots. You're not tracking. This is a cognitive issue. No, this is a cognitive issue. You guys are not tracking. If you score that, if you say that he's winning, that means you're not paying attention at all.
You're making it seem like it. I promise you right now, what you're doing now, the fact that there's still no response to what he said, is making it seem like he is winning. You're saying, Free? Yes, address what he said.
Again. Yo, Timothy, all I'm going to say is we've seen this episode 1,000 times. And it was already adjudicated. So maybe I'm biased because I already know the outcome. I've already seen this movie 1,000 times. And maybe you're just walking into the theater. Even if you're walking into the theater for the first time, if you are somebody with any astute discernment skills at all, where you don't know the topic, you should be able to read vibes. If you can't read vibes, don't talk. Don't say anything. Because if you can't read vibes, if you can't track arguments, then you are driving blind. It's almost like if I'm cold reading a situation, I don't, and this crybaby keeps crying.
You said
all right. Hold on. Let me address the crybaby. He's getting in there. He needs his attention. All right, Alessandro. All right. He's taking the bait. He's hooked. What am I gonna do? He's hooked. All right, Alessandro. You good, brother?
Our vibes important or not?
All right. Can I talk to Timothy right now?
You said Timothy.